Hello everyone, it's that time again, the Anime Boomers Podcast. So far so good, we have actually stuck to doing these at least twice a month, once every other week. You guys already know who I am. I'm Gator. I streamed last night for about 5 hours talking about the new VTuber company Nexus and some of the misinformation, misconceptions, the misinterpretations, people kind of getting things wrong. Had a lot of fun doing that, but man, I have forgotten how doing a 5-hour stream just kind of takes the wind out of your sails a little bit. So I woke up a little on the wrong side of the bed this morning. I got a little bit of a little scratchy throat. So if you hear me mute, and it's probably me coughing or clearing my throat, Spooky should be joining us a little later. She's still in the midst of that stuff that she was doing. So like she hasn't been online a whole lot lately, so hopefully she'll be able to pop in. If not, then we will of course see her on the next episode. But I do have with me the head honcho of Anime Outsiders, the website, Cody. How you doing, Cody?
Howdy, everybody. You know, luckily I'm here, Gator, because as you know, you could just get me started on something. I'll just go on a 3-hour rant, and you could just rest your throat.
That's very true.
About some shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been hoping to get some cool guests on. It's just a lot of, like, I want to have Legal Mindset on before Offkai, which is at the end of this month. I think there's at least one episode between now and then. But, you know, he's in a completely different part of the world, so I think it's literally like take 12 hours ahead from EST and then subtract 1. So he's like 12 hours ahead of Central Time Zone. So right now, it would be 2 o'clock in the morning for him. So he is very asleep. He's very asleep at this hour.
Yeah, I was roused early because I didn't know if we were going to have him on or not because I didn't hear the confirmation one way or another. So I was like, I barely got any sleep, and I just woke up with I had the phone in my hand in the bed, and I'm just like, I messaged and I DM'd you on Twitter, like, so are we doing this? And
yeah,
like,
I was so passed out.
Yeah, wait, like, can I go back to sleep? Or are we doing this? And then you just didn't say anything. It's like, fuck it, I'm going back to sleep. So,
yeah, that was the best option. Yeah, I stayed up. I didn't intend to stay up so late last night. I was doing the stream because I wanted to cover Merriweather's interview with the CEO of Nexus, Harry. And I was like, oh, this will be like, you know, a nice, like, it's only like an hour long. You know, I've only been streaming for like 2 hours, but then I EFAP'd it. Like I would like hear them say something, and then I would like stop it to chime in, and then I did this so many times that it was like 3 hours watching a 1 hour thing, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh god, what have I done?
That reminds me more of I mean, for less flattering reasons, it reminds me more of Mother's Basement, because he would do these videos on anime OPs, where he would turn a 1.5-minute OP into like a 40-minute video, just constantly stopping and looping the OP to just describe what you're already looking at and why it's significant. And it's the most, like, I've said before, a lot of anime YouTubers only exist for, like, anime addicts who, like, when I'm not watching anime, I need to be watching videos about anime, and that's really all anime YouTubers are for, because they don't really contribute.
I don't see anime on the screen. I should be asking, where's anime?
Exactly. So you don't, because, like, they don't contribute anything. They don't say anything of note. There's never been, like, a legendary video from one anime YouTuber, you know, that everybody just kind of refers back to, unless it's to make fun of them.
Well, if you consider ER an anime YouTuber, I think there was a pretty I don't either. There's a pretty legendary Steven Universe video that calls the line.
That's not even anime, so I got you.
Yeah.
I'm still right. But, like, he would, and that was, like, sort of the proof of my thesis. It was, you just had a guy, just for the click money, was just like, hey, the opening for the seasonal anime, let's just talk about that and ramble about that for, like, 40 minutes. It's like, do you need that? No. But if you're addicted, you just want to hear people talk about it. I've been there. When Overlord was first airing, and, like, I was jazzed, man. I wanted to hear about more Overlord. Overlord wasn't on. It's like, where's my Overlord, man? And some guy's like, let's talk about Overlord.
When Einzel Goal is not on the screen, you should be asking, where's Lord Ainz?
Exactly. So it'd be a video on Overlord, like, fuck it. I need something to watch. I need my fix. I'm sitting here scratching my arm like a crack addict. Give me my fix, baby. That's how I feel now, waiting for that movie. So why's that movie taking so long?
Yeah, my buddy...
finally, as we know, by the way, fall of this year, hopefully.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, it is. We're gonna get our fix soon.
Yeah, I can't wait, man. I know they're gonna have to cut so much to turn the Holy Kingdom book into a movie. Like, just condense all that into 2 hours. But if they keep the good shit, bruh, I'm gonna be freebasing that movie. I fucking love Overlord. I have rewatched that whole show like 5 times. No joke. I can't even tell you how many times I'm gonna replay that movie again and again and again and again. I'm gonna be rewinding. Oh God, man.
It's just so good.
Oh God, man. You get me started. I'm restraining myself of like why I'm so into the show, because if I just get started, it's gonna be the podcast. It's just gonna be a video essay of me telling you all the nuanced reasons why Overlord is one of the best shows ever, and how Maruyama just combined 2 of the worst genres in light novel history to create one of the best things Japan has ever produced. How do you combine? Okay, I'm gonna combine isekai with trapped in the video game, which are like produce some of the most trash Japan has ever thrown our way, and like Jeff Foxworthy had a joke, right, about like, you know, kids being dumb because like look at their parents. It's like, you don't combine swamp water with sewage and get Evian.
Right.
But somehow Maruyama combined swamp water and sewage and gave us ambrosia. And to the point where he says he's ending Overlord soon, and the next series he wants to do is going to be like about a girls' volleyball team. Which is like one hell of a jump.
That is,
you know what?
Total tonal shift.
Yes, but after the keynote of Overlord, bitch, I'll watch your girls' volleyball team shit. I don't care. Normally, I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole. But this is the Overlord guy. I'm sure it would be some of the most nuanced, brilliant character writing. Every one of those volleyball girls would be some of the most intriguing shit.
It's going to accidentally be Kino. It'll be to the like sports anime what Bocchi was to like cute girls doing cute things.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like he wants to do that because Overlord is kind of like, not oppressively dark, but it skirts the line. And I feel like after doing Overlord for so many years, it's like, God damn it, I just want to do cute girls having a good time.
I don't blame him for that.
I've hurt so many people.
I mean, just the storylines around Shaltir alone are
I mean, let's not even talk about the adventure. What was it, book 9 with the adventurers?
Oh my God!
And how that ended? Oof! Do you know, by the way, why the live novel ended the way it did?
No, I don't actually.
So this is a funny story. I told you, you just get me started. So in the web, Overlord started as a web novel. He was just writing for fun, and then it got really popular. So he started rewriting his light novels to sell. And the light novels add a lot. Like it's not like the web novels have their own flavor. No, the light novels are just the web novels, but better. Albedo did not exist in the web novels, for reference. In the
Interesting.
web novel,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, she was added for the light novel. In the web novel, right? It went down the same, but Arshay was kept as a slave for Shaltir.
Yeah, that's the R Master Shaltir stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that wasn't Shaltir's. That wasn't that. Arshay was not who she did it with, but that was in the web novel. She was kept as a slave for Shaltir, and her sisters were taken in as like a favor for her. So her sisters got to live as guests in Nazarick. So the author's like, okay, the light novel is getting to that part. Readers who have read the web novel, what would you like to see? Would you like to see it the same, or would you like to see Arshay die this time? Well, the readers just didn't just vote for her to die. They overwhelmingly voted for her to die.
I remember this story.
Yeah. So he was like, oh, y'all are cruel, huh? So because of the fact that it was so overwhelming, he went the extra mile. She died. Her parts were divvied up. Her voice was given to
the bug girl.
Yeah, I always forget her name, and yes, she's my favorite of the maids, but I constantly... Entoma! Something about Entoma's name just leaves my mind when I bring her up. Her voice was given to Entoma. Her sister, the anime doesn't get into this, but her sisters get sold as work slaves and die from overwork. Like, to make up for their parents' debt. They have to sell the sister. Like, he went so brutal as like a, take that. You're pretty, you think you're dark boys, huh? You want a little bit of extra cruelty, huh? How you like that? How you like that? So that's why... The
law of unintended consequences.
Yeah.
It's like, don't give him a wok, he's gonna start cooking.
Exactly. That's why the anime kind of... It did a little bit. It didn't do the rest of it. Arshay got killed, divvied up, but we get into what happened to her family. Let's pull that back. So the anime was a nice middle ground from the punishment Maruyama inflicted on his readers for overwhelmingly voting for Arshay to die. Which I think that's funny. I like it when authors, it's always good to appreciate viewers, but I like when the authors punch at their viewers a little bit when their viewers are being little shits.
It's like, oh, you guys want this? Okay, let me show you what you just voted for. And they're like,
you no, don't get it, boy.
They're just like, wait, no.
Literally, that's what happened. That was the reaction in the light novel. That's why the anime toned it down a little bit. We didn't get into what happened outside of Arshay. Let's just keep that. You just imagine what you want. Imagine what you want.
just think happy thoughts. Just think happy thoughts.
I love Overlord, man. If you're ever struggling for an episode, just that's one of those series that you're like, you know what, Cody, I don't feel like talking. Tell the people about Overlord and why they should watch Overlord. All right, y'all got another 2 hours, 3 hours. Might go 4 if I talk about the supplementary material.
I haven't even really gone into any of that, but I do want to. It's like Goblin Slayer. Like, I've seen a bunch of the Goblin Slayer stuff, but like there's an entire like side story, and they kind of glossed over it in the anime. And I was kind of hoping they would go into it with the samurai guy and everything, and the sword saint, and like they went to go fight that one guy, the one boss. I wish they had kind of done that in the anime, but it was in the opening, so I thought they were going to do it, and they didn't.
The Overlord supplementary materials are great because they enhance what's already there. Like, it gives you a new perspective on what you've already watched. And you can go back and like, ooh, this makes more sense, and now I'm in the know about XYZ. Like, oh, the fact, unlike 99% of Isekai, and the only reason it's not 100% is because of Overlord, the main character does not come from our world. He's not you. He's not your self-insert. You wouldn't want to be this guy. He can't fuck or feel happy. The real world he comes from is a cyberpunk dystopia.
That was one of the most interesting things when I started reading into Overlord more. Like, that was like the one of the most interesting things I discovered, that it's like, yeah, so they literally play these games because there's nothing else to do. It's like the world of Ready Player One, where like everything is destroyed, everybody lives in like these like mobile home units that are like stacked into the sky, and the only like outlet they have from back-breaking labor is to play these online virtual games.
Yeah, and like I like the touch of like Touch Me. His player is a cop, and the reason he plays a corny superhero in the game is because he's like disenfranchised with how corrupt the police are in cyberpunk hellscape Japan. That he likes to go on video games and roleplay as like an actual hero. Like, that adds so much to like not, and that then makes it even more. You rewatch the Men in the Kingdom arc or reread the books, and it makes it hit so much harder when Sebas is like actually saving people, that this guy that just wanted to help people, that was like so busted down by the corruption in the police force, would go on to create a man that actually helped and saved people. Because he wanted that escape in a video game. Like, he got what he always wanted through Sebas, through that arc. That just makes the whole everything hits 10 times harder when you've read the supplementary material. That's how you do supplementary material. That's why Overlord is Kino, motherfuckers. That is how you do extra shit. Not just like, oh, here's a side story. Like, no. All this stuff now is, like, there's just so much more meat to the context out. See, I'm going. I told you. You got me started. I'm started. The engines are revving. I gotta pull back. We got things to talk about.
We do. I do want to say, like, before we go off the Overlord topic, though, is that I think one of my favorite parts is that you can get a feel for the personality of the rest of the guild members by the characters, by the NPCs they create, and seeing, and that's one of my favorite things, that like he conveys the characters and like their personalities and the stuff that they like through these NPCs of Nazarick, and it's so funny.
They genuinely look like characters designed by different people with different tastes. It's beautiful. It's again, these are the little things. It's just like, oh my god, so fucking good. Put it in my fucking bloodstream. I need to feel it coursing. Like I'm gonna get started. I'm gonna start elaborating on what you said, because there's more to point out. But I'm just it's gonna be another hour. I gotta stop. We gotta
save it. I'll tell you what. We'll save a lot of this for when the next when the movie comes out.
Oh god,
because we could have like we did with Sonic and like we did with Evangelion. We could have like an all-star Overlord panel of people just talking about Overlord from like start to finish. Because it's like it really like I see the you know, the grandfather of isekai thrown out there a lot, but like Overlord, while it wasn't the first, I think it did it the best, and it doesn't
feel like an isekai.
Yeah, it doesn't,
even though it technically is. Like isekai just feels like it has a formula. It has a like a checklist that it has to hit. Overlord's just like, he's transported to another world, but we're not following this rule, that rule. We're doing it specifically for this, that, and the other. And this overall thing of like, you know, the stuff from the video game being imported into this other world and made real and made literal, and, you know, the players coming at different times and affecting history. And like this, it doesn't just feel like, hey, loser, you want to go to a magical world where all the elves want to bang you? You know, basically everything that Uncle from Another World was making fun of.
Yeah, and that's another fantastic one. Like, I saw that and I was like, Cody's gonna love this. It's not only so lampooning the entire genre, but it's also really good, and it's also a love note to Sega.
Yeah, it's like things to love on levels. It's not like, it doesn't just have one selling point. It's got like 3. It's great. But like Overlord doesn't check. The only box it really checks is that like multiple main girls want to bone the main character, pun kind of intended. But even then, right from the beginning, it's like, nah, it's not happening. He can't on levels. He can't physically, and the I love, God, I didn't catch myself. I'm going. Here I go. I love that because the stuff in the video game is literally interpreted. For those who've seen the anime, don't know this because they don't talk about the anime. They do in the books. His race has a protection against psychic damage and psychic effects. So because everything in the video game is literal, that also includes his own emotions. Like, he's basically protected from emotional damage, and quote-unquote psychic effects would be like strong emotions that affect him, which is why that thing comes up, and he can't feel happiness, like really strong happiness or really strong anger or anything, because that's counted as a psychic effect, because the game's literal now.
Yeah, whenever you see him like have the little like the sparkly and the glow, when he has his mouth open, that's the thing kicking in and bringing him back to base.
Yeah. So like they make it that too. Like they make it clear, nah, this ain't a power fantasy. You wouldn't want to be this guy. He can't have sex, and he has like a fucking big-titted succubus. It's just like, please, just take me. I will be monogamous for you, despite my succubus nature. And he's like, can't do it. I got nothing.
I have a lot of bones, except for the one that would count here.
And there's the added thing of like, you're my friend's NPC. It'd be weird. I can't. It's like you're my best friend's daughter. He feels
really bad. He feels really bad for making that change, because he didn't know that that she would come to life.
Be real.
And he's like, oh god, what have I done? I'm so sorry.
Yeah. It's so good. It's so good. I gotta stop. I gotta stop.
And the fact that the only reason that Shaltir, like, the only reason Shaltir is like the way she is because she has that rivalry with Albedo. And if he hadn't made that change, she probably... Yeah. If he hadn't made that change to Albedo, Shaltir probably wouldn't have given as much of a shit either.
Oh no, she probably still would have, because like A, she's got every fetish, and B, he's like incredibly powerful. Like in the first episode of the anime and in like the first book, she was like, "Oh my god, his power made me wet." You know, like she's just like, "I'll screw anything, especially something impressive." And my god, I love Shaltir because she is like the most like yes, if a modern degenerate made an NPC from scratch, this is exactly what he would make.
She's the encapsulation of an entire genre of weeaboo.
Yes, my god, did Maruyama nail it. Like, yeah, this particular type of degen weeaboo, what would he make? Oh, it would be a vampire lolly that's like super degenerate herself. She has every fetish and she's constant, like, and of course he's all like, that kind of guy is also the kind of guy that would like min-max and no life her too. Like, my god, it's so accurate. I kneel. I can think of like half of people on Twitter that I've seen that like, yes, they would make Shaltir.
Shaltir would be their NPC.
Yes,
half like, the chicks in Phase Connect, Shaltir would be their NPC.
You're not wrong. Yeah, it's like, God, I kneel. That's right. That's good writing on a level that I wasn't expecting or ready for. We gotta move on. We
gotta move on because we'll talk about Overlord all day.
Yeah.
So I think the big news today that just came out not too long ago actually is Helldivers 2 is now going to require a PSN account to log in.
I'm impressed. I gotta say I'm impressed. I don't think I've ever seen something that is so beloved and the biggest thing in the world just shoot itself in the foot this hard, this fast, this bad.
It blows my mind because like I'm in a group, like a couple groups with people that like we coordinate when we're all gonna play like Helldivers 2 and stuff, and like everyone's playing it. Everyone loves this game. People were like buying the whatchamathings. They're not season passes. They're the war bonds. Like people are buying those to get the cool weapons, to get the cool armor, and get all the like the cool new stuff. And like on its face, it's like super predatory because you get like one a month, and it's like 1,000 war bonds or whatever. Helldiver bucks.
Yeah.
I'm my brain's not working very well, so I can't remember what everything is called. But like, you know, but you can earn those in game too if you play like a ton, so it's not like super predatory. But it's just like, if it was any other company at any other time, people would like make a big deal about that. Like, oh god, it's pay to win, da 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 da. But like they had built so much goodwill that people just like paid it and just didn't care. Super credits, that's what it is, super credits. So they like, and they have taken all of this goodwill, and in the span of a month, between like all of the nerfs and then this happening, completely pissed it away.
Yeah, it's so fast. It's like I went to bed and everybody loved Helldivers. I woke up and everybody's mad at Helldivers.
It was literally that quick.
Yeah. It's crazy how suddenly something can drop off. I don't know if Helldivers I could see them bringing it back. But they would have to like ditch the Sony thing. They would have to fix some shit. Like they would need to course correct. They could still course correct, but I don't know, man. Especially the Sony thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I think I think a lot of it is Sony, because, and this is my theory. Oh, I see. Short Fat Otaku for 5 Canadian says, "Hi Gator, glad to see you're doing well. Out from under the thumb of the Gunt Goblin." I take a goblin slayer stance to all goblins, be they regular goblins or Gunt goblins. But thank you for that. But yeah, I think what Sony did was Sony saw how many people bought this game, and because Sony is a terrible company full of awful, evil people, they're like, look at all of that user data. We could get all of that user data, and we could sell all that user data. Just imagine how much money we would have. Imagine like how many people we could get, you know, new users on PSN, and we could claimed these numbers as a great success for PlayStation Network, so we're going to force them to do this.
Yeah. Also, never hire like the fucking here's my cause flag, here's my pronouns, here's my what shit I'm obsessed with in my bio, people as a community manager. Don't do that.
Pronouns and meme flags.
Pronouns, meme flags, all that shit. Like even beyond like the rainbow stuff, like because they'll also put like, I don't know what the fuck this even means, but like no pro shippers. Like nobody who's mentally stable has to put all of their hang-ups and all of their identity shit in their bio. They can just be a person. And if they can't be a person, don't hire them to represent your company when they struggle to represent themselves. Like, this keeps happening. People like, community manager for this game is a piece of shit. Look at their bio. And it's like, cause, line, pronouns, line, hang up, line, social issue that I'm obsessed with, line, that kind of thing. Like, don't hire that guy. It doesn't matter what's in there. It doesn't matter if he's like, I would say the same thing if he's like, MAGA, line, American flag, line, liberals, DNI, line. Because that guy he's got mental hangups. Don't hire that guy to represent your company. Get someone mentally stable. Get someone that can just be a person and be a professional. Because, like, I keep hearing, like, community manager does this. There was the thing, Technicals did a great video on the community manager for, Phantasy Star Online 2, like after the game petered out, the community manager became this weird tyrant for the game and started doing all this crazy shit and like having people banned through their connection to Sega because they were pissing them off and all this stuff.
That's wild. I haven't even seen that video yet.
Yeah, I really recommend watching that. It's crazy, just like it's just evolved in Phantasy Star Online 2. After everybody stopped playing, it just evolved into like this like a gooner dictatorship. It's like unusable now, and I recommend watching the video. And once again, community manager, and I think of like the few good community managers, and they're out there. And what do they have in common? Normal people, normal fucking people, oftentimes with like lives and families and like ties to the real world. They're not some crazy person that just lives in front of their computer with nothing to lose, these community managers need to just go away. A lot of these community managers are like a recurring sickness in the gaming sphere right now. Because like Helldivers is the same thing. I think the community manager for it too, like tweeted something. I don't know the context, right, was missing from what I saw. I retweeted on the AO account. And one of the reasons I retweeted it because it's fucked up if true, and if not, more people will notice it and correct it. But apparently the community manager said something like, "No, this is just so we can ban people."
I see. Tank Rat for 50 whatever AED is. See, I don't know too much about foreign currencies, but for whatever that is,
too many other monies, man.
Whatever dollary dues that is. It says, "LOL, I'm not linking it to PSN account. It's like the GM car you bought and you take it into the dealer for service. Then they remove the AC because you need to have OnStar to use it." That's a good point. Then yeah. I see SFO in the chat. He said, "Sony owns the Helldivers IP. It's not going to change our IP." Yeah, that's a good point. They do have total control over it. Says I don't
know that. I thought it was an indie title. Like,
well, it's made by an indie company, but they have the license, so they totally control that. Dead. Yeah, pretty much. Said, "I don't think it's them selling data, TBH. I think what they want to do is what Xbox did, reposition the PlayStation brand as a Steam-style app since PC gaming is the future and non-Nintendo consoles are dead. Making Helldivers require a PSN account is probably a move in that direction. It's still bad, obviously." Yeah, I do think that Sony, this is going to be the future, that all of these different game companies, they're all going to have their own app that you have to sign into, but they'll all still be sold on like the Epic Game Store and Steam. It's just they'll have that as like a stopgap, so they're still like able to like track your data and stuff like that. And like the community managers are, and ban you. And that's one thing that like where people are pissed off at the community managers because they're like, yeah, of course it's so we can ban you. It's like, why would you say stupid stuff like that?
Yeah. Yeah. And I think, once the federal government's kind of fixed its shit a little bit, and I know black pillars think they never will, but we don't talk about them. They're baby boys. Once we've kind of, fixed some things going on, I think we need to start working to make it illegal to ban you from a product you have purchased.
I agree with that.
You should not be banned from a game if you paid for the game. And I mean, that's any service too. You should not be banned from any service that you paid to use. If you pay a subscription to a streaming service, the streaming service cannot take away anything from you that comes with that package. And if they do, they should refund you the money. And you should have the option to buy again and start a new account. This has to stop. Like this, oh, you hurt some little boy or mentally damaged woman's feces. I said feces, but in the same thing, they got shit for brains. Like you can't play the game anymore. You hurt this fat girl's feelings. Now no more Overwatch for you. That kind of thing. Like that's.
I mean, they're even banning people in Overwatch for saying stuff like GG, like good game.
Yeah. Yeah.
People might take that the wrong way. It might be offensive.
Well, because people would say GG is like a sarcastic thing.
Right.
Like they want to make it illegal to piss anybody off.
Right. Like how? Like, are we gonna get to the point where you're not allowed to crouch in the game anymore because people might teabag other people?
Oh, that's gonna happen. I guarantee you. There's gonna be a game that takes away crouching. It's the next thing. I'm telling you right now. It's on the docket. The reason they haven't done it yet is because the games that have it are like kind of need it. You kind of got to be able to crouch to hide. There's going to be, and it might be Overwatch. There's going to be a game that's had crouching that's going to say we're removing the ability to crouch, and they're going to say something like, "Oh, well, we feel that we're just trying to streamline the game. We felt that crouching was just kind of an unnecessary button. It didn't really do anything. Didn't really serve any kind of strategic purpose. So we just want to streamline so someone doesn't accidentally press the button and end up going slower." And it's like, no, you're taking it away because of teabagging. That's what it's going to happen.
Either that, or they'll
I'm using
put
my
like
powers right now.
It's either that they'll take it away completely, or they'll put it on a delay so that when you press the button, it doesn't let you like get out of crouch for like a couple of seconds, or it does. Once you crouch and stand up, there's like a cooldown for crouching again.
Yeah, it's going to be something like that. They will take away teabagging and give some other excuse that it's gameplay related.
Well, just like Fortnite, right? Fortnite, they've now added this new like option, so you can turn off "quote unquote" offensive emotes,
aggressive
emotes.
Yeah, it's as I could go and rant, man, about it's not even people are getting soft, right? Because people don't like this shit.
Because people tell me to kill myself on Twitter like all of the time. Like, it's not necessarily people are getting soft. I think it's just that like companies are catering to like the less than a percent of people who are super soft, but they're super loud about it.
They're super loud about it, and a lot of these companies are still people got to understand. We've been, in the internet age for as long as we have, but these companies are still run by out of touch boomers. Like the boomer generation, can we all just agree it's like the worst generation?
Oh, by far. In every respect. The
children of the greatest generation were the worst generation. Like once I know there's a lot of people's parents and grandparents are boomers. It's gonna be very sad to see them go. Trust me, I understand. I relate.
Yeah, I love my parents.
But once that generation is gone, you are going to see a significant improvement in this planet. So they're awful. And one of the things, like, they're out of touch and they're ludic. They won't get in touch. They won't learn. They think they have a handle on how the world works because they had a handle of how the world works in the 60s. And a lot of them are in charge of these companies, and they hear people complain and say they're offended. Because a lot of people overestimate how much political ideology controls these companies. It does in some factors, but most of the time, it's out-of-touch boomers that see people complain on social media, and they think of, like, the mail-in complaints of like the old days, right? When mothers would write in, right? And that was a signifier that something was bad and things had to change because people are writing to the studio. People are writing to the thing. So they see that as the same thing. So they see people complain on social media and they think that's a problem that needs to get fixed. When like, no, they don't know to ignore complaints on social media. Because the idea of like a boomer executive that's been in an executive position for like longer than you listening or watching this podcast right now has been alive. These people have been in executive positions. The idea to them to ignore a complaint, they cannot fathom it. Like, it doesn't register in their brain. It's like a low IQ person trying to fathom what they would do if they didn't have breakfast this morning.
Right. What do you mean?
It's the same thing.
What do you mean I did have breakfast this morning?
Yeah, it's the same thing. The brain can't wrap their head around it. It's just not a direction that their brain meat is capable of going. You ask the CEO, would you put the shopping cart back into the shopping cart holder at the store? He's like, what are you talking about? I have my maid shop for me. Yeah. Like, what are you talking about? I'm done shopping. Why would I continue to push the cart? You know, they've got that mentality. Like, they can't. They just can't. It won't go through. So they see a complaint. And the people on Twitter know this. That's why they push so hard. So they see a complaint. And they don't understand that social media is different than a write-in campaign. Like, it takes much less effort to complain on social media. So people are just going to do it. Whereas, like, the effort it would take to write a complaint and mail it, like, usually you had more of a grievance. Right. I mean, like with the advent of social media, I mean, now you can literally tag a celebrity and call them a slur. And they will probably see that. That changed literally everything. And that's why, like, all of these companies, especially, like, social media companies, have gone to extreme lengths to censor everything. Because when you can just tag, like, the president of the United States and just, like, type a bunch of slurs at him, like, that changes the dynamic between the elite and the non-elite. And so they had to, like, okay, we have to protect all of these people at the top. So we have to put in all this crazy BS so that you can't just, like, you know, tag an NFL player that, like, you know, like he misses, like he throws a pick, right? You can't just call him the F slur anymore. Like, you immediately get deleted. Yeah. Changing a little bit with Elon, not entirely back there yet, but I do miss the Wild West of the internet because there was that acknowledgement that, yeah, if a guy is saying something psychotic to you, you know what you do? You fucking ignore him or you block him. Right. Or you yell back and you entertain everybody else watching as you get into what we call a flame war. I miss flame wars, man. They're great. It's great just watching two people just lose their fucking minds over like nothing. It's like my favorite thing. It's like, you'll never guess how this thread started. And you just see like a screenshot of like two people like threatening to like go to each other's houses and like eat each other's dogs. And you're just like, you know, what thread could have possibly spawned this? And like at the very top of the thread, it's like asking for recommendations on like which Hello Kitty merch to buy. And you're like, how did we get here? The best example of that back in the day was MST3K when Mike replaced Joel. When Mike first replaced Joel at MST3K, people were psychotic, man. Psychotic. If you wanted to like just be a mischievous little so-and-so, you just sneak into a forum, tiptoeing like a Looney Tunes, you know, every little step you make makes a little piano note, rubbing your hands together with a big wide grin, and you just get on your keyboard and you type, so who's your favorite host, Mike or Joel? And then wring your hands and just watch. You just step back. It's like the 4chan meme where the guy like everybody's like sitting there and the guy like peeks over and with the shit-eating grin and just says something and they all are like fighting like, oh god. Oh. I wonder if I can find that one. I wonder if I can go find that because it's like it's like the perfect encapsulation. Yeah, and then it's like they want to remove. The problem is like corporations gotten on the internet, big corporations, and big corporations want to make the advertisers happy, and advertisers don't want their ad sitting next to anything offensive because they don't want to get like. Oh my god! I found it. Oh, you found it? Yeah, that. Yeah, this is it. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it was back in the day. It's just like that panel 3 was just like, who's your favorite host, Mike or Joel?
Entire forum burns down. Owner gets doxxed. Forum shut down.
Actually, what happened? Actually, what happened back in the day? Not even a joke. Yeah. It was great.
Well, it's because this all comes from Usenet, and Usenet was very similar. It truly was the Wild West of the internet, where you could say and do like pretty much anything.
Yeah, I miss it. But again, like these people are so terrified of like their Pepsi ad getting screenshotted next to someone dropping racial slurs, and then some like journalist for some online rag like, does Pepsi endorse white supremacy or something? Because you know the slurs people drop when they're mad, and it ain't cracker.
No, it's not.
Yeah. Which is funny because, like, if you had just left society alone, I'm pretty sure that those slurs would have just lost all impact because people would have just abused them to the point where they don't mean anything anymore. Because it's just, like, the N-word became, like, for a while, it had nothing to do with race, and it had everything to do with, like, the definition was the guy that headshotted me in Counter-Strike.
Right, or the guy in Halo that stuck me with a plasma grenade.
Yeah, that's what that meant. But, like, that's what they're afraid of. That's why. Like, yeah, politics plays a part. But and if anything, it plays a part because of the journalists. But at the end of the day, that's why we're putting up with all of this. Even this shit with games like Helldivers, what they're obviously planning on doing, or games like Overwatch. It is just because this snowball. Well, Overwatch I think might be more politically motivated with Blizzard, but it's also to cover their ass. It's just this snowball of, oh my god, we can't look away. We can't be perceived. And they don't get that, like, if you just ignore it, nobody cares, because everybody knows it's bullshit. But again, boomers don't comprehend. Just ignore, like, the backlash. Just ignore the firestorm. Like, no, if you ignore it, it goes away. There's just such a cycle to it that there's a thing. Love him or hate him, Anthony Cumia came up with this term called N-vesting, N-vesting, that he would do to make a lot of money. And what you do with N-vesting is you wait until someone in a company says something offensive. And you wait for the backlash, which will cause that stock to drop, and then you buy into
the stock.
Yes, because inevitably it will blow over and the stock will rise and you will make money. Yeah, investing. And he's not wrong. It makes me wish I did stocks, because it happens so often. It's like, damn it, if only I could be making money right now. Oh, did somebody in this company say an offensive thing? I could be making money right now. And it's the same thing. Like, people just don't get that it will blow over. People will forget. No one really cares. And until these boomers are routed from positions of power in corporate America, they will not understand. These companies will not understand that no one gives a shit.
Even the people complaining really don't give a shit. It's just that they like to have their little power, their little power trips. There's like, oh look, yes. I destroyed a multi-billion-dollar company with my mind.
Yeah, with my freaking mind. Yeah, it's like the Kick Vic thing was a microcosm of that. Like look at Mars Girl and her obsession with Vic Mignogna. Well, it's because it's the only power she's ever had in her life. Like, you look at her Twitter outside of Vic, and she's like constantly complaining she has no job. She tried to go to Japan for work. There's no work there. Like, she lost her job. All she does is time subtitles. Like, that's her career. She just makes the subtitles pop up at the right time when people are talking. And she wonders why she's struggling to find work.
And by the way, you don't get like any money for that. Like, voice actors don't make as much as people think, and the time coders make even less than that.
Yeah. And so you get a little sense of where she's at. So then it becomes more apparent why she's so obsessed with taking down Vic Mignogna. It's the only place in life. I mean, she was on that guy with the glasses and got no clout.
Right. It's like, incredible.
That's how bad off she is. So the one taste of clout and power she ever had in her life was the Vic Mignogna thing. And that's how it is for a lot of these people. They're so low in life. People like fixate on when they think of depression, right? They think of inwardly destructive depression, the kind that you want to help people through. But a lot of people don't realize there's also outwardly destructive depression, the crab in the bucket. Like, I'm doing terrible. The only thing that brings me out of this funk is to bring you down, to feel power again, because I have so little in my own life. I talked about this on the podcast before.
Yeah.
And
it's the situation I got myself out of, because, I was part of a whole community of people that was their entire shtick was, we have to, my life sucks, so I have to drag everybody in my immediate vicinity down with me as I implode on myself.
Yeah, I think that's why I think a lot of them felt betrayed by Jim, because I think Jim realized that before everyone else. Like, these motherfuckers I don't want to be part of this. This shit's going down in flames. I'm getting out of here while I still can. And they're like, Jim, why you left us? I thought we were friends, Jim. And
well,
like, no,
it's funny that it keeps It's funny that keeps surprising people, because like he's always been very open and honest. That he's like, yeah, I'm just kind of an outside observer giving my 2 cents. I'm not, like with Gamergate, he's like, yeah, I'm not your friend. I just don't want my video games to suck, and I hate games journalists. So that's why I'm here. And then you guys made it stupid, so I'm out. And it's the same thing with Bloodsports. It's like, you guys made it cringe and stupid, so I'm out. Like, have fun. Good luck, have fun.
Yeah, it went from like Maury Povich to like just like the same kind of lame infighting that's in every other community. Like, it's the same thing. You don't if you're an entertainer, you don't make your if you're an entertainer whose entertainment is presenting something, you can't make yourself the entertainment.
Right.
That's why, like, Jerry Springer, to his credit, always knew he was just the guy.
He's the facilitator.
Yeah, he's the facilitator. Exactly. You have to be the facilitator. And like Bloodsports, what killed that is when the facilitators became the people fighting. Like, yeah, you can't do that. You can't be the cow. You can't be the cow and the farmer at the same time.
Right. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah. And that's kind of why they felt betrayed by Jim, because Jim was like, Jim smelled cow on these motherfuckers. Like, did you just moo?
Did you just milk? Why do I smell milk?
So he bailed. Like, oh, I smell some milk in here.
We got some super chats here.
Go ahead.
Sparky's Tech Corner for $9.99 said, honestly, in gaming, I get Helldivers said they suspended third-party access at the start, but it's so dishonest to allow people to go past the refund time and force this. RIP people in countries without PSN. That's another great point there about the PSN, is that, yeah, there are some countries that don't have PSN, so, like, what are these people going to do?
They're fucked. But Sony don't care. Sony is comically evil. A lot of people don't realize these motherfuckers are... I mean, they basically killed Michael Jackson. Like, to put in perspective how evil Sony is. For those who don't know, the brief rundown. If you want more details, Razorfist had like a whole 3-part thing on Michael Jackson and the rebuttal to the accusations, and very good, very good. Even if you don't like Razorfist, just forget your thoughts on him. Those videos outside of him are just very good. But the gist is Sony and Michael Jackson had like 50-50 on the publishing for the Beatles catalog, because Michael Jackson, very smart guy, very business savvy, very sly,
purchased the Beatles catalog when it went up for sale.
Yeah, from under which Beatle was it? One of the Beatles. No,
I think it was Paul.
It might have been. Yeah, was it Paul McCartney? I don't know. I think it was Paul McCartney. That sounds right. Using business tricks that Paul McCartney taught him, which is the best part. But he snatched the Beatles catalog. But Michael Jackson, he don't know how to press CDs and distribute and all this shit. So he makes a deal with Sony, like 50-50. I get 50% of all the money made on the Beatles. You get 50%, and you have full publishing rights and everything. Well, Sony didn't like that. I mean, they agreed to it, but they didn't like that over time because some of that money went to publishing this shit.
Right.
So Michael Jackson was making the lion's share of the profits. So they wanted 100%, and it is widely believed, by myself included, that they facilitated a lot of the accusations and obsessive push against him. There's a lot of like, if you follow the trail from this source or that source, it leads back to something Sony related, including a lot of the news agencies. Who do you think provided a lot of their equipment?
That's a very, I never thought about it like that. And I never considered this aspect of it, that like maybe Sony had a vested interest in trying to get 100% of those rights.
Yeah. And they wanted Michael Jackson destroyed. They wanted him either dead or destitute and willing
forced to sell.
Yes. And if you think corporations don't do this, the YouTuber Dan Tavius just did a whole thing on the insane shit eBay did to a couple people and literally like 3 people on the internet that were criticizing them. Like the extent some of these companies will go is it feels like bullshit. Like if you watch that Dan Tavius video, if we didn't have proof all that happened and someone described that, you'd think they were insane. You think they were the goofiest conspiracy theorists, but no, eBay was really doing all this to 3 people. Well, 2 people. They couldn't find the third guy. They couldn't dox him. So it was just this old couple. The shit eBay was doing to this old couple is absurd. Companies will absolutely do shit like this. They wanted Michael Jackson to sell those Beatles rights. They wanted him dead or destitute. And they if you could trace a lot of the constant push that Michael Jackson's a pedophile, he did this, you trace a lot of that back to like, that's very, if I don't have a concrete connection to Sony, it's suspiciously close to like Sony's wheelhouse. It's suspiciously close to things that Sony has influence over. And I do believe when he died, they did secure the majority rights if one of the Beatles didn't snatch up some of it first. But Sony still has quite a bit of rights to the Beatles catalog. They are, like, the more you learn about Sony, they're comically evil. I today go out of my way to avoid purchasing anything from Sony.
Yes, Sony Music has publishing rights to almost all of the John Lennon, Paul McCartney written songs. Yep. So they did actually manage to secure the rights after Michael Jackson died.
Yeah. So it tells you everything you need to know about the kind of people Sony are. They tried to have a man killed and have him dragged through the mud as a pedophile just so they could have some music rights.
You know what's funny? They kind of did the same thing again in the voice acting world. You know? Now that I think about, well, remember Funimation and Crunchyroll are owned by Sony, and a lot of people at Crunchyroll were Kick Vic people.
True. I don't know if that's as connected because I don't know if Sony has anything to gain from getting Vic Mignogna, but it's kind of like if
it's kind of weird that it happened twice.
Yeah. It's like when you have a dictator and the dictator's son just happens to do like the same policies. Like he wasn't told to do the same policies. He just learned it from his dad. You know, it feels the same way. Like, yeah, I don't think Sony themselves wanted Vic gone, but
it's learned behavior from top corporate.
Yeah, exactly.
And it ultimately saw Funimation just totally dissolved and merged into Crunchyroll.
Yeah. It says a lot about how Funimation torpedoed their reputation because they were the kings of anime in the West. Like they ruled the industry, and now it was to the point where they were bought out, absorbed, and their brand was erased because their brand became a liability. Like, my God, there's a fall from grace, and then there's a nosedive from grace.
And someone in chat mentioned too that when Sony acquired Funimation, they took everybody's licenses to the stuff that they paid for away. So if you bought like the entire like Dragon Ball Z catalog to watch on Funimation, it's like, nope, sorry, you've lost your rights to it. But sign up for a Crunchyroll account for like even more money because we raised the price on all of them.
Sony is just irredeemably evil, man. There's like nothing good I can say about Sony at all. Like, they're horrible. It's it's like a fucking cartoon, man. Like, you see these old 90s cartoons with like the evil corporate overlord, and it's like, man, that's some unrealistic shit written by some
big fat guy, with a monocle, and he's got he's got a cigar in his mouth, and he's just like, how can we make the poor suffer today? That's literally Sony.
Yeah, it's like, you watch that, and you're thinking like, oh, this is like some unrealistic shit, probably written by some hippie, And then, like, you fast forward to today, and you look at Sony. It's amazing. Kind of a tangent, but I have to bring this up. It's amazing how many corny tropes turned out to be 100% true to life. Like, can you you think about how many people scoffed at the idea of, oh, the villain revealing their evil plan? Like, oh, let me sit and explain my plan. Like, oh, that's not real life. Now, let me cut to this World Economic Forum footage.
I knew you were gonna go with that.
Yeah.
Well, it's like the cheesy villain, he's like wearing a suit and tie, and then he like goes into like the secret room and he puts on his like evil villain costume, and then he's like, haha, they don't know that what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to increase inflation across the world globally, so it drives all of the prices up and people can't afford to eat and they can't afford to go to work. And then, as my masterstroke, when they all can't afford their houses, I'm going to go in and I'm going to buy up all of that land behind them and sell it back to them in rent. And like, it's like, oh wow, what a cheesy cartoon villain. Lex Luthor, that's so stupid. Nobody would do that in real life. Cute picture of Mr. Schwab.
In the fucking supervillain garb?
In the supervillain garb.
Actual supervillain garb. It's blowing my mind. And it's like, I'm a writer, right? There's things where I think like, oh, I can't do that. That's too cliche. That's too, like, I want to be realistic in my depiction of events and characters. And it's like, I see shit in real life that is so, like, if someone wrote that, it would be hacky. But it's happening in the real world. So I feel like I don't know what to believe. Like, I don't know what to do now. Like, I guess the sky's the fucking limit. Because everything's real. Everything's realistic. Just do whatever.
My headcanon is that the dimensional merge did happen. We just don't notice it because everything just became normal and real.
The dimensional merge happened? Yeah, that would explain why everyone's turned into fucking cartoon characters. And we're getting all these weird crossovers, like fucking, was Alex Jones retweeted Cheeton. I'm still not over that.
I know. It's, it's so weird. Like, I joke about the dimensional merge, but it did kind of happen.
Yeah. Chris Chan, man. Look, I'm just saying. The stuff with his mother aside, he might be onto something. He speaks to whatever demons are controlling the hellscape that is this world right now. Maybe the mother thing was a part of his deep psychic knowledge of the dimensional merge, because how many animes had incest themes, How many shit that he was watching had incest themes? How many people that, like, follow Chris Chan over the years were always saying, oh, wincest, oh, incest is best, and then, like, unfortunately, the dimensional merge hit too late, and his options were limited.
Good lord.
The dimensional merge has negative consequences that we did not comprehend. All those incest animes are taking their toll.
The psychic backlash to Chris's psyche.
Although, on the upside, there's a better than average chance that when you die, you'll go to a magical fairy tale realm where you'll get to fuck some elves. So the give and take of the dimensional merge. Like, there's more incest, but isekai.
Is that going to be like the U.S. Army's new recruiting strategy? Instead of the 72 virgins, you're going to get 72 virgin elves in another world if you go and you die in Ukraine.
Get an anime harem. There is no age of consent in the kingdom of Glarmblock.
Oh, God.
You got the lolly option just in case.
Good lord.
Man, the army's desperate.
Why are all these groypers joining the army all of a sudden? We got another super chat. RP donated 3, but there was no message there.
I gotta be all that I can be, bros.
Good lord. They have to put all of them through Fat Camp first, though.
I don't know. The army's desperate enough. You know what? Just think of it as like he's weighs more. He's harder to topple over. If he's in CQC, they won't be able to take him down.
Remember the basics of CQC. You just roll him like a boulder down the hill, take out an entire enemy platoon.
That's why they need the high ground. They need the momentum. They need the hill.
So I'm going to scroll back through chat here because I saw some comments. Oh, hey, John Delarose is in chat. What's up, buddy? Let's see. It says, a lot of people speculate that's what's happening with Games Workshop and the female custodies. Yeah, it's literally like one person complaining and the entire company is totally changing absolutely everything because of that one person complaining. And then the other theory is that that Warhammer 40K series is supposed to start soon. And as we call it in the VTuber world, we call that a rat for narrative. It's a rat. It's a theory, a schizo theory. So the schizo theory goes that because Amazon is handling the Warhammer 40K series, and the theory is that in the TV show that they're developing, they've demanded that there be female custodies, and so the schizo theory says is that Games Workshop is being forced by their contract to go back and justify this, so that people don't like lose their minds when the show comes out and there's female custodies.
That, you know what? I buy it. I buy it. That sounds like some corporate bullshit.
Yeah, it's the Jorno meme. That's bullshit, but I believe it.
Yeah, exactly, 100%. And if there's a female custodian in the new show, then we'll know it was true.
Yeah, I mean,
that does sound plausible.
Well, and this is something I've noticed lately is that a lot of the schizo theories are actually like turning out to be 100% fact. I mean, like, look at all of the Nijisanji stuff, right? Like, all of that stuff was like schizo theories for like over a year, and one by one, all of them kept being proved true. And it like I no longer ignore all of the schizo threads. Now I'm kind of like taking down notes. I'm like, oh god, I hope this one doesn't come true, and then it does.
Yeah, I can't dismiss conspiracy theories anymore. Like there's some you can, right? Like aliens or whatever.
Or flat earth or whatever.
Like, yeah, but there's a lot like, I hope it's not true.
Yeah.
Sometimes I hope it is true. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, there's a lot of times like I can't just dismiss anymore. It's too many have turned out to be true. That just like the idea. I even sometimes wonder. Yeah, is the term conspiracy theory a psyop?
It is actually.
So that people won't. Yeah.
It was literally invented by the CIA to discredit people talking about like secret government stuff and aliens.
Yeah. So like, yeah, conspiracy theory. I don't see it as a dirty word anymore. Say what you will about me. I don't believe all of them, you know what I mean? But I hold on and I think, maybe. I'll remember that, and I'll keep in mind when I see more evidence. But I can't dismiss them anymore. Too many turned out to be true. Too much shit turned out to be crazy. Shit turned out to be real. I just direct your attention again to the Dantavius video I just talked about with the eBay thing. That whole story. I recommend everybody go watch that, just so you have a frame of reference. That you hear a story like that, and if you did not know that it was true, you'd never believe it. You'd think it was the craziest, goofiest shit, like fictitious shit you've ever heard in your life. Like, there's no fucking way any of this is true. It was all true. And by the way, don't use eBay. Stay away from eBay. This is not great people running eBay. Kind of psychotic people running eBay. And it just sucks as a place to buy shit anyway.
Well, everything is so usually it's like super, super expensive anyway, and the markup is insane.
Yeah, just fuck it. Unless it's like the only place on the planet that you can possibly get some rare item, don't bother with it.
Right. Sparky's Tech Corner for $5 says it's only a theory until the mask comes off.
Yeah, or until the evidence shows up. And I nowadays I see a conspiracy theory. It's like, yeah, maybe. Like, it went from, that's crazy, to, could be. I don't know. Sometimes I'll see one, it's like, it seems a little much. But I can't just say, nah, it's crazy, you're crazy. Could be. Hope not. But it could be.
I mean, I'll know when I see the giant alien spaceship, I'm like, oh, crap.
I'll say though, God bless the internet, because you could get like, it's easy to get blackpilled with that kind of stuff, right? All the evil going on, but the fact that we know, and we didn't know even 4 or 5 years ago, but we know now, and we're gonna know more in the future. I guarantee you, within our lifetimes, we're gonna know the truth about the whole Kennedy thing. Like, we're gonna have all the details within our lifetime, assuming nobody watching this or listening to this right now like dies prematurely. Before you die of old age, the Kennedy deets will come out. I can guarantee you that. Like,
they almost came out when Trump was president. Like, it was very, very close. There was like a last minute ass pull to keep them from coming out.
Yeah, and he'll probably just, like, when he gets reelected, he's probably just going to do that. Like, fuck off, fuck you. I did all this stuff.
That's his payback. That's his payback.
No, 100%.
Like, I'm releasing all of the Kennedy documents. You can go eat my ass.
Yeah, no, 100%. He's gonna be like, I tried to appease you. I tried to get you on my side. You still stabbing me back. So you know what? Kennedy's declassified. MLK's declassified. What up? Snowden, you're fine now.
Dude,
Assange,
imagine if he did like all three of those things at the same time. He's like, boom, Kennedy documents declassified. Boom, MLK documents declassified. Boom, Edward Snowden pardoned. You can go eat my ass. And literally says it like that. Drops the microphone, walks off. It'll never happen, but it'll never happen. But God, I want it to.
The only thing that won't happen, because it's in character, the only thing that won't happen is he won't say "eat my ass."
Right?
Like,
yeah, he'll be like, "God bless America." Then just like Moon walks out.
Yeah, he'll give that like smirk, like that "fuck you" smirk he does.
Yeah,
and then just kind of he's kind of got that
the shit-eating grin.
Yeah, with that Udo Dirkschneider walk he has. And he'll just kind of German tank his way out.
Oh man, don't give me hope.
I don't want to get too political, so I'm not going to get a political discussion. But I am no black pillar, and I am no black pillar because I pay attention. I think you have to be like, black pillars are mostly just people like, I don't want to be hurt, so I'll just say that nothing's ever going to happen. And then no one can hurt me if I don't like let myself have hope or whatever. It's like, okay, well then you're useless. You're a sack of flesh accomplishing nothing. Please get out of our way. We're trying to fix things here.
Yeah, and that goes for like everything too. Like people are getting like super blackpilled about this stuff with Helldivers, right? They're like, oh, it's over. Sony has destroyed Stellar Blade. They're destroying Helldivers. Or destroying all of this stuff. And I see a lot of people like, because Grums is kind of Mark Kern. Former guy at Blizzard, like everybody is either like going after him as hard as they can because he's talking about this, or they're just like, or they're like they're trying to turn it into like Gamergate. It's like one or the other. Like they want to turn it into a movement that's gonna make it like easier to like attack, or they want to like destroy Mark Kern personally. It's insane.
I feel like that's like, this is like foreshadowing to Trump 2. Is that like Gamergate is coming back?
Right. Yeah. Like I do feel that.
Yeah.
History doesn't repeat, but it does rhyme.
Yeah, exactly. Like, we are 100% in Gamergate too. Like, it's just people. It's like things like, obviously it's here again. People just don't want to admit it because we don't want to start saying SJW again.
The SJWs.
I don't want to go back to the anti-feminist video essays. Like, look, that's surface level Gamergate. That's not what I mean by Gamergate too. You don't have to worry about
Anita Sarkeesian.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about that. But yeah, we have a new Anita with Sweet Baby. It's like
it's a Hydra. It's a Hydra. Yeah. You took out one, and now there's like 6 or 7.
Exactly. We are 100% in Gamergate too. I mean, I said right before we went live, I posted this on Twitter because someone showed something in the AO Discord that was really dumb. So I quote tweeted and I said that there's no better proof that we are in Gamergate 2 than the return of the unironic trigger warning.
That's a good. We had gone a little while without like the trigger warnings, Like they were still there, but they weren't like not all of the the woke blue haired people were using them, and now I have seen them all back. Like it's like CW or TW, and then it's like a list of stuff that's just like normal shit, like not even like the like really weird stuff. It's like, trigger warning, flashing lights. That's a seizure warning, not a trigger. Why are you calling flashing lights a trigger warning? It's a seizure warning.
Or like discussions of violence.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's and if you remember, because what happened
trigger
was
warning,
trigger warning,
bright blue sky.
It was trigger warning, and then for a while, trigger warning became like a buzzword that people make fun of. So they changed it for like optics.
To content warning.
Content warning, right. So it went from TW to CW. And then they stopped using that because everyone kind of caught on that they didn't really fully stop, but it trickled out because people kind of caught on that was just TW with a different letter. But now trigger warning's back, and I got to give shit to somebody I like. I got to give a little shit. I said if you got him on the podcast, I'd give him shit. I'm giving him shit now. Depressed No Soggy did a trigger warning, unironically.
Did he really?
Bro, what the fuck is wrong with you? He did it in the episode for like Menhera VTubers. He gave an unironic trigger warning and called it trigger warning. Bruh. Just say viewer discretion is advised, like we have as a society for 40 years. Just say, if you're gonna, for whatever reason, talk about Menhera and say, oh, I gotta give some kind of fucking, I gotta get a little baby warning. Just say viewer discretion is advised.
Here's what you do.
Warning.
At the very beginning of the video, you have a black screen, and then you have the white text that says, "This video may contain descriptions of self-harm and suicidal." Well, I guess you can't even say suicidal, right? So it's like, this video may contain. Let me think of a way to word this, right? It's like, this video contains discussions of mental health and possible self-abuse. Viewer discretion is advised.
Yeah. Fuck trigger warning. Trigger warning is a buzzword made by the mentally ill college students.
Yes.
Like the word trigger comes from the fact they LARP like they have PTSD. Because they have finals coming up and they're nervous about finals, and that's PTSD, you see. So trigger is the trigger to their PTSD. Now, in real PTSD, a trigger is like, I'm a Vietnam vet and I heard a car backfire.
And I think the Charlies are in the trees.
Yes, that's what a trigger is in real life. A trigger is not, I watched a YouTube video essay and they talked about a girl killing herself. That's not a trigger. No, that's a trigger. Like an instant moment, instantly kicked on my PTSD, and I have returned mentally to my trauma, and I'm having a freak out. And a bunch of buzzword spouting, brain rotted college students started associating trigger with like, oh, they reminded me of something that makes me uncomfortable. Oh, I'm triggered right now. There's the infamous video people make fun of like the fat girl with the ridiculous makeup. And it's like, I go outside, I'm triggered. I get in my car, I'm triggered. I go to the store, I'm triggered. And she meant it.
She meant every word of it. She was serious.
Yeah. Like that's how they've diluted it. Yeah. If it's trigger warning, it better be like, yeah, this is we're doing a documentary about war, and we're gonna show like real Vietnam War footage. So if you fought in the Vietnam War, trigger warning. Like, that's a trigger warning. Not trigger warning, we're going to discuss some heavy topics today. Like, oh, I'm sorry, I was under the impression that most of the internet was populated and used by adults. And that adults could discuss uncomfortable things because we are adults. We have mentally matured. At least we're supposed to have mentally matured, being adults. That's why we can drink alcohol and smoke and own firearms. If I can
sometimes
own
all
a
of those
firearm,
things at the same time.
Exactly. If I can own a firearm, I don't need you to tell me we're going to talk about some icky stuff today. Oh, be careful now. It's like, if I can't handle that, why can I buy a firearm? If I could buy a firearm, I can hear you talk about crazy bitches. So, Depressed Asagi, I love you, but that shit was cringe. That was such cringe. I felt that in my ribs. I felt like I got kicked in the ribs. So anyway,
And I think that's the way to the way to handle it is to don't use like trigger warnings or content warnings or whatever. Like the viewer discretion is advised blurb at like the beginning of your video. Like that's a good way to do it. That's like neutral and it doesn't cater to people that suck.
Yeah. And I think also even it just sounds like more like I'm talking to a mature adult. Like
right, more professional
is advised. Yes. Like it's not like I'm warning you about your triggers. There is no triggers. These are not triggers.
This video may contain situations that are not appropriate for all audiences. Viewer discretion is advised.
Yeah. That's professional. It treats me like an adult. It does not treat me like I'm a man baby. It does not treat me like well, what about people out there that have gone through some trauma? Like I know some people, and this is just anecdotal, right? But I know some people that have been through some trauma that I guarantee you beats your trauma. They do not need your trigger warnings. So that is a personal problem. You cannot cater your behavior to the personal problem of select individuals. Because there is always going to be someone with a personal problem. I have a personal problem to your trigger warning. What about me? Oh, you put a trigger warning to prevent like people from getting upset about what you're talking about? I'm upset that you used your trigger warning. What about me? Do I not matter? Does my life not matter to you? Does my well-being not matter to you? I just wanted to sit down and watch a depressing soggy video.
Well, see, and that's the thing though, is that to the people that like that stuff and want people to use that stuff, it's all about them. Like it is them wielding their power over you and making you do something that's cringe to benefit them. Because they all like, and this is like the weird thing when it comes to like all of these like the Tumblristas, is that they have this weird distorted sense of self where at the same time that they completely hate themselves and everything about themselves, they're also like super narcissistic so that everybody has to cater to their every whim, but also they hate themselves.
Exactly. 100%. It's how Orson Wells described Woody Allen. He's the worst. Yeah, see, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. It's like the worst mix of narcissism and self-hatred. Like, yeah, that's a bunch of Woody Allens that we have to put up with. Like, don't listen to Woody Allen. Listen to Orson Welles. People like Orson Welles better than Woody Allen for a variety of reasons.
For a plethora.
Yeah, if there's any, if history has shown you want to side with Orson Welles, not Woody Allen. Don't do trigger warnings. A professional adult viewer discretion is advised is fine. I think it's, personally to me, I think all warnings like that are kind of cringe. But at the same time, I understand to a degree, especially, with the way some people can be. But just treat your audience like adults. Trigger warnings do not treat your audience like an adult, especially because it is a buzzword. It has political connotations. It is not and never will be a neutral expression, no matter how anybody that you know in your circle or social circle, whatever, tries to gaslight you. That no, I mean, it's been kind of abused, but would it actually mean? No. It is always and always will be a political buzzword. Do not ever let yourself be gaslighted into thinking anything else. Just don't use it. Just don't use it, because it tells me, oh, you're going to come from this perspective, and you're not going to treat me like an adult because you can't even handle XYZ. You felt the need to trigger warning it. If you put the word trigger warning there at all, it means you believe in these things somehow setting off somebody with whatever. Like, they can't even hear, oh my God, you talked about a news story where somebody hung themselves. I need to leave the room right now. Like, that just doesn't happen. Except on like very rare occasions, and those people that happen to, you can't worry about them because they are outliers. They have their own problem. Do not worry about people with their own problem. Focus on the group. This is the one area I'm collectivist. Hey, there you go.
A shrimp am I to accept as God's own truth that the sea's very own abominable and chittering roach was the one who took walk into hand and fried this rice?
Whoever wrote that clearly watches a lot of Orson Welles, because you could hear that in his voice, man.
You could.
That is his cadence right there. R.I.P., man. Orson Welles is great.
The R.I.P. to the GOAT.
Yeah, for real. For real. I mean, the man got smashed on a commercial and made it a legend. Like, no one would remember that stupid wine commercial if Orson Welles didn't show up drunk as fuck.
Right.
We wouldn't have gotten that Place Boing song, the French. It's like one of his least known songs, and it is hands down Place Boing's best song is his Orson Welles the French. Like, yeah, Goblins is great. But the French, man. The French is great. Love it.
Let's see. Sparky's Tech Corner for 199 says, "Can we get Trump to tweet out #Gamergate now?" You know, bro, you joke, but I would not be surprised at the rate things are going. That may like careful what you wish for. You might just get it.
Bro, if Trump just mentions Gamergate as just even offhandedly in like a Truth Social post, or if he comes back on Twitter for the general, like,
I'll tell you what my first tweet is going to be. My first tweet is going to be tagging Sargon and posting Vegeta kneeling. That'll be my first. That'll be my first tweet. I'm just like, I kneel, Sargon-sama.
We laughed, but who's laughing now? I think even at that point, Jim is going to have to apologize. Jim Medicare is going to have to come out of the hospital and say, Sargon, damn it.
Damn it, Sargon.
You win this round. You win this round. Oh, fuck. I kind of want it to happen. I just want to see the internet explode. I want to see all of social media melt down.
It would be the biggest shit show on the planet. It really would.
I need it now. I see how Sargon felt back then. I need that. I need that in my life.
Some men just want to watch the world burn.
For real. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, so what else was on the dock? Oh, yeah, Square-Enix breaking my heart. Remember, that was one of them.
Find it. Oh, here it is. Yes, here we go. Square-Enix to report extraordinary 22.1 billion yen loss, canceling games.
God. This hurts because, like, yeah, that kind of sums it up there. It hurts. Like, Square Enix keeps pissing me off because I have such, it's like with Capcom for me. I have such a deep love for Final Fantasy. I'm such a giant, like, I have selective autism. Like, I have autism with certain subjects. Final Fantasy is one of them. I will turn into the biggest TV tropes wiki-writing motherfucker you get me started on Final Fantasy. I love Final Fantasy. I'm a giant Final Fantasy nerd. And seeing Square Enix just, the Final Fantasy company, just keep fucking it up. At least the last couple of Final Fantasies weren't bad. Like, for what you could say about criticism, like even 15. Like, you can criticize 15, but overall, it's a good game.
They tried to do something different with it. And I actually kind of appreciated that.
Yeah, same thing. Same here. And the villain's fantastic. I haven't played all the way through it, though. I it's like super long and like shit came up. I want to like restart it because they patched it and changed a lot of stuff. So I kind of want to just start from the beginning.
I should, you know what? I should do a stream with Final Fantasy 15. Once I wrap up Metal Gear Solid 3, I should do that.
Yeah, because apparently it's a very different game than it was on launch now.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, they changed a lot. They updated a lot. They improved a lot. So it's like, whatever your opinions of it at launch, it's like probably completely different now. It's like a totally different game.
Maybe I'll give it a second chance.
Yeah. And like I said, they came back with the classic, the villain of 15 is fantastic, which is great because Final Fantasy has some Kino villains. I mean, it gave us Sephiroth. Come on now.
It gave us Sephiroth. Like, it gave us the evil tree.
Yeah, X-Death, man. Don't get me started.
I know, you could get read for hours about X-Death.
Yeah, literally the best Final Fantasy villain. Like, what about Emmett Selk? You heard me. And Emmett Selk's great. Emmett Selk's great, but he's only number 2. Yeah. Final Fantasy it's got a legacy. Like, if the villain of a Final Fantasy game needs to step. That's why, like, I love 9, but I can never love it as much as other people because it falls apart at the very, very end. And Kuja's like one of the lamest Final Fantasy villains, man.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, 9 can never be the best because it's got, you know, the end is like, what the fuck is the Memoria shit? And it's like all that is just like it.
See, I love 9. Literally, like 9 is. I would say 9 is my favorite right up until the end game.
Yeah. 9 is great. I'm not saying it's bad. It's fantastic. But it's just, I can't put
it literally completely falls apart in the last like 30 minutes of the game. And it's so depressing.
Yep, 100%.
Because they had gold. They had gold. Like they're making homages to all these other Final Fantasies. And like they could, and this is if I had my way and I was allowed to, like, Gator is given total control over rewriting like a remake of Final Fantasy IX. I'm completely changing the entire like remaining third of the game so that like Garland, like the Garland and Kuja stuff, like that could have been such a great moment where like Kuja is like, oh, he's corny, oh, he's gonna be the main villain. Nope, one-shotted. The bad guy.
Garland should have been the final boss.
Yeah, 100%. Garland shows up, just like wipes Kuja, and he's just like, thanks for. He's like, thanks for the money, dummy, and just and like he's like, I'm the villain, bitch.
Like he's foreshadowed really well, and he's basically the main villain. But it's like in that era of Final Fantasy, you couldn't have an old man cyborg be the main villain. It had to be the Bishonen with the silver hair, because Sephiroth was like too successful. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like Sephiroth started a whole thing. It's like Sephiroth was great. Like I wouldn't even say he's overhyped. Like he earned his hype. I could go into a whole thesis on that. But like if anybody ever says Sephiroth is overhyped, it's because they're mad at like hearing his name a lot. You know what I mean? It's like hype backlash.
And see what I would do
in the game.
Like what I would do is like, because you really like they drop the two planets storyline pretty hard. What I would do is I would say that like they're re-incubating the soul of the other world within Gaia or whatever. And so like when you go to Memoria, like change all of that stuff, and it's like, you're entering the core, the soul of the planet, because Garland is fusing with the soul of the other world, and he's going to use it to restore his world. And like that could have been like the storyline there, where it's like, yeah, he's literally going to use your world as a womb to incubate the rebirth of his world. It's going to kill literally everybody.
And you could also bring the whole tribute full circle, because you have the villain named after the first villain. So in the final battle, he turns into something, and you call it Chaos. There you go.
Yes, it would have been perfect,
and it would have fit that final boss theme better, because Kuja did not fit Final Messenger. You know the theme.
Yes,
the hard rock. Yeah, it does not work with Kuja. But it would have worked with like fucking body horror looking cyborg, like fucking Cyber City Oedo first episode looking Garland. If you know what I'm talking. If everyone's seen the first episode of Cyber City with the guy that was like merged with the computer, something like that. Yeah, I would have fit a lot better. It's just like 9. It's like it's beautiful until the very end, and the fact that it is mogged by the fact that it's poster villain is like he was the worst. He was the worst until Endwalker. Because the last boss from Endwalker or Final Fantasy 14, hands down worst villain in Final Fantasy history. Hands down. I could rant. I won't. I have strong opinions. I love 14. Except for Endwalker. I don't like Endwalker. But yeah, Kuja's like, he's like bottom 2 of Final Fantasy villains. And it sucks, because like 9 is otherwise so good. But like, you just gotta, the game is trying to like be intimidated by this like guy that looks like he reads to children in libraries in certain cities.
And really shouldn't.
Yeah. Kuja story hour.
Sparky's Tech Corner for 199 says it only took 10 years for the tweeting Gamergate.
Yeah.
Chaos Smash 64 for 2 says, did I miss you guys also talk about Helldivers 2? Yeah, we did talk about Helldivers 2 a little earlier. That whole situation is crazy, and it's just we're talking about Sony a lot, and what an evil company Sony is. I mean, actually, the Square stuff's related to that too, because the entire reason that Square is taking a massive shit right now is because the Final Fantasy VII remake, which was supposed to be like their saving grace after all of these flops, it's locked to PlayStation 5 because of their exclusivity contract, and nobody's buying it.
Yeah. It's like a combination of the fact that it's locked to PlayStation 5, which is hurting its numbers.
It rewrites the story.
Yeah. And the fact that like you had the numbers on the first game because a lot of people didn't know it was going to rewrite the story or thought it wasn't going to be that bad. But like now that the end of that first game really made it clear that this is an alternate timeline. Well, now it's not Final Fantasy VII. Like, so why would I buy it? I want to play Final Fantasy VII, not your fanfic. And fucking Kingdom Hearts Tetsuya Nomura bullshit. I don't want that. I didn't sign up for that shit. And like, now no one fucking wants to play it. Like, what are they gonna, now they're gonna really, they're forced to make this third game that's gonna sell even worse. It's gonna be a hilarious flop. They're gonna push it like a motherfucker, and Maximilian Dood is gonna shill it shamelessly, of course, and probably cry again. But like, no one's gonna fucking buy it. And it's gonna be a laughing stock. Like, if they're gonna probably change the. I don't even know how the second game ends. It'd be funny if it's Sephiroth again. So is he just the last boss of every game?
Probably.
Yeah, it's like I guess Sephiroth was too successful for his own good. Like, you know what I mean? Like, in Final Fantasy VII itself, fantastic villain, one of like the top villains.
Well, it's because and I'll talk. Let me read this super chat real quick, and then I'll get into it. It says, I like the Spike Man for 20. Says, wait, does that mean Chrono Trigger can come back home to Nintendo?
Who knows, honestly? Like, the Chrono Trigger, it's weird. Like, the people involved in it have also the same thing. We want to, we doubt it. Like we really want to make a new Chrono game. It's possible to make a new Chrono game.
All the people have said that they would if asked. Yeah.
And like, Square seems to be kind of dipping their toes like a kid that doesn't know how to swim, that just like won't get in the damn pool. They just keep tipping their toes in and then pulling it out and dipping it in and pulling it out. But they seem to want to go forward with new Chrono something. They've been releasing like, you know, a lot of new Chrono stuff lately, and there's like some Chrono shit happened recently. I can't even remember.
Oh, the Radical Dreamers collection came out, which had the Chrono Cross and the original game that kind of was like the pre-write of Chrono Cross.
Yeah. And then there was some Chrono Trigger released on something. I could be remembering wrong. Something just kind of came and went. But it's like they've been bringing up Chrono a lot. You know, it's Chrono. They kind of like, maybe we could. It was like, dude, it would print money. What are you waiting on? And I think we kind of need a third game too, because like Chrono Cross is a great game, but people have issues with it, right? Because it was like very radically, like a radical departure. It was not Chrono Trigger 2. That's why I like it. Be honest.
Yeah, it was so radical. It was called Radical Dreamers.
Yeah. Like, there are mistakes, right? Like, they should not have had that. Like, yeah, it was a neat idea having a giant cast of playable characters, but it ended up causing problems.
Well, like, they tried to do the Suikoden model, where you have this just like massive cast list of characters and you can't get all of them in the same playthrough. Like, I get that. Yeah. Like, that was cool, but it took away from the story a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like that game overall will go down better if it's a midquel, you know what I mean? Like, if it's the middle of a trilogy.
Yeah.
Like, I think one reason a lot of people are pissed at it is it's the last Chrono game we got. And I think also there's people that just didn't get its story. I don't mean to sound like, you know, like an Eva fan, like, you just don't get it. But like, I get why they didn't get it. You know, there's like it's very convoluted, and a lot of the backstory and the stuff that you would need to understand the game is hidden in like side quests. Yes,
you can totally miss like how the main plot was developed just because you didn't get a certain character or didn't go to a certain place.
Right, or like a single text box, someone will casually say an important detail, and if you didn't register that, then you'll miss the story. Like, oh, they killed off all these Chrono Trigger characters unceremoniously. And like, yeah, the idea is by destroying the Time Devourer and combining the timelines, you combine, basically the implication is all the good stuff, so that, yes, you will also undo that.
Right.
Like, because they even say, like, the ghosts of, like, Chrono, Marley, Luca are like, you know, we don't exist in this timeline or something like that. Like, the way they phrase it, like, we're dead, but we're dead here. So
we're
the implication
only dead
is
in this timeline, right.
Yeah, that's why Balthazar wants to merge the timelines, basically undo the bad parts, and make one single timeline where the good stuff happened. That's the implication, but it doesn't explicitly tell you that. Balthazar doesn't explicitly, by the way, there was these people, Chrono, Mukla, Labari, they all died, and it really sucked that they died, so let's also bring them back. Like, it doesn't sit there and spell that out for you, because that would be bad for the narrative. It would really take you out of things. So they just kind of throw that in there as like an extra, like, yeah, we killed the Chrono Trigger characters, but we killed them so haphazardly because knowing that at the conclusion
because you're on the bad timeline.
Exactly. They will come back. And that's kind of the thing. But it's like the story really is convoluted, and it doesn't help that like the environment of JRPGs at the time was very like Gynaxy, a lot of abstracts going on. It's like
about the only thing Chrono Cross was missing was the let's go to space.
Yeah, for real. Like even that ending, right? Like it's you don't have that. Like you look at the ending of Chrono Trigger, right? It's like everybody at the end, and they're all doing their thing, and like here's where we're going, and then we got to go find. Chrono's mom went through the portal. Oh, another adventure. You know, it wrapped it up simply and succinctly. Chrono Cross went for like the Eva route. It's like, why is there live action footage in the credits? Oh, it's supposed to be Kid. Why is she in Japan? Does Japan exist in this time? That kind of thing. It's like it's weird. It's metaphorical, but that's the thing. Like JRPGs were like that.
Yeah, it's supposed to be symbolic of the fact that Kid is an aspect of Shala, and so when you defeat the Time Devourer, Shala's soul is allowed to be reborn in the new timeline.
Yeah, and it's just very abstract, artsy way of doing it. It even ends with the word Finn.
Yes.
That JRPGs were just doing that at the time, and Chrono Cross was like a casualty of the trends. So I think like all of that will just be so much more palatable if there's a third game after it. That just like, it puts all that in perspective, and it's like sort of reroutes a lot of things. Not rewrite, but reroutes like a lot of things back on track.
The way that you could pull it together into a third game is after the events of Chrono Cross, you explore like how things have changed, and like the theme of the game is like, Lavos, the whole plot of Lavos is Lavos pops out of the ground, shoots babies everywhere, nuts, and then goes goes back to sleep. That's literally what Lavos wakes up, destroys the world with his nut, goes back to sleep. Well, Lavos had to come from something, right? So why don't they explore like where Lavos came from? Because they're
the same thing.
There are presumably more Lavoses out there.
Yeah. Or even if not, like because what I love about Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross is its overarching villain isn't like a JRPG villain type thing. It's a Lovecraft monster. Yeah,
right. Basically. It's this ancient, great old one that slumbers in the deep.
Yeah, exactly. That's what's really cool. It's like it has like the human villain, so you still get that personal antagonism, but like it's the only really major JRPG that does a Lovecraft style villain and doesn't just do the Shin Megami Tensei or Persona thing where it just names something after a Lovecraft villain. Like, this is like
you're all of that.
Yeah, this is like this is a Lovecraft monster, a cosmic horror. Like it's really the only one I can think of. There's probably like some other ones, but like this is the only one I can think of that's like a major known JRPG, like well-known JRPG that did this. And they could explore that, like where did Lavos come from? Because Lavos is dead; he's annihilated by the end of.
He's been destroyed because of the wibbly wobbly timey wimey shit that created the Time Devourer. It allowed Lavos to exist outside of time. When you destroy the Time Devourer, you've literally wiped Lavos from existence.
Yes. So now, like, where you go from there? Well, where did Lavos come from? You don't have to explain too much because you don't want to explain too much. That kind of ruins the cosmic horror aspect.
Right.
But you could go a little bit more, like, I wouldn't say like, oh, this is the planet of the Lavoses and this is the, no. But like, a little bit like some kind of abstract hole in space or something like that. Something popped this thing out. What's that something? That something can still be a vague, bigger something, right? Like some kind of Azathoth in the depths of dimensions, and can still work. Just don't make it a planet of Lavos or something like that. But if Lavos is like a splintered spawn of some bigger Azathoth-esque thing, then that would work. And then you could just do that, and then like the theme of like the timeline merges and how the world has changed.
Right.
There's like
the way I see it is this, right? So Chrono Trigger dealt specifically with time. So you're traveling linearly through time.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, kind of like Back to the Future 1. You're traveling, in Back to the Future 1, you're traveling linearly through time, back and forth. In Back to the Future 2, they introduced the concept of alternate timelines. The alternate 1985!
Yeah.
And Chrono Cross does that very similarly.
Yeah.
Back to the Future 3, of course, is about, the Wild West and trying to undo the death of Dr. Brown in the past. So maybe the plot of the game could revolve around trying to prevent what happens in Guardia that sets up the deaths of the Chrono Trigger cast.
Because we know the fall of Guardia is a thing. It's further canonized by the DS remake that added some story stuff. With I love the fact, by the way, I gotta appreciate when a story pulls something like this, that the joke villain was the one that goes to the modern day and ends up turning the small port town into a national superpower. The joke villain got his revenge.
Yes.
How often do you see that shit? How often do you see that'd be in Dragon Ball if Emperor Pilaf killed Goku. That's some crazy shit. I love that. I love they pulled that.
Yep. And I like Spike Man's suggestion where he said Shala should be the main character. Yeah, I would take that to another level. I would make it Shala, but it's Shala Reborn as the protagonist. But you don't know that.
You wouldn't know it's her for a while. You just have this female protagonist, and everyone would be like, "Oh, look, Chrono Trigger has a female protagonist." Yeah, there's never been a female protagonist in JRPGs before.
Right.
Yeah,
and you can do it you could do it kind of like they did with Chrono Trigger, where you have the deuteragonists, where so it's Shala Reborn, but it's also maybe even maybe not Surge because he wouldn't be born yet, but maybe Surge's dad. But you don't know that.
But we know Surge does hook up with Scala Kid because they're the same person after Chrono Cross, and there's the wedding picture at the end.
Yeah.
So we know they get together. And now I guess Surge has Magus for a brother-in-law.
So I guess maybe I guess you could maybe make it Surge.
Yeah, we have the wedding picture, right?
There's some way to do it. There's some way to do it.
Timeline shenaniganry,
We could do some timeline shenaniganry. So you don't know that the character you're playing as is Shala, and you don't know that the other guy is Surge.
Yeah, and then that's the big reveal, and they found each other through the timeline merges. That's a boo boo, and they go. And then the characters from Chrono Trigger show up. They show that they're alive again now that the timelines have merged. That kind of thing. And then eventually
there's a way to do it. Yeah, there's a way to do it so that you can have the ultimate happy ending that kind of puts a cap on the franchise and gives everybody what they want. It gets revealed that yes, Guile is Magus. We finally get to go into that storyline and explore it, and they have the heartwarming moment when her memories of being Shala return. They finally get that moment where they get to embrace, and it's everybody cries. Beautiful moment. One of the greatest JRPG moments of all time, 20 years in the making.
Yeah, it's totally possible. And I think, like I said, Chrono Cross's reputation would improve being a middle chapter rather than the last chapter we got. Because even just that abstract late 90s kind of ending, it really does. I see why
that's right, chat. Billions must cry. That's right.
But I can see why that leaves a bad taste. This is the resolution to the big Chrono Saga. Is this Evangelion final episode? Everyone clapping on the globe, saying congratulations type thing. Yeah, it's nice. I don't like that. So I get it. I think you're wrong if you hate Chrono Cross, but I get the dissatisfaction with elements of it.
It's like Final Fantasy IX. Like Final Fantasy IX. You're wrong if you hate it until the very end, and then it's okay, it's acceptable to hate it at that point.
Yeah, you're wrong if you hate the game overall, but if you have issues with it, like the fucking end, and the main villain, then yeah, you're right. And there's some points of the game that are kind of bullshit, from a gameplay and experience standpoint, I think that there's some areas why is the encounter rate so high here?
Oh, I've got it. I've figured out the hook, right? So, the game, the Chrono Breaker or whatever, right? So it starts at the same time as Chrono Cross, but you're playing as the female protagonist, and for like some reason or another, you have to go back in time because like when the Time Devourer was defeated, it fixed all of time and kept all of the good stuff, but it's not able to like all the stuff that happened still happen. So Dalton is still there. So like
so like Poor is an enemy, like Dalton, like like Emperor of Poor, and he's a bad guy for a while, and it's like a very simple story to start out with.
Right. But you're in the future of that, so like you play as the Shala Reborn, and like everything is very, very different because you fixed a lot of the Lavos shenanigans, but not all of them are completely fixed. So the premise of the game is like you play as this character, you meet I wouldn't even have them meet Surge yet. Like he comes in a little later. Like not right at the very beginning of the game. So like maybe toward like when you accidentally travel back in time to the Chrono, like the end, like past the ending of Chrono Trigger, right? When the Chrono Crew's still alive and Dalton like has just built up his forces to invade Guardia. You could do it like that, and then like if
you want to do the Back to the Future thing, I think it would hamper the Chrono Cross plot a little bit because the whole plot of Chrono Cross is to fix everything. So it's like, oh well, everything's not fixed. So like I think the idea was that like Chrono Cross, like the events that Balthazar set up was to fix the damage that the Chrono Trigger crew did by splitting up all these timelines from like their time travel. So by
that's a good point.
Yeah, by doing like basically Balthazar was like, oh, you killed Lavos, but man, you kids made a mess. Hold on, I got to set this up to make this up, and this happen, and this guy go over here, and there we go. That'll fix it. Like the ones like the space-time continuum has like scotch tape all over it by the end of Chrono Cross. That's kind of the vibe that the game's story has. Is like Balthazar setting up all this shit, but it takes a lot of shit to fix time and space. But it's like it's a one big plan to fix the mess that you killed Lavos, you did what you're supposed to do, but doing that really fucked things up. So I'm gonna cinch the wound you left in the space-time continuum when you killed Lavos, and there we go. Now we're good. Now we can go along happily and merrily, Lavos free.
I guess maybe the plot could involve Balthazar in some way. So like the ancient evil that's like responsible for Lavos like reaches across time and space and grabs Balthazar and is like, hey, you posted cringe, and like pulls.
It could be like whatever like sent Lavos. Maybe Lavos is like a worker bee for a larger Azathoth like entity, and like this thing saying, hey, where's all my life energy you were supposed to harvest? I'm hungry over here. I sent this guy to get food. He never came back. Where's my Uber Eats guy? So it might like this thing might start like poking at Earth. Like, where's my food? Where's my food? I sent this guy for food. He didn't come back. Like it could be like a greater entity, like Lavos was like, as we knew it, was a satellite of the greater Lavos.
Yeah,
the greater thing out.
And I guess when the game would start off like fairly normal, but like weird stuff keeps happening, and it's the effect of this like evil ancient entity like slowly approaching because it's pissed off because you cut off its like source of sustenance.
Yeah.
And it noticed like it's like it has this like whole forest of grapes, it's all these planets that it has, taken over. And all of a sudden, like one of the branches is gone, and he's like, hey, who stole my grapes? And he comes in, and like his effect on time is that it like shatters reality, and like weird stuff keeps happening, and it keeps like fracturing.
Because you could have that works because you could have like the simple plot in the beginning with Dalton and Poor, doing whatever, even caught up with the main character, and then like strange things like the timeline fix, like the
starts coming
the stitches
undone.
start popping. Yeah, the stitches start to pop, And it's like, well, why are the stitches popping? You bring Balthazar back, and he'll know, like he's trying to find out, and he realizes like Lavos was, as we knew it, was just a smaller.
And that
part
can
of
be the villain.
whole.
That can be the unexpected villain reveal moment. Is that like Chrono and the crew like bring in the new protagonist, and they're like explaining it to him, and Balthazar is like talking to them, and then all of a sudden the old one just literally reaches out and just fucking snatches him, and you don't know what the fuck just happened.
So the third story, like if part 1 is saving the world through time travel,
yes.
Part 2 is stitching up the damage that time travel caused. Part 3 would be like the finishing touches of keeping away the thing we had to time travel in the first place and fixing the damage it's caused. Like no more great old one. Like probably can't kill it, but finding some way to just block it off. Like no more Earth for you, boy. Yeah, no more Earth for you, boy. And like that would like resolve there. Now there is no more threats. All issues have been accounted for. Everything's fine. That wraps it up. No more maybe like little nice little clean trilogy.
And see the word like the title Chrono Breaker works for it because you're trying to stop the thing from breaking all of time.
Yes.
You finally fixed it. You've got the happy ending. And now this evil creature that's responsible for Lavos is coming in to break it again. And you can see its effects as it gets closer and closer. Weird stuff starts happening. You can use like the shattered glass effect to show like creatures and entities from other times, other worlds are like crossing over into the world and causing all sorts of problems. Hell, you could bring back the Black Omen.
You could do like the idea that timelines that shouldn't have happened are happening. So like someone can be like dead and alive at the same time, or you could pull a Final Fantasy VII, when you go to fight the president, encounter the president Shinra, but he's already dead. Like you encounter Dalton and have a fight with him, but like, oh, he's dead.
Dalton is supposed to be dead.
But then he shows up not dead, and like, but you're dead. And like, oh, well, the timeline is all effed. And like multiple timelines are now existing at this, instead of traveling back and forth, multiple timelines are now existing at the same time.
It's like in Final Fantasy VIII when that they kind of mishandled the timeline compression stuff, the time compression stuff. You could do a very similar plot where all of time is starting to converge into a single point. So like Robo is back and Ayla is back, and you're like, whoa, you're not supposed to be here. What's going on?
Yeah, exactly. It's stuff like that, like different time periods and timelines.
And that's why it's Chrono Breaker, because all of time is breaking.
Exactly. Square, you could just have this. Just take it for free.
Just take it. It's yours.
You don't have to.
I left everything I owned in one piece. Now you'll just have to find it.
Yeah, just go ahead. Use that. There you go. If you were struggling with a plot, we just gave you one. People will love it. Trust me. People will go ape shit for this.
But you got to make the main protagonist is a purple haired girl that you don't know is Shala.
Yeah, because then it's like, the main protagonist of Chrono is a purple haired girl. Has Square gone woke? Nope. Is Scala. It makes sense.
Yep, and it wraps up the entire plot, and you get like and you bring in some threads from Chrono Cross, like Guile is Magus. You get to have that awesome moment. Bring back the singing mountain song, but like...
Yes, bring... Well, they did that in the DS remake. They used that track. Bring back the Vipers guys. I love those dudes. I want Zoa back, and I want him voiced so I could just hear a voice actor yelling all the time through a helmet.
And just imagine the moment, like, while you're playing the game, and you get to the part where, like, Surge shows up finally, and you're just like, yo!
Yeah, exactly.
You have Soy Jack pointing at the screen like, yo, it's Surge, he's here, oh my god.
I'll Soy Jack like a motherfucker. When Magus shows up. You kidding me? When he shows up, you really want to, look, it's a little hacky, but it'll make people happy. You really want to make people happy? When Magus first reveals himself, play the beginning of his theme. Play like the first few chords. Like, oh my god! It's my boy! I'll lose my mind. It's just a little hacky, but sometimes it's fun to be a little hacky. Give the people what they want.
Yeah, I think people would love a game like that, and it fits the theme because you have The first one, time travel. Second one, trying to undo the damage that you caused by time travel. 3, trying to prevent that damage from being undone. Or trying to prevent the fix to the damage being undone.
Yes.
And 100%. you resolve the Shala plot.
Yes. Yes, it works too well.
It really does.
This is why people... We should just write the goddamn fan fiction.
For real.
Like, just do.
Just make like a freaking web novel.
Yeah. I think we've got it, boys. I think we've saved Chrono,
the Chrono series, guys.
Call me, Square. I got you.
If it happens and it happens exactly like we say, just remember, we did it. We saved the Chrono series. And probably Square at the same time.
Again, Square, we don't need credit. You don't even need to put us in the credits. You don't need to pay us anything. Just do it. All we need you to do is do what we said. There you go. We're good.
Beautiful. Oh,
they won't do it.
They won't do it, but it's a nice thought. If I could buy Square, that would be the first thing I would do.
And by the way, get another well-known, beloved manga artist, because they did that with each one. Kira Toriyama for the first one. I forget the guy.
Shiro Oda for the second one, or for the next one, for third.
I don't know if Oda would work. I think he might be a little too cartoony.
A little too cartoony? Okay, well, if not,
you know who might work? You know who might work? Tite Kubo.
Tite Kubo, yes! Tite Kubo! Yes, absolutely. Oh my god, that would be awesome.
Yes. The second one was I always forget his name, but he's the guy that did Escaflowne and Lotus War.
Yes.
Did Chrono Cross.
Lotus War, and I love Lotus War and Escaflowne.
Yeah. I always forget his name. Constantly forget his name, but yeah, he's great. And then third one, you get Kubo. Because, I mean, that guy got style, and he's got his style. It's like close enough to the other two.
Yasuyuki Hone.
Like super jarring. Yeah. And yeah.
Chaos Smash 64 in chat said I was gonna say Tite Kubo. You took the words out of my mouth. Yes. God, could you imagine how beautiful? Like, and the costume, because like Tite Kubo was always like a pro with costume design and character design.
Yeah.
Like that game will be like not only like beautiful, but like the characters will pop too.
Oh hell yeah! Oh my god, can you imagine a Kubo version of like Magus and Chrono and shit?
Oh my god, that would be awesome.
Hell yeah! Oh my god, I need it.
Sneaks in a Getsuga Tensho as one of the EX attacks.
I mean, that'd just be Chrono's Blade Beam.
Yeah. But he makes it more like Getsuga Tensho-like, and it's like, oh yeah!
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, I need this now. I need it. I need
God, we've cooked up something that's just so like perfect that it's a crime that like someone from Square isn't listening to this right now, like jotting down notes like, oh my god,
hell yeah,
we just saved our company billions of dollars.
Hell yeah, clip this shit, man. Clip this shit. Like, look,
clip it and tag Square, like this whole segment, just like
exactly.
Cody and Gator figure out how to make the next Chrono game.
Yeah, for real. I need it. I need this game. It's not the first time, by the way, where I've just like spitballed with people and just like I'm mad now that this ain't real. It's that kind of thing. I think we've all been there, like spitballing, like you know what XYZ should do, and he's like, God damn it! Now my mood is worse because I made a thing me and the boys just cooked and it ain't real. And now I'm mad it's not real. I'm mad I can't play this.
I know, right? We sat down the wok and we cooked so hard, but there's nothing in the wok. The meal wasn't real.
Yeah.
And now I'm hungry.
Now I'm hungry. Now I'm hungry for what we were cooking. I want to play this third Chrono game. It pissed me off. Oh God. I'm halfway tempted just to like do concept art for it just for fun, but I feel like anybody who hadn't seen this won't know what the hell I'm talking about.
Right.
I just think I'm doing like cringe fanfic or some shit.
Sometimes I sit here and wonder, like, maybe I should have founded like a game studio.
I've thought about it. Like I do want to start doing some games, because I got like together like a buddy of mine does game design, and we put together like a demo for like a Cloud Scratcher video game. Because since Cloud Scratcher is like a '90s cartoon, we did a video game like it's a NES licensed game. Like one of the Capcom DuckTales games and shit like that.
Oh yeah, so it's like a little platformer.
Yeah, we got like a demo level, and it's one of the things like once I get more like traction going on the my art Twitter and get some more eyes on the comic, it's like one of the first things I'm gonna do because we got the demo, it's playable. got the engine done, everything. Just need to, actually have enough eyes that if we did a Kickstarter, people would actually buy it. Good money.
Yeah, you could do like if it took off, you could do like the cool little platformer, and then you could have like the 4-player co-op beat 'em up style game. I think Cloud Scratcher would work very well for something like that with like the all assorted cast of characters.
Yeah, hell yeah, something like that. And like I'm gonna do a bunch of other stuff, but yeah, if you want to see some games, read my comic. Because I do have the means to get into games. I just need to, I have the means in terms of like the basic, like I know how to work Fusion. I have a buddy that does game design. He's learned Fusion. And I know some people that can do graphics. I just need to be able to make money. You know what I mean?
Exactly. That's the hardest part, is always like when you're doing something new, especially like with because like everybody wants to make a comic now, but it's getting harder and harder and harder to like stand out.
Yeah. Don't I know it.
And it's even harder to avoid the drama too. Like I stay far away from that stuff as far as I can.
Yeah. That's why I'm constantly like whoring myself, like, read Cloud Scratcher. Because you kind of got to now if you want to do comics. And like, especially if you're not in some kind of clique that just does 90s superhero comics in 2024, it's even harder. It's like, it seems like everyone's like, yeah, we can make our own comics. All right, cool. What great ideas do you guys have? Let's just do Youngblood again. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I wish we could have like a Comicsgate, but for like anything but superheroes. Like people start making like I know like John Delarose is a great example. He's doing like science fiction stuff, which is cool. I like that. I like that people are starting to branch out away from superheroes and doing more like genre stuff. Like I think it'd be cool, like for some people are doing like manga and stuff too. But I like that. I like that we're kind of branching away, because I'm all superheroed out now. Like I'm so over like the superhero craze. Like I would love like a comic book, but it's like weird sort of like paranormal investigator stuff.
Yeah.
That would be kind of cool.
We just need like people like just getting outside of their comfort zone on ideas, like even like fantasy, right? I have a couple fantasy stories. I'm writing the book now. Sanguine Sea is one, and specifically trying to contribute something, because it seems like every Western fantasy and every like independent fantasy comic and story these days, it's all the same shit. It's either a D&D campaign or it's Conan. Like it's one of the two.
Yeah.
And it's like no one's
writing Pirates of Darkwater,
Yes, exactly. Like I want to see, dude, it's a fantasy story. You should be world building like a motherfucker. Give me some lore, man. Don't just give me some lore that sounds like Lord of the Rings with the numbers filed off. If you're writing a fantasy story about like an adventurer, a wizard, a dwarf, and an elf, and the elf is shooting arrows and that dwarf has an axe, shut up. Do it over again. I want to see some crazy shit. I want to see something like, I want to see the dwarf is the wizard, and he's the main fucking character. Like that kind of thing. Like now I'm a little bit biased. Wizards are always my favorite. I always play the mage. Like I have a couple fantasy stories, and pretty much all but one, the main character is a wizard. I just fucking admit it. That's personal bias.
Well, most stories have the main character as like the warrior, the fighter, paladin, something along those lines.
Exactly. Let's make the wizard the main character. Make like the thief the main character. Where's the fantasy story starring the thief? And he's just stealing shit. And like he gets caught up in some shit. Like he stole from the wrong guy and found out some shit. Or like he stole from the wrong guy and I accidentally unleashed a thing and I gotta put it down. Like where is that? Why are all of your fantasy stories just your D&D campaign? Just because it worked with Lodos War doesn't mean it's going to work with you. Just like nobody's doing anything original in like their supposedly original comics, and it's so frustrating because I want to support this Iron Age of comics, but like no one wants to step out of their comfort zone. It's just I want to just make the thing I like. It sounds good, right? Like I want to make the stuff that I like. But you want to do that on a base level, not a superficial level, right? I grew up writing Youngblood. I'm going to make my own Youngblood. No, shut up. Make your own action story, like extreme action with big muscles and but don't just make young blood with the serial numbers filed off. Don't just do the same thing. Too many of these Iron Age creators are doing the same damn thing. And it's just not interesting, and it's just going to hurt the independent like creative industry because like people want something new and interesting, and like, what do you have? Well, did you like that? I just made that again. Like, well, no. I'll just read that then. I'll read the thing you're aping. It didn't go away. Like, Lord of the Rings didn't go away. If I want to read Lord of the Rings, I'll read Lord of the Rings. Not like Lord of the Bings. With like Maragorn, you know, or whatever you're doing. That's the frustrating thing, man. Like, it's like, you know, credit to Razorfist, at least. His stuff has been like, you could see the influences, but he's still doing like his own idea. Like that comic just came out with George Alexopoulos, Ghost of the Badlands. It looks pretty cool.
Yeah, well, that's kind of like the really... that's the thing I like as a writer. I like to take like basic concepts and turn them on their head. So like I've been writing this thing for a long time, just mentally. I haven't actually put it down to paper. About it's sort of like superhero, like you think it's superhero, but it's not. It's actually like all about these like cursed artifacts and paranormal investigating. But like the cursed artifacts, like they give you curses, right? So it's good and bad. So yeah, you might be able to fly, but like you also like are growing like feathers and stuff.
Yeah, so I've seen a couple things do that. I see what you're talking about. Yeah,
but it's less about like the superhero aspect and more about the, you know, there are these things out there in the world that, you know, we have to like a Warehouse 13, right? It's like there's these things out there in the world that we have to collect and stop people from getting a hold of because, you know, and they're, you know, and sort of like SCP, right? SCP, Warehouse 13. There's these things, they're artifacts, creatures that we have to go out there and collect because it, you know, society doesn't need to know about this, and we're a secret society that goes and we collects these things. And it's like this kid accidentally stumbles upon one of these things and gets cursed, and now he, you know, gets brought into this like secret world. Like this is a story I've been writing for a long time.
Very YA. I guess I feel very YA vibes.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah.
It was kind of like, again, inspired by stuff like SCP, the Holders series, by Warehouse 13, by even Animorphs and stuff like that. Like it's an idea I've been batting around in my head for a really long time.
If you ever need to hire an artist, you know one.
Yeah, Jujutsu. Yeah, this predates Jujutsu Kaisen, but yeah, it has vibes of like Jujutsu Kaisen. Yeah.
Which don't you fucking hate it when like you've been working on a story for a long time, right? Like you know, talk about it because it's still in the planning phase and you're doing all this stuff, and then you watch something that comes along and does the same fucking thing that you've been doing in your story. And like, what am I gonna say now? Well, yeah, I didn't get it from that though. Like, this is just like XYZ. Like, yeah, but I was writing it before.
Right, that's happened to me so many times, and it drives me crazy every time I see it. I'm like, I came up with an idea like that. Damn it.
Yeah. It's like, and like now if I do it,
they'll just say, anyway. Yeah. Now if you do it,
you got
like,
you're ripping it.
But like, I can say what my like inspirations were. Like, and it's very clearly, you know, like internet shit posts and watching Warehouse 13 and what was the other one? The Dresden Files, I think was the other one.
Yeah.
I was like, man, this is really cool. I have a cool idea how I can like do this, and secret societies and conspiracy theories
And sometimes you just have like a Simpsons did it moment where you just accidentally come up with the same or something similar.
Right.
Like it's just like, I've got this idea and I'm making it like this and I'll do this and this and this, and you step back and you realize you just made some like I've dealt with a lot from like readers of Cloud Scratcher, because there's a villain that I designed like based on one of my fighting game mains. And then it's like, oh, I'm gonna make this like this big scary guy. It's like kind of a Frankenstein, you know, Invincible guy. And I step back and it's like, he just looks like fucking Bane. He just looks like Bane is a cobra with like a lot of stitches. Like, fuck! I didn't mean it. See, he's not based on Bane. He's based on a character from an obscure fighting game in the Power Instinct series. It's not Bane. But it's like everybody that reads the comics seems like, oh, the Cobra Bane. He's not Bane. God damn it. I didn't mean it. So it's a pain in the ass, but it's funny. You laugh. It was like you accidentally just made like this other thing that someone else did. It's like it's that kind of thing. Is like, as an artist, you know, you're drawing something really close up. You're like your face is really close to the paper with that detail, and then you step back and you pull back and you realize what the image actually looks like.
Shit, it's Batman.
Yeah. I was just trying to make a guy with like little devil horns. Like, oh shit, it's Batman.
Right. Let me catch up on these super chats here. Chaos Smash 64 donated to and said Maximilian Dood is the worst shill of Capcom.
He is, man.
Yes,
like,
he
look,
is.
He seems like a nice guy.
He is a nice guy, but
he's got influencer stank.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of that disingenuous influencer stank. Like, I wouldn't condemn him. There's a lot of influencers I think are shitty people. I don't think Maximilian's a shitty
think he's
person.
a good person at heart, and he really, like, enjoys what he does. But don't sell me a shit sandwich and tell me that it's filet mignon.
Exactly. And, like, he's kind of annoying, too. Like, he's got one joke for any situation. And, like, when KOF was first coming out, as an SNK aficionado, as a passionate fan, watching the shit he would say, not knowing about SNK, was like, man, it's been a long time since I felt nerd rage. This is like, I'm back in high school again. Oh, Shingo is like the Dan of King of Fighters.
What?
No, he's not, you stupid bastard. Like that kind of thing. Like, oh, that's nerd rage. It's a hot minute since I felt that shit. like, just shut up. Just stop talking, Capcom boy. Just stop talking. And I was like, I shouldn't be this personally mad about video game stuff, right? But again, it hits that tender area, I guess. Like the arrow going through the eye slit in the armor. Like, you managed to nail that very hard to hit bullseye. But
you attacked this weak point for massive damage.
Yeah, now here I am just ooh.
Y'all getting too comfortable on the internet with not being punched in the face.
Yes, exactly. That's how I felt. Like, when he said Shingo is like the Dan of King of Fighters, that's how I felt. That's how I felt. Boy. Like, just and like his thing, like, I don't understand, so I will be grossly wrong. And isn't that funny? Like, maybe 5 years ago, but you're still saying that joke. All these years later, constantly. Although I think someone pointed out about him, and I think this is true, like when he gets a bit socially cringe, he doesn't do it a lot, right? But I think he is a little bit afraid of ever rocking the boat because of that one time he was saying gibberish, and one of his gibberish came out sounding like a racial slur. And he is terrified that'll come back out. Have you seen that clip?
I actually have not. I'm kind of scared to play it on YouTube.
So he was playing, I don't remember some game, but every time he would get a kill, it might have been For Honor or something like that. Every time he'd get a cinematic kill, he's like, "Spingle bangle dingle dangle" or something like that. And well, the one in question, the first two words were chinger changer. So you can kind of guess what he accidentally said.
Oh, okay.
So the theory is he is a bit terrified that if he ever steps out of line, that clip will resurface and be used to like lose him sponsorships and lose a lot of his connections and stuff and basically destroy his career. Or at least he thinks it'll destroy his career. Obviously it wouldn't. But in his mind, I think he believes like if he ever rocks the boat, it's like a sort of Damocles, you know? The Chinger Changer clip is like a sort of Damocles, and so he's like a little bit afraid. Now, obviously, he's like a California theater kid, so of course he's gonna have, but he's never been like obnoxious about it, so who cares? But I think when I saw that, I was kind of convinced. Like, yeah, I think that might be like he toes the line a lot in a lot of ways, just out of fear that that'll drop. Like, I don't think he'll ever really. I think he knows Strive, for instance, is shit. but he won't ever like really go in on Strive because of who like the crowd Strive has, and like the kind of K-pop stands that are obsessed, like the quote unquote Bridget fans, you know?
Yeah, the quote unquote
don't play
Bridget fans who have never played a game before Strive.
Yeah, probably don't even play Strive.
Yeah, probably don't even own or play Strive. They just saw Bridget and were just like, so relatable, FR.
Yeah. So like he's worried that you go to in Strive and those people come at you and then there's the Chinger Changer clip, you know. So that sounds
and they literally
plausible.
will do that too. I mean, look at the Niji sisters who are almost a 1-to-1 overlap with the K-pop stands.
Yeah, 100%. Like I don't like Maximilian as an influencer. I don't like his content, but as a person, I got no beef with him. He seems like a good guy. He just makes bad content. You know, it's kind of like Mr. Beast. Like Mr. Beast seems like a good guy. He just makes shit. I don't want to watch him, so I don't.
I like Mr. Beast, but I really don't watch his content all that much because I can't deal with the insane zoomer jump cuts.
Yeah, he's too zoomery. I mean, he knows his audience is clearly working for him, but like his content's just shit. He seems like a really nice guy. If you knew him, he'd probably be great. Man, he just makes shit content, but it's shit content for kids. We are not the target audience for Mr. Beast, so I guess it doesn't really matter. It's like the guy, the teenagers that used to shit on Barney back in the 90s. Like, bro, you are not the target audience.
Right.
It does not matter if you don't like Barney, so it does not matter if we like Mr. Beast's content. We are not the target audience.
Yeah, I think he posted that he was going to stop doing the crazy zoomer jump cuts because they actually was hurting the viewership on his videos. So I
wouldn't be surprised. I kind of feel like there's a paradigm shift in society, and it's way off topic, but we're way off topic. I feel like the paradigm shift in society, we're moving away from the iPad kids because people became aware of the iPad kids.
Yeah.
So like the whole like low retention thing, like the low like their inability to focus for too long.
No attention span, literally less than one input.
Yeah, I think so many people are aware of that now that like we're not seeing it very publicly talked about, but we're seeing it like being dealt with. Like I think more of these kids are having their iPads taken away from them. I think that footage of the little boy with like an iPad and a phone at the same time, and he's just like with a blank face going between the two. I think it's like in people's heads now. Because you're seeing less Zoomer shit, and even like there's more like people are more talking about how TikTok is harmful, and forget the TikTok ban. That's a different problem. But
a whole nother bag of worms.
Yeah, but even outside of that, more people are talking about the problems with TikTok. More people are talking about the problem, and I think that you're seeing the move away from the Zoomer style like sensory overload. Like, because you're still going to see like content mills and like less savory people do that, but I think you're going to see like quote unquote mainstream entertainment move away from that as these issues sort of slowly repair. I think you're going to see. I think Mr. Beast even saying that kind of just goes into my thesis that like, yeah, I think the iPad kid thing is so much in the zeitgeist now that this attention span problem is going to be dealt with. As like more parents are like, no, I can even say like one of my best friends has 2 kids, and his oldest, they gave him an iPad, and they thought like, well, it's fine, we'll give him educational stuff on the iPad. But then they started noticing like the iPad problem, so they've been weaning him off the iPad. Like he's only allowed to use it once a week now, and their youngest, no iPad at all, and it's been working. It's been helping him. So stuff like that. Like I see when my friend did that, I feel like more people are doing that. Like, oh, no iPad. I seen what it's doing to you. I seen what it's doing to all the kids around you. How dumb your classmates are. No iPad. Your iPad time is limited now. So I think there's a little white pill for the folks watching. This is completely unrelated to everything we're talking about. But there's a little white pill for you to better your day. Like, yeah, I think you don't have to worry too much about the Zoomer brain rot. It might be. It's going to slowly wean off. It'll slowly pull back.
Slowly but surely, the problem will be solved.
Yes, exactly. And then eventually, in like 5-10 years, you won't see anymore. Hey guys, hey, woo. Hey guys, what's going up today? Colors flying at you, like 4 different pictures with like Subway Runners or whatever that game is, and all that shit.
It's almost like they took they grew up as children seeing YouTube poops, but then they took the edits to be super serious, and now everything's a YouTube poop. That's kind of how it feels like.
Bro, it's just another facet of the dimensional merge. We just didn't anticipate that YouTube poops would also fuse with reality.
Yeah, for real.
I mean, why do you think people quote Skooks all the time? It's not just because Skooks is great. They're just compelled, man. Look, that is why sus became part of the lexicon. It's right out of the YouTube poops. You remember that you go sus.
Yes,
sus.
I do.
And then what happened? It became part of Zoomer lingo. Dimensional merge, man. Dimensional merge. YouTube poops got in here too. You didn't think so. You didn't think clearly it's just gonna be like anime and comic books maybe. Nah, it's fucking everything, man. The YouTube
poops are real.
Yeah.
I mean, even the shit post about Will Smith, they all came real.
Yeah. The Fesh Pince is just reality now. Bro, guarantee you, while Will Smith was slapping Chris Rock, Alfonso Ribeiro was watching from home eating a sandwich.
You're probably right. Oh my god!
And what did he say to his loving wife? Because Alfonso Ribeiro, for those who don't know, that man won in the end. Man won in the end. And he goes to his loving wife. You know what he said to his loving, beautiful wife? He said, "Honey, you make me a sandwich?" She made him a sandwich.
Yes, she did.
Okay. That's a I don't know if that's a grim realization or a positive one. Yeah, the YouTube poops made it in.
All right, look. We got off on a heck of a tangent there. I was reading super chats.
Yeah, for real. For real.
Sparky's Tech Corner for $1.99. He said, like Zelda's timeline. Well, and that's kind of where I kind of like borrowed the idea from. But Zelda still hasn't had a game yet where it's like, oh, we've got to fix the timeline because Ganon. They just kind of created a game where it's ambiguously on every timeline.
Yeah, I guess Breath of the Wild was kind of that. It's like Breath of the Wild is like its own new timeline.
Right. But there's no like overt like we have to fix the timeline. It's just like everything present there seems to be from some other timeline, and there's no explanation given.
Yeah.
Alex Spikeman for 10 says, giving you a portion of my VTuber addiction supas for the month. Well, thank you for that. Also, Shala should get the Mammon knife from Melchior and Breaker if you want more ideas, Cody. 07.
Well, the Mammon knife was became the Masamune.
Right.
So yeah, I mean her wielding the Masamune might be too on the nose. But if like one of her companions, or like Surge. I mean, Surge wielded the Masamune and Cross, so that would also bring it
right,
like with that. So if Surge had it, like new timeline Surge had it, that would work.
Yeah, that could work.
Yeah. Because
that's the thing. Like Shala would be like, well, the character that is going to turn out to be Shala. I feel like she should be like Shala and be a magic user.
Yeah.
And that would also be something new and unique too, because Chrono, sword user, Surge, the blades user, the knives user, and then you have like a mage, which is something they haven't really done before.
Yeah. Kind of like the Final Fantasy VI route of like, the main girl is like a mysterious
and I was also thinking of 6 when I was talking about that, because I was like, so we could do kind of like Terra, in that the protagonist is like this magical girl that casts spells and stuff, but she doesn't know she can cast spells at first. It just kind of like accidentally happens when time starts getting screwed up.
But not with like, because you've still got the Forspoken image on screen here. Not like that.
Not like that.
Did I just do that with my freaking mind?
No, she should be more like scared, because she's like, you're sitting there and like I accidentally cast a fireball. Oh shit.
Yeah. Or like, although, I want this to happen, but with like, I'm a little worried about modern Square. Because you could go either way. Like, Square can do really great localization or really terrible localization, and there's not a lot of in between. It's like a crapshoot, man. You roll that dice when the new Square release. What we gonna get? So I don't know. Final Fantasy has kind of gone unscathed. So hopefully Chrono Trigger, hopefully they're smart enough to know where their bread is buttered. Kind of like Funimation was. Whereas like they were known for fucking up anime scripts, but it wasn't like where their bread was buttered. They didn't fuck those up. Like if it was a show that either was like their big, like Dragon Ball, like their big marquee shows, or a show they thought they could, sell to a wider audience, like Overlord, Tanya, stuff like that, they didn't fuck with it. They kept that script tight. They kept that localization tight. They didn't mess. But it was like, oh, that's just some weeb shit. Oh, they fucked with that. If it was like, oh, my girlfriend is a kite or some shit, like one of those kind of shows. Oh, right. They messed. They messed with that up and down because they did not like working on that. And if they didn't like working on it, they were like, I'm gonna make this mine.
They finally and it was so funny to watch them like do all of these shows that they clearly didn't like. They clearly didn't want to like do any of the voices for, but they still did them anyway. And then it was finally Interspecies Reviewers was the one that broke them, and they dropped the whole thing.
I can't remember if we talked about this like on stream or not. But I said, like, localization, what you should do, make changes that lean into it to sell. I talked to this a little bit. Like, you should try to sell the product.
Right.
You should be like, hey, this is for, like, they should have taken Interspecies Reviewers and just gone full American Pie with it. I think I did talk about this, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, gone full American Pie with it. Yeah, like, change the script. And just make it more obscene, more lewd. Make these guys like, you want to go fuck some monster girls? Like, use that line. Put that line in there with the word fuck because it's it's like just lean into it instead of like, oh my god, I can't believe. Don't let go of your fucking pearls. Make some fucking money. You
throw in a line where the dude with the ponytail like makes a line about the elves. I keep getting older. The elves stay the same age, and the dude's
same age. Yeah,
it's like, what are you talking about? They're like 600 years old, dude. That's gross. They're like grannies now.
It's like, not on the outside.
They don't fuck like grannies.
Exactly. Dude, I would have watched that fucking show if they had done that with the dub. Are you kidding me? If they'd been showing clips like that, like, look at the fucking Interspecies Reviewers dub. I would have gone from like fuck that Gooner show to where's that Gooner show? I'm watching it. If they had given it a dub like that, you kidding me? That'd been great. It's like the 90s are back. I was saying on Twitter, I miss when they would just straight up make a new opening for shows. And it would cost too much money to license the Japanese theme. We only have so much budget. Let's just make a whole new fucking opening. And let's get like real big fish to do an opening. Or like Bowling for Soup. I miss that shit. We should just do that. There's so many. Look, I know people like, I want the original. I'm gonna tell y'all. I'm gonna tell the kid that Santa's not real right now. A lot of your Japanese opening songs are not picked because they're the best song for the show. They're picked to advertise some new pop star or some new singer. Like they will just like, okay, well, like this recording company is pushing this artist. Well, I'm gonna make a deal with this studio. You got an anime coming out. How about my artist sings the opening song for your new show?
So what the hell was Remonster trying to promote with its like cum blast intro and like weird like mumble rap?
I have no idea what the fuck was going on with that shit. But most of the time, when you get like the J-pop opening, that's what it is. It's just somebody trying to promote somebody and using this show as a commercial. So when you have a situation like that, let's say like right now, let's say I somehow acquire, I got this big new anime company. I'm the next Funimation. I got all the resources they had, all that money, right? And let's say I get something like, off the top of my head, like Delicious in Dungeon just came out, right? Right. I have not seen. I don't know if that has a generic J-pop opening, but for the sake of this hypothetical,
it doesn't actually. It's Bump of Chicken does it.
Oh, okay. Well, let's say it did, right? It's just got a regular old J-pop opening for this show. Well, I'm looking at my company's acquired the rights to the show. What do we do? Well, we want to sell this show. What's its hook? What's its angle? What's angle is it's fantasy and food, right? It's like well, that's different. Let's lean into that. So let's really get like crazy with it. First of all, let's do some ads on Twitter, right? But we get some like 4Kids shit. Remember 4Kids used to just splice characters into goofy dumb shit in their commercials for Fox Kids?
And then they would dub over it with the voice actors.
Yes, do that, right? But like, get some footage of like famous chefs and just splice them into the footage with the Delicious in Dungeon characters and like different shit. Like, oh, they're going to a new town. Oh, what village is this? And you splice in Guy Fieri. You're in Flavor Town. Guy Fieri. Or it's like they're encountering some boss, but it's like some monster or whatever. But instead, it's fucking Gordon Ramsay, and he's like insulting the characters and shit. And it's like, oh, we should never tried to fight Gordon Ramsay, you know, stuff like that. Corny as shit, but everyone's gonna be talking about it. You get 1 million hits on Twitter. That's number one. Then number two, what you do? Oh, this opening, it's so generic. Let's we can really sell this. We can really get some eyes on this. Get people talking about it. Let's get a known power metal band and contract them to sing like a 1.5-minute long song about food. Like let's get like Camelot or Hammerfall to do a song about epic fantasy cooking. And you slap that on the opening. You give them the opening footage, like this is the footage that's going to be playing during the song. So try to kind of make the song go with this footage, and just write a song about like adventure and food.
But because it's you can also splice in like scenes from the anime to replace bits of the opening because that's how they used to do it.
Sure, yeah, you can do that too. Just like all kinds of shit like that. Bring that back. But again, like some people pointed out, they kind of all the people that would like do stuff like that and cared about these shows were kind of chased out of the industry. Yeah, they were chased out of the industry. So now it's just a bunch of like awful people that are just using anime for like power and clout. But if they were still around, like I said, I'm of the company, I think like when we talk about good localization, that's good localization. That's that shit. I want to see it back.
Yeah, and this is something I like always try to argue with people. I'm like, localization itself, the word, the concept is not bad. It's that there's a good localization, there's a bad localization. Good localization adds flavor to it, but it doesn't replace the story. It doesn't like try to change aspects of the story. It's like saying fuck. You could avoid saying it, but you add it in there for spice.
Exactly. It's like it is spice. Localization is spice, and bad localization is just pouring salt down your throat.
Right.
You want to sprinkle some salt on that shit and bring out the flavor, as opposed to
white people don't season their anime.
Yeah, because it's true. Yeah, because that's kind of what like modern localization is, just taking the cap off the salt, and then you go to sprinkle the salt, and it just dumps. It just dumps the whole, like, you just got to, like, if you take a bite of this, you're going to get heart problems.
Instant arrhythmia.
Yeah, I miss it, man. I want it back. I return to old localization. Even if we get some corny 4Kids stuff, I will take that as, like, penance, as the payment you pay. Occasionally there has to be a 4Kids dub every now and then in order to pay for, like, more, like, Cyber Cities, you know? That is a price that I'm willing to pay now, considering how bad it's getting. That they're even changing the subtitles now. That used to be the holy sacred ground where, the dub may be a little wonky, but you can always go to the subs and they usually are pretty accurate. But now they're sticking Zoomer lingo in the subs. Yep. And it's awful. And learning Japanese is not no. You can't just say, well, just learn Japanese. You should not be required to learn an entire second language just to get around a bunch of fucks in a corporation fucking with your entertainment. Right. That's insane. That's an insane thing to even expect anybody to do. Now, we were promised entertainment from this other country that has for decades been brought to us with no problem, and now you keep fucking with it. We have every right to say, knock it off. We don't have to learn that other country's language. We did not have to learn that other country's language for the last 20, 30 years. There's no reason we should start now learning an entire second language just to watch TV shows. Ain't happening. That's why said it last time. You got to keep on the pressure. Keep bitching. Do not stop bitching when they pull this shit. Well, this is why Grums has the right. And I've seen a lot of people like poo-pooing like what Grums is trying to do with Sony and the localization stuff they're doing and the censorship in Stellar Blade and the Helldivers stuff. These companies do have a breaking point, and if you push hard enough, you will break them. And it sucks to see. It sucks to see people who normally would be like, yeah, do that. Just resort to being like, well, you'll never do that unless you gather all this money together into a lawsuit that you're not going to win. Like some people are just bitter. Like they're not bitter. Well, they've been blackpilled. Yeah, they're jaded. They've been blackpilled and they've given up hope. It's like, you're not going to be able to affect anything. You're not going to change anything unless you put unless you sue somebody. It's just not going to work. And
lawsuits almost never, especially when you're going up against a corporation, they almost never work because they have all of the money, they have all of the power, and even if you're able to crowdfund something, you're still not going to get the best possible lawyers available. It's going to be like your small law firm up against, like, you know, Sony's massive law firm and their massive coffers, and they're going to have an entire like team of like 20 lawyers that's going to spend all of their time just trying to drain your coffers. Like, it's not realistic. You have to hit them where it hurts. You have to hit them in the wallet.
Yep, it's like, you don't play their game. Don't play their game. It's like people say that about politics, right? Like, like don't play identity politics at all. Reject it entirely, because if you try to play it, you're still giving them the basically rules to.
It's like the arguing with retards, right? You know,
yeah, or you give them the power.
They'll
to
sink you down to their level, beat you with experience.
Yeah, don't give them the. Don't let them be the DM. You know, don't let them be the game master, the dungeon master. You make them play your game, or realize what game they're really playing that they don't have control over. And when it's a corporation, what is that? The fucking money.
Right.
If that shit don't make money, they ain't gonna do it. They will back off on idpol if idpol costs them money. We're already starting to see that.
Yeah.
As the zeitgeist is changing, we're already starting to see that. People keep forgetting but I mean, it's good to put pressure on like the DEI stuff, right? Because it's, you know, if people are making changes for political reasons or just to appease some investment firm and not for the audience, that's bad. So yeah, they should push. And people focus on that, but they don't focus on like how often these things get even soft rolled back. They're still like pulling back a little more and more here and there, like across the board, but it's small, so it's easy to miss, but it's little things. And then I guarantee you're going to have a situation where, you know, we have the fighting game stuff, right? With like a lot of these other fighting game companies are like in like various degrees of like beholden to the ESG DEI stuff. Strive is like the biggest example in one, like all the way.
Literally changing an entire character's backstory just to get some DEI points.
Right. They're all the way. Capcom, people give them more shit than they should get, but it's still there. Right? Like all the new characters are kind of ugly and meh.
Yeah.
But I mean, Cammy's still in her old outfit. It's not all the way. It's not super bad. It's just like, but there's that Chris Tucker from The Fifth Element looking motherfucker. I just hate that fucking character's design. There's things there. It's like I smell that someone farted in here, but no one really took a dump on the floor. You know what I mean?
Right.
There's a difference.
It's not beyond redemption, but
yeah, Strive is like you went to someone's house and their dog is really old and just went all over the fucking floor.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're carpet, dying.
They have like a white rug and it just went all over the rug and you're just like, oh god.
Yeah, and Street Fighter 6 is just like, it's good, like you're having a good time, but man, one of your friends just beefed. And like, dude, man, but you're still having a good time, still partying. The fart didn't drive everybody out of the party, but he fucking farted and you can all smell it. And then on the opposite end, yeah, my boys at SNK, who, you know, because they got that Saudi money, and God bless, you know, say what you will about Saudis and the Saudi royal family, the fucking Saudi weeb prince is like, don't you change a thing. I want 90s SNK back. And that's why my titties are still bouncing. Like, and City of the Wolves is going to come out, and the girls are going to be hot, and people are going to be like, and then City of the Wolves is going to be super successful, and that's going to make a statement. It makes a statement. Like, Stellar Blade would have made a big, if Stellar Blade wasn't censored because of Sony, and that did gangbusters like it was going to, I would have made a statement. And I already know, I said this on Twitter, I already know City of the Wolves, Mai is going to be wearing more clothing, and people are going to bitch. And people are going to say, like, oh, SNK has fallen. DEI.
But
just try not to get, no, like, it's Garo.
If they know Garo, the theme of Garo is it's very dark, it's colder, it's got more of a, like, I won't say post-apocalyptic vibe, but like certainly like a tragedy has befallen our heroes.
Yeah, because like it's after Geese is dead and there's like a power vacuum with all the crime in the city, and like then Kane or Kine, it's technically supposed to be Kine, but no one calls him that.
Right.
Kane shows up and And like all this shit goes down and stuff with Rock and like his whole inner demons. I love, by the way, it's funny, this is a little bit tangent, but it's funny to me how Geese Howard is such a badass motherfucker that the Fatal Fury timeline treats him like an ancient evil. Like Rock has the blood of an actual demon. He's got like, I can't control my power when I use Geese's moves. And like Geese was just a guy. He was just a dude. But he was like such a badass dude that he's like treated as like this ancient power that like Rock has to control. He has to control the geese within him. Like the win pose, if he wins with Geese's moves, is like struggling to contain the power in his hand and he slumps over. And like his the move they gave him in KO 15 where like the power goes out of control and he screams and it buffs all his moves. That's just because Geese is that much of a motherfucker. I just think that's funny as shit. But yeah, like that's the vibe, like that is generally the vibe that Fatal Fury has now in this part of the timeline. It's darker, it's grittier. Like Terry's not the happy-go-lucky guy in that he is in KOF.
Yeah, he's struggling with the fact that he killed a man, and he killed the strongest fighter in the world, and he's got nowhere to go from here. He's kind of like despondent, and he doesn't know what to do with himself.
It's the tragedy of devoting yourself to revenge. Once you get it, what now?
Yeah.
And taking care of Rock has sort of been his new thing. Like that kind of gave him a second wind in life because like now he's sort of like, oh shit, I orphaned this boy in my revenge. Well, I'll do right by him and raise him myself. And, taking care of this boy is like giving me a new lease on life, new reason to live. And like now Rock is dealing with his own inner demons. And
trying desperately not to become just like his father.
Yeah, and like the whole thing with Kane and the secret of like Rock's mother and all this stuff going down like with Second Southtown. Like it's grittier. It's grittier. Mai is not going to be dressed like she is in KOF. She's not going to be bouncing around. She'll have big tits and they'll have jiggle physics, but she ain't going to be like. I mean, hell, they gave her a more conservative outfit in Fatal Fury. People forget this because they're tourists. They're like. This is like a different kind of tourism. It's like sex tourism, I'm only here because the girls make me hard. Like they don't understand. No, they gave her a more conservative outfit as Fatal Fury went. Like if you look at her in Fatal Fury 3, they brought back her old outfit for like a non-canon game, but in the actual storyline, she covered up more. She had a new outfit starting in Fatal Fury 3. And like they have like official art of her in like street clothes. And like she's wearing regular street clothes. She's going to be more covered up because this is not that like KOF is more over the top and a spectacle. So like that's got the girls that are like, I mean, you look at like new characters like Dolores, right? She got her fucking ass out. Fatal Fury is not going to be that, and people are going to think, oh
dark,
no, SNK
brooding.
Yeah. Like it's still got some humor. I mean, you look at like Jenny and shit, right? And like some of the stuff with Marco Rodriguez, who finally has his name back, and like the fact he had a bear, like he has a bear friend that's like in his stage in City of the Wolves. They showed in his trailer. The bear is in the back wearing a fucking karate gi. Like it's got stuff like that. But Garo is on the whole, it's a person like Fatal Fury. The name Fatal doesn't have to do with like death. It has to do with fate. Fury related to fate. Like it is a more serious story than I think a lot of people realize, especially after the Garo time skip. I mean, one of the characters from Garo was a fucking serial killer who was very much of the 2000s. Freeman. Very much a character made in the 2000s. But like that's Fatal Fury is more gritty. You can look at like Blue Mary's design in the Garo timeline. She's not in the game, but she's like in that little side story thing. So we do know what she looks like in the Garo timeline. She's more covered up. Like, yeah, they're older. They're 10 years older. They're like the women are going to be dressed more conservatively. They're older now. They're more mature.
Well, and also the city is like falling apart too because of crime and all sorts of hell breaking loose.
Yeah, it's basically like Chicago or New York. Even though canonically Southtown is Miami. Yeah. So it's funny. It's like it's in my real life Miami's doing a lot better than Southtown, but like Southtown's supposed to be like fictional Miami. And like they're everything's like darker, grittier. It's tougher. Like, yeah, the girls are not going to be. You even see Preacher, right? She's showing some skin, but it's not like super, super sexual. And that's probably going to be what we're going to see. I could be totally wrong. Like, Mai could be wearing fucking sling bikini in the new game. I don't know. But I mean, I'm just saying.
SNK normally does like a couple alternate outfits. They're not really known for doing a ton of those. But I mean, I could see them maybe doing like a bikini for Mai. That would be kind of funny. I don't expect it though.
Yeah, they might bring back her old outfit as like an alternate costume along with like Terry's old outfit. But I wouldn't even expect it because I don't think also people realize SNK takes their lore fucking serious.
They really do.
Like they invented lore in fighting games. Like straight up. Like you think any long elaborate story mode, think SNK. Like, yeah, other games had a plot, but it's like, oh, there's a tournament, and everybody wants to get the tournament runner because this, that, and the other. Like, SNK is the one that started, like, storylines in fighting games. They take this shit serious. They're not gonna mess with that. So, like, if Fatal Fury City of the Wolves has a tone, they're probably not gonna make alternate costumes that break that tone. They might, but don't be surprised if they don't. I wouldn't even be surprised if they don't do OG Terry as an alternate costume. It's a good chance they will, just for fan service. But they also take this shit seriously. They take their vibe and their lore seriously, so they might just not, because like, well, that's old Terry. That's a different time. That's a different era. We're not in that era anymore.
That was happy-go-lucky Terry.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a different Terry. Now, this is a more mature Terry that's been through some shit. You know. And like that, you just look at his fucking face when he does that new super they gave him. Like that KOF happy-go-lucky Terry ain't making faces like that, you know. So they might, but don't be surprised if they don't, and do not be surprised if Mai is a lot more covered up if she comes back at City of the Wolves. And if anyone bitching about it, you're the tourist too. Like a lot of y'all complain about tourists coming into games. It's gonna be some funny irony if y'all end up being like sex tourists and like they covered up Mai, like they like SNK bent the knee, like no, they covered up Mai because she's like 10 years older. She's not gonna be running around half naked, and like this isn't a tournament. Like it might be around a tournament. Like, I think Garo was around a tournament, but like this probably won't be around a tournament. She won't have a reason. She dresses the way she does specifically for tournaments to mess with male.
Right, to titillate their senses and make them take their guard down.
Yeah, exactly. That's literally why she dresses like that. She's a
kunoichi.
Yeah.
Like for those of you that have seen Hell's Paradise, that's why the kunoichi in that one, she dresses like that, and she specifically says it's like, yeah, it's to make men lower their guard down, and then she kills them.
Yeah, and that's basically what Mai does. And I guarantee you, she's gonna be more covered up because like she's 10 years older. There's probably no tournament. She's more of a ninja master now. She probably don't have to do that anymore. You know, she just win on her skills alone. There's probably gonna be another sexy chick, but they're gonna be like, Mai, what happened? No! Like, shut up, you fucking tourist. Shut up. You're as bad as the other people. You're exactly as bad. You don't know this shit. You're just here for your like they're here for their weird hangups. You're here for yours, you fucking gooner. Don't let me hear it. So yeah, brace for it. Brace for covered up Mai. And don't let me hear you complain. It's in character. It's appropriate to the mood and vibe of the current timeline of SNK's cinematic universe. God damn it.
And that's what matters. And that's what matters. And see, this is the problem that like I have with Stellar Blade censorship too, is that it's not appropriate to the character to do that in the first place. Yeah. Like if a character, like it would be the same sort of thing if you have a game where like you have this like Agrius Oaks, right, from Final Fantasy Tactics. Like it would be wrong to take her and put her in like a string bikini in the game because it makes no sense to the actual game. It's like, why is Agrius in a bikini? She's a paladin. Like, don't just change stuff just to like don't just change stuff that makes no sense in context of the game. And I hate when companies do that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's one thing if it's like, you know, a fun non-canon thing, right? Like you beat the game, dress people up in the silly outfit.
You beat the game and you get Zero Suit Samus.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's cool.
But I think people, like, I'm just sort of preemptively saying it now because I am a diehard SNK fan and I know what they're going to do and I know how people react. And I too hate tourists.
Yes.
And that includes tourists on the other side of the social
that just want a goon.
Culture. Yeah, the culture war aisle. Like I don't want censorious fat chicks, and I don't want gooners either. Like, both of you are cut from the same cloth. You are tourists only here for some ancillary reason. I do not believe you are true fans. I do not believe half of you are even buying the game. Shut the fuck up. It's like, Mai will probably wear more clothing. We already know Blue Mary does. Just look at her Garo design. She's much more conservatively dressed because it's 10 years, bitch. And
Chaos Smash 64 kind of added to that. He says $5. I'm praying they don't mess up Fatal Fury City of the Wolves. I love Terry Bogard.
Oh, they're not. Yeah. Luckily, we have the Weeb Prince protecting SNK.
Right.
Like, it's gonna be fine. That's it. The only thing, it's like, brace for that. Brace for more conservative designs for the girls and people saying that SNK is cucking. When they're not cucking, it's because City of the Wolves has a different tone. And then they're not going to listen when you try to tell them, no, it's because City of the Wolves is darker and grittier and more serious. Jenny will probably be very sexy, right? She'll probably just look like she does in KOF 15. And then there you go. And then that's because, like, she was the most sex appeal you got in Garo. Like, it was her. And then, like, everything else was like, nah, this is major shit. I mean, look at fucking Rock with his, like, my inner powers, God, and all the muted colors and everything. Like, yeah, it's gritty. Even Jenny's stage had muted colors despite her silly antics and theme song. Like, yeah, it's just the tone. It's a different tone than KOF. So just brace for it. It's going to be annoying. Unless, you know what, they might just say, yeah, Mai is dressed sexy again. They might do it. And then, you know, we won't deal with it. But I'm just saying, it's saying it a lot because I'm kind of just I feel like once I stop talking about it, it'll happen.
Right. You let your guard down just for a moment.
Mm-hmm. And it's like, oh god, there's the Mai trailer and she's wearing a shirt and it's like, oh god, here we go. What I would like to see, honestly, I would like to see them give make her design look like the street clothes design from a picture Shinkiro drew for Fatal Fury, because an aspect to Mai's character most people don't know because they're fucking tourists. She's really into heavy metal, and Shinkiro drew her street clothes, and she's like wearing a leather jacket with like torn jeans and shit. It's like, kind of want that. I would love to see her doing ninja moves just like a metalhead chick.
That would be kind of
awesome.
cool.
That'd be awesome as shit. So, yeah, City of Wolves is going to be dope. Yeah, that's kind of a foregone conclusion. It's going to be dope. And I think, can kind of go to my earlier statement, I think it's going to send a message when SNK does not acquiesce to a lot of this stuff, and they succeed really well and do really well. And especially as their profile rises, I think it's a lot of that, like, this does thing we want, give it money. This does thing we don't want, no money for you. And I think Stellar Blade sales are going to take a hit.
But I feel like Sony, I feel like Sony did this the way they did it on purpose. I've seen a lot of people talking about this, including somebody that's kind of like in the know in the gaming industry. And the way they phrased it was this, that like, you know, games have to pass like that final inspection with the company before they can go gold and get pressed and get pushed out. But that game is effectively like the final build of the game. It sounds like what Sony did was at the very last minute, in response to all of the people talking about how based Stellar Blade was for no censorship, went in there and told them at the last minute, oh yeah, by the way, none of this stuff is okay. You have to change all of it. And so that's why the game that the press got was like uncensored, and then the game that was on the disc was uncensored, but then they had like the patch or whatever that like changed everything. That's what it sounds like to me, that Sony came in being super unreasonable because everybody was like, hello, base department. And Sony like knee-jerk reacted and decided, no, we can't allow base department. And that they're basically double dealing, because in the same way that they're the ones that are screwing over Stellar Blade, they're also going to come back later and be like, oh, why was Stellar Blade not successful? Oh, it must be because Well, it turns out that all the based gamers don't want to support all the based stuff. This justifies us censoring everything. So they're going to double deal with that.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, Sony gonna Sony. I think as more people, like, I think people are gonna start drifting away from Sony too, because you've seen stuff like the what was it, the one of those tags, was it Tsukihime or Melty Blood, one of those games. I think it's Tsukihime.
Tsukihime. I actually have it pulled up here. There's scratch post. Yeah,
it released on Switch and PlayStation, and they're like, Sony made a censor the art book, so if you get it on PlayStation, it's gonna be censored, but the Switch is uncensored. Well, you're just gonna buy the Switch version.
Right.
And you're going to see a lot of that where it's like, so the Sony version censored, so I'm not going to buy it. And I don't think Sony's going to change. They're comically evil. But the rest of the industry, I think, is going to take notes from that. Like, so if I just leave in the titties, I make more money? Oh.
And this is something
like we knew this back in the 90s, that sex sells.
Like the Japanese have known this forever. If you put boobies in the game, people will want to buy the game. Even women want to see boobies.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because I think people don't realize that, too. It's like, the women that don't want to see boobies are the women that are mad that no one wants to see their boobies.
Right.
Like, the most women are like... my girl joked recently, she was making fun of this guy we used to know that was, like, super, like, weirdly racist and, like, would refuse to acknowledge that there could be an attractive black woman. And, like, to a bizarre degree. To the point where she was like, bro, do I like women more than you? Because, like, yeah, there's some black women that are like, God damn, bro. Like, even women will see a woman, it's like, if they're hot enough, they're like, God damn, bro. Like, women, like, it's partially, female sexuality is on a bit of a spectrum. Male sexuality is more, like, compartmentalized. Like, I like this, only this. Even bisexual men, like, I prefer one or the other. Like, whereas female sexuality is like, it's a spectrum. It's like, it ranges from like never to lesbian. And it's like, somewhere in it, it's like, it's somewhere.
But you can just, like, just look at Phase Connect, right? Like,
yeah,
that's a great, like, I just point to Phase, like.
Exactly. Like, that's, I see that. It's like, yeah, that's normal. That's women. That's women. I think a lot of people, like, especially a lot of guys, it's just, and I'm not saying this to be mean. I'm saying this as a neutral observation. A lot of guys don't have a lot of experience with women. They don't have a lot of contact with women. For one reason or another. It might be your fault, might not be. But they don't know. So I'm saying, like, that's how women are. Like,
they were never at the frat party where the two chicks got drunk and they just started making out with each other, and all the guys were like, yo. Yeah,
because, like, women acknowledge the hotness of women, even if what they want is a man. You know what I mean? Like, that's most straight women are just, I want a man, but girls are hot. And a lot of it's like a joking, like, I do her, or like a lot of it's just I want what she has. I want to be her. You know what I mean? That's why, like, Japanese women fucking love Mai from King of Fighters. Like,
they wish they could be Mai and flaunt it like that.
Yeah, like there was a character poll back in the late 90s where they asked like male and female fans, like, who's your favorite male and female character? And it was pretty fascinating who was on the top 5 for both. But number 1 with a bullet is not Mai for men. And that's Japanese men. It was Kasumi. But number 1 with a bullet for women was Mai. The women loved Mai.
And you see that pretty consistently in like any game with like a super attractive, like, buxom female character. She's always going to be the top one for the women.
Yeah. The buxom female character or the cute one.
Right.
That's why I said before.
It's one or the other. It's super kawaii moe, or it's like the chick with the big boobies that's really hot.
Yeah, the sex bomb. Yeah, that's why. Like I said before, the whole like lolly shit is all for pedophile. No, because a lot of women dig that. That's why. What do you think? You think a lot of these female lolly VTubers are just doing that? I'm saying lolly, whatever. I don't know why it's coming out of my mouth like a lollipop. Like, you think they're doing it just to appeal to pedophiles? No. Most of them are doing it because they're girls. What character do I, as a girl, want to be? I want to be small and cute. Tee-hee. Because girls like to be cute. Girls like to be sexy. Girls like to be cute. That's just how girls are.
Yeah, it's the dynamic. Sometimes, like sometimes they want to put on like the low cut dress and all the makeup and stuff, and then sometimes they want to put on like the pink Sailor Moon shirt and put their hair in pigtails because they want people to see them as cute. And like 100%. You can tell like in the whole like discussion online, like when people like let's just put the trolling and the anti-anime shit aside. Like when people are having like discussions about this, you can tell that they don't have a lot of experience with women because they don't see the difference between women want to be sexy, but sometimes they also want to be cute.
Yes, 100%. And then you have and then of course you have the tomboy that wants to be,
like not seen as sexy or cute. They just want to like vibe.
Yeah, but they also kind of want to be sexy too. They still want to be a girl. That's the thing. Tomboys, like a lot of thing with tomboys is they still are a girl. Like
it's more of like the down to earth sort of girl.
Yeah, because like a lot I think anime tomboys have kind of got an image in people's head. It's not really like that, kinda. That's more of an exaggeration. A real tomboy is just like chill. Like she's
wearing like baggy t-shirts and like gym shorts.
Yep. Or like a sweatshirt or something.
Like a sweatshirt, yeah.
Yeah. But like that women want to be that. Women don't want to be like the Sweet Baby Inc. side shave bitch.
Right.
That's not no. The only ones that want to be that are the damaged women that aren't buying games. Or
and
if they
even
buy
the
games,
damaged,
they're only buying Sweet Baby games.
And even the damaged women don't really want to be that. They've just been tricked into thinking that's what they want to be. And then when they become that, they're miserable because they didn't want to be that. They wanted to be the sex bomb, the sexy woman that every guy wants to bang. Or they want to be like the super cute girl that everybody wants to protect. And they realize it, and then they get bitter about it.
I think you're right out the ladder, but I don't think it's because they're tricked. I think it's crab in a bucket. I think that's who they are. And if the character in the game is more attractive than them, it makes them feel bad that they're not that. So they want to be that, but it's more of like instead of wish fulfillment or like I'm going to play as who I want to be, I want to take away who I want to be so that it doesn't hurt that I'm not. Because it's that bitterness that they want to be, but they're not. And it's the fact, like most people like the thing I want to be, but I'm not. But clearly I'm not. It's fantasy. But it's that end phrase of, but I'm not, that hurts some people with like mental issues. And that's why they want to take that away so that the, but I'm not, does not hurt them anymore. That they don't have that just itching and scratching at the back of their brain, but I'm not. Nobody like that. If I take away all the attractive girls, then I will be the attractive standard because there's nothing left,
Of course, it never actually works that way.
Yeah, exactly. But, it's weird how people throughout history will keep doing the same thing that never works.
Well, they say like, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results.
Yeah, it's like even like tyrants in the modern day, right? Like we did you learn nothing from the French Revolution? You know what's going to happen. If you keep doing it, but they do it anyway. They want one day.
They put on their wizard robes and wizard hat and start talking about how they're going to buy up all the land and you're going to force you to eat bugs.
Yeah, it's like this ain't gonna work, right? Like it'll seem like it's working for a while, but you're never gonna get your master plan. It's gonna collapse, and when it collapses, it's gonna collapse bad. It's gonna collapse hard. Like that. You should know, but they don't. They still do it anyway. And it's just amazing. It's amazing. Like just like we've done this, and we know it fails, but you're doing it. There you are. And again, I don't want to get too political. This ain't a political podcast. But I mean, like, I don't think it's much of a political statement to say communism bad. We kind of have hundreds of years of history and brutal regimes to show. Yeah, it's like saying, I don't think I'm making a bold statement saying Nazism bad. You know what I mean? I don't think I'm making a bold statement saying the gulags and all that shit. That's bad. Gulag's bad. And yet people keep wanting to try it again. Like one more, this time, guys. This time. Not the 30 other times, but this time. We could get it now, this time. Like, I don't think so, dude. We know what happens. We've seen it happen so many times that we know you're not going to do it this time. It's not going to work. It's like, maybe if I stick my finger in that electrical socket, this time I'll get electrical socket.
It'll fix the electrical socket and also give me superpowers.
Yeah, this time. It's like, bro, you stuck your finger in that electrical socket 3 times and we had to send you to the hospital each time. Your face is disfigured now. Do not stick your finger in that electrical socket again. Yeah, but this time
it'll be different.
I'll get it.
I'll get wizard powers.
Yeah. It's like, no, we have evidence. We have the numbers. It's not going to work. Same thing. It's like, you're not going to be able to change the status of attractiveness so that people will want your whatever you're going for looking ass. Yeah. No. People will always want beautiful people. People like beautiful people. That's the entire reason Tomb Raider is relevant. It's because Lara Croft was hot.
They're destroying the one thing that made Tomb Raider relevant, which Lara Croft was hot, and now she's just like average.
Yeah, now who wants to play Tomb Raider? Anybody? Anybody really excited for the next Tomb Raider? No one gives a fuck.
No.
You big fan of Tomb Raider? Yeah, but why'd you play it? You played it because Lara Croft was hot. Let's be real. Let's call a spade here. Like, that's why. Like, that's why.
And a lot of women loved Lara Croft. Yeah.
People in general love beautiful women. Men love beautiful women because it is what we desire to put our sperm into. Women love beautiful women because what they desire to be.
Right.
Because beautiful isn't society did not craft beautiful. You know who crafted beautiful? Fucking nature. Everything about beauty is a flag from nature saying, I am prime breeding stock. And this is men and women. This is why women don't want schlubby men with no jawline, because you know what that means? You have weak DNA. I don't want your DNA. I want my DNA to combine with strong DNA. That's what they want. Giga-chads physically want giga-chads. That's why, by the way, women flock toward quote-unquote bad boys. Because you know what a bad boy might do? Protect them. You know, we know that's wrong from a logical standpoint, but from like a back of the subconscious monkey brain. Oh, you're a bad boy? That means that you make strong decisions and can protect me from invaders. Like, that's why. Like, woman moment. No, nature moment. Evolution moment. Why do we love beautiful women? Oh, look at these hips that say that I can hold many children. Look at this youthful face that shows that I am healthy and free of disease or any kind of birth defect. Or
look at these massive breasts that can feed an army of children.
Yes. Unironically, yes. Look at my neotonous, is that how you pronounce it? Neotonous? Neotonous features that show that I am youthful and thus healthy and will continue to be healthy and provide you with many children for a long time. I'm not just one and done. No. Big family over here. Last you a while. That's why, by the way, if anyone, neotonous, I keep on saying neotonous, it's wrong. Neotonous features, that's why they're seen as beautiful, by the way. Has nothing to do with pedophilia, morons. That's why soft, quote-unquote, childlike, they're not childlike, they're youthful. Because, hey, that means she is fertile and will be fertile for a long time. Because this other chick might be beautiful, but she's less neotonous, so I might get like 2 kids out of her, but this girl with the neotonous features, she might last for 5 children, 6 maybe. Like, that's why. Everything we find beautiful because of strong DNA and many children. That is why. So anybody that's like anybody trying to erase that is like scared of their own ugliness, has no idea how shit works. That is why women love beautiful women. Because like, I want these. Yes, can I just like borrow can I borrow your breasts? Can I borrow your face? That kind of thing. Like, it would be great to have like your hips, you know? That's why. That's why everybody loves a beautiful woman, because a beautiful woman is in the back of your mind, in an evolution standpoint, that means, look at this nurturing birth giver. Look at this, like, obviously that's not what we're thinking. We're thinking, damn, she's hot. But that's what's been programmed into your brain through billions of years of evolution, is look at this nurturing birth giver and all the children she may produce and the strong children she may produce. That's, by the way, why so many men love strong chicks. That's why so many men are into, not full-on giant muscle mommies, but even in the Bible, by the way, a strong-built woman, because monkey brain says, her children will be strong. They will survive many winters.
That's why I like tall chicks, because I'm like, you know, in the back of my head, something's going, you're kind of short. If you have kids with this tall chick, your kids will be like 6 feet tall and up.
Or she may not survive the birthing process, you know?
Right, yeah.
Like, these are things that, again, you don't think them consciously, but that's where it all comes from. Everything we find beautiful, that's where everything comes from. It's these nature signals. That's why you can't fight it. It's stupid to fight it. Now, again, I'm not saying go full gooner. You know, that's too far in the other direction. But the idea that like sexuality, we must reject it. Beautiful women are somehow harmful. No, it's like the male gaze is bad. Bitch, you exist because of the male gaze.
Right. That's the only reason you're here. Well, it's like I like to say. It's like I like to say. Wokeness is standing athwart nature and shouting, "You're not my real dad."
Yeah, 100%. And like I say that a lot, but I just realized I've said 100% like 5, 6. It just dawned on me. It's like a tick.
Percento.
Yeah, it's like a tick. I'm hyper aware about it now. But like, yeah, it's true. Like you can't, and that's why it's failing. That's why it's dying. Like it gets that initial. That's why it lasted as long as it did, because it's that like it intrigues people, like a new way of thinking that's better than the way you were thinking before. That's
well, and it came on the heels of like societal upheaval and a shift in paradigm from the old world to the new world, and so it was allowed to kind of slip in and fester. But nature doesn't work that way, and anything that doesn't work that way in nature will eventually be rejected.
Yeah, and we're seeing that now. We're seeing like it's on the downswing. Like we're seeing the beginning of the end, basically.
The pendulum's about to swing back, and it's about to crack back hard.
Yeah, like the pendulum. You can already see the momentum in the other direction starting. And like you can like it. And I think also it was the response to the hypersexualization of the 90s. The 90s did go too far, 100%. I did it again. 100%. Oh God.
Yeah, I mean, when you turn on the TV and you turn on MTV and it's nothing but like boobs in your face, and every TV show is like boobs in your face. Yeah, it probably went a little too hard, and it probably it colored some of us in probably a little too far into the. I mean, that's why the Gooners exist.
Yeah, and like unregulated
and porn brain
access as a child. Yeah. Porn addictions and shit. But yeah, that attribute, like that's what kind of led a lot of the new wave feminism in the door, was the whole like
people angry about the stuff that they beat off to, like, 10 years ago.
Just the fact that I think it was exhausting. I can remember just being exhausted growing up, like the sex everywhere. But like, yeah, I would have a visceral reaction. Like looking back, like I don't agree with young me now, but I would look back at like something like my titties bouncing and go, ugh, oh God, more of this shit. But I can recognize that it was because of growing up in the 90s and early 2000s, and it was just the omnipresence of sex appeal just made me exhausted by it. So I would see like bouncing titties and like, shut the fuck up, Like, just shut up. Everywhere I go, people are showing titties in my face, and now you're throwing titties in my face. It was like the same reason people hate wokeness now, where it's like, because it was trying to play video games
in your face. Escape. It's in everything. You can't escape it.
Yeah, it's like, I'm trying to play this or watch this to escape, and it's here too. Fuck off. It's like titties and wokeness. It's weirdly the same thing in a lot of ways. Like, it is just the omnipresent force down your throat of its time. And it's weird to think now, we live this censorious anti-sex time. Like, what, titties? We're like, what? Yeah, there was a time when you was just like, I'm tired of breasts, man. I'm so tired of breasts. It's just, I can't go anywhere without breasts in my fucking face. I'm done, man. I'm done. I don't want to be gay, because then it's just going to be dicks in my face everywhere. I just want something wholesome. I think it's where like a lot of the heckin' stuff happened too. I think a lot of that starts like, I just want something wholesome, and like people online would just do like, I'm like a wholesome bean, and that kind of got out of control too.
That got a little Tumblr happened.
Yeah. But I think there's a lot of that started. It's like, I just want to go online and pretend I'm like the side character of an anime that doesn't know the sex is going on. I just want to go. I'm so tired of it. This is the #1 show on TV. It's just, I think it was an hour-long show, Baywatch. It was like an entire hour, every episode of just slow-motion breasts bouncing. That's it. That's the whole reason anybody was watching it. Was to watch Pamela Anderson's breasts for a fucking hour. And it's like, and a lot of people saying, what's the problem with that? What's the problem with that? You're saying that because of you're living in the era now. You are not living in the time where it was 24-7. Breast. Here's an ass occasionally. Breast. Hold on, I gotta sit down. Stop it. Breast. Okay, no, I get it. Breasts. Like, just, I feel like I'm getting smothered. I'm smothered by breasts in a bad way, not in a good way. Smothered in a bad way.
Well, and a lot of it has to do with the boomers. Like, we tend to go back to like the boomer stuff, but that's what the boomers wanted. When the boomers sat down and watched TV, they wanted to see because they came from the era, the Summer of Love era.
Yeah.
So that's what they wanted to see. They wanted to see something that reflected like their childhood, and they grew up when, the curtain was lifted and all of the strictness of society was rolled back and everybody was smoking dope and going to rock concerts and chicks were taking their tops off and not wearing bras anymore. And they wanted to like, go get a piece of that back. And so everything in the 90s was like weirdly hypersexual.
It's a Gooner's Wonderland.
Yeah, for real.
It was exhausting though. Like if you lived in that time, and I think again, I 110% believe that is where. Say I had 10% this time. I believe that is where so much of this even got its foothold. Like a lot of the new wave feminism, the anti-sex, the all that stuff.
It all comes from the same source, and like the hyper porn brain gooners, like it all comes from the same source. It's just people went down different paths. They either leaned into the hypersexualization too much and gave themselves like porn brain, or they went the entire opposite direction and they're like, actually, I hate sexuality and everything. Feminism.
Yeah, exactly.
Empowerment.
It's like it was shoved down people's faces so much that it like this whole movement ended up taking root as an answer to this thing that was just oppressive. Like, not literally oppressive, obviously, because people like to throw that around a lot, but oppressive in that, like, please just let me escape for 5 minutes. And I think we're kind of going to see that now with, like, as a response to wokeness. Like, but luckily, so far, I have not seen anything take hold that is, like, a bad response to that. You know what I mean? Like, an unhealthy response to anti-wokeness. Like, people are trying to kind of do, like, the Groyper shit, but that's not really catching on. I don't think people are getting like, they're not responding to DEI by getting super racist. They're being joke racist, yeah, but again, like, there's not some new wave of like once we get rid of this DEI stuff, how about that equal rights shit, huh? Let's get these start separating these schools again. Yeah, it's not happening. It's not. So luckily, we're not seeing that happen again, and I hope it stays that way. And I kind of want to, like, that's why I'm like a bitch a lot on social media about this stuff. Like I know, like in the AO account too. Like people kind of get annoyed sometimes. It's like friendly fire or whatever. Like you gotta watch your own team sometimes. Like, hey, guy, don't do the thing. Don't do the thing. Because I remember the 90s. I remember the 2000s. I remember what got us here. Is because we had one problem, and then we answered it by going too far, and now we're here. And I don't do the same thing again. We don't want to go back the other way. You want to kind of like cut the momentum a little bit. The answer is not in the middle, but in a metaphorical middle. Yeah, it's like everybody just kind of sensible.
Yeah, just pump the brakes a little bit, because if you go too hard the other way, it'll come back harder the other way yet again, and we may not survive that this time.
Mm-hmm. I don't want
hyper feminism.
Yeah, like I don't want like super gooners popping up as
pan-galactic space feminism and
exactly,
esoteric goonerism, futurism.
Yeah, I was like, at that point, just burn society. You know what? I'm cool. I think Fallout had the right idea. Just nuke it all. Start over. Everybody listen to 50s music.
Rocks fall, everyone dies.
Yeah.
Turbo gooners, turbo cyber gooners.
Yeah, it's like I could jack off at the speed of light.
They install their cyber brains into female models so they can jack off forever.
Oh God, I don't like this.
I don't like this future we've cooked up. This cyberscape hell.
I don't like it at all. I want to go home.
I like the Spike Man for 20 says, Smiling Friends took the same approach. No curse words until episode 4. You'd just be able to watch funny cartoons without Meatwad not cursing. I dislike you localizers.
Yeah, Smiling Friends are great. But yeah, I think we didn't really touch. We kind of did the Stellar Blade thing without really properly introducing it. But yeah, that's kind of the gist with the Stellar Blade stuff. It's like, you got to fight back against censorship, and people are always going to say the same thing. Why do you care? It's just breasts. And you always got to give them the line in the sand. It doesn't fucking matter. I don't care if this shit is the gooneriest gooner shit that ever gooner. Don't touch it. Allow nothing. You have to be unreasonable because being reasonable is how we got here in the first place. That's how you let the vampire in the house. Because they do the same thing. These people that want power, these mediocre people that try to force power, what do? Well, why don't you just give me a little power? Come on, just a little power. Okay, you won't give me all that power, just a little? Yeah. No power. No power for you. Even if it comes off as the most unreasonable asshole thing to do it. Because we've learned that's what they'll do. Like, okay, can't you just tone it down a little bit? Just a little bit? No. Like, oh, come on, just zip up her shirt. Just a little bit. Not even, you can show a little cleavage. No, not an inch will be zipped up. Because that's what they're doing. Just give me a little power, just a little control, a little bit, just a little bit. Because then they'll have that little bit. And from that smaller, like step up in power, they'll ask for a little bit again. It's just a little bit. Come on. And they'll take another step up. And
that's what Sony did. Remember when it was muzzle flash, like lens flare over panties and stuff? It was like, oh, well, it's a panty shot. You don't want to show panties in public, right? Like, that's a little too far. And then it was, then it was giving them the non-existent texture black shorts. And it was just like, well, yeah, we had to put this void where texture should be. Because, you really shouldn't look up a woman's skirt, right? Like, and pretty soon we're just going to get to the point where, like, all female characters will just be wearing, like curtain sheets, like a burqa. And it'll be like, oh, well, women are haram.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just you have to be unreasonable when it comes to someone trying to assert control. Even if they will try to give you that little snake tongue, little worm tongue shit, like, come on, just a little bit. Think of this person. Think of these people, right? It won't be just something you could do just for the sake of somebody else. I mean, come on. Like, why you got to be a dick to them? Be a dick to them. Be a dick. Because what they're doing is, come on, just give me a little power. Just a little power. Just a little bit of control. Let me control your thing just a little bit. No. It's like, well, come on. These people will like it if you do it. And you'll be nice to them. No, I don't know them. Fuck them. If they didn't like my thing before, they won't like it now. Fuck them. If I'm not going to add something just to appease this guy that didn't like my thing beforehand, fuck them. And you have to be unreasonable, even if it's sex appeal. And they're going to say, like, oh, you're just a gooner, you're just a porn addict. No, all censorship is bad. Unless the only good censorship is optional censorship, as in, like, the TV broadcast is censored, but you can buy the uncensored DVD. You know what I mean?
Right, like the difference between, like, the R rating versus the uncut.
Right. The because in that, the only reason that is quote unquote good is because you can't control who sees that version. Like, the little kid might turn on the TV and he might turn on, like, TNT because he was watching, like, wrestling with his dad or something, and they're showing, like, Deliverance, and you don't want the butt fucking scene. You don't want
no, absolutely not. No.
So that is reasonable censorship because of the fact you have less control over who gets a hold of it. But a purchased product should never be censored because the purchaser has full control over who the product is exposed to. So, like, if Stellar Blade commercials were airing on TV, not showing the sexual outfits on those commercials, perfectly fine. Perfectly fine, because you don't know where that commercial is airing and who sees it. But the Stellar Blade game itself should never be censored because you know exactly who will see it, the person that wanted to see it. That should never be censored. And that's what you have to take that hard line. All censorship is bad. All censorship of the product is bad. So, like, censorship within, like I said, a commercial for the product. That's not the product. That's like a means to advertise. So something like that. Fine, for the reasons I said. But the product itself should never, under any circumstances, be censored. Ever, 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 ever. Even if it has something in it, it was made in another culture, and it has something you find morally objectionable. Oh my God, is there a lolly option? I call it a lolly again. Is there a lolly option? The option where you can romance a child should be in there. Is it gross? Yeah, but that's what they did. That's what they put in there. Put it in. Leave it in. If anything, leave it in so I know who not to associate with. Did you take that option? Did you go for that character? You did.
Block. Mute.
Yeah. Yeah. Good to know. Like, if anything, you should be welcoming it. It lets people more easily state that, I don't want to associate with you. I'm just going to scoot you away from me. Yeah, leave it. Don't touch it. Like, we know better now. We're not in the 90s anymore.
People can avoid the weird stuff that they don't like.
Yeah. There's no reason to censor that shit. And so you got to be unreasonable. Like, Grums is doing all this. Like, yeah, he should. He should keep doing it. He should be so fucking annoying that he's trending every day and you can't escape it. Send the fucking message that don't ever, 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 ever be okay and allow this. Make a stink. Make it so even just adding a little black line of clothing between the cleavage will start a fucking firestorm. You want to scare these fucking boomers, CEOs? Be the most annoying prick about cleavage. And when people call you a porn addict, say, nah, ain't about the porn. It's about the message. It's about the censorship.
It's about sending a message.
Exactly. Don't censor anything. Don't change anything. Ever. Doesn't matter what it is. Violence, sexuality, content, subject matter. Doesn't fucking matter. It stays. No matter what it is. If it's objectionable, if it's fucking horrible. I'm saying horrifying and horrible at the same time. If it's fucking horrible, horrifying shit, don't buy the game. Like, this game has an option where you can, like, molest children. Don't buy it. Fuck that guy that made it. Screw him. Don't give him any money. Let him be a social pariah for making that game. Don't buy it. But don't censor it. You leave that horrible shit in that game. Just, don't buy it. And then, keep that developer away from schools. But
just put him on he deserves to be on a list somewhere.
Yeah, put him on a list. And I'm using that as an example because it's like the most horrible thing you could put in a media, right? It's like the worst possible fucking thing that would really test your commitment to anti-censorship. Like, I saw someone use an example similar to that, but they used it in a really haphazard way and just made him look like a psychopath. But I'm spelling out. I am using the molest children as an example because that is the worst possible thing some crazy person could put in a piece of interactive media. That is the biggest test to your values of censorship. And I'm saying, yeah, leave it, don't buy it, and shun the man that made it. But don't censor it. If anything, you shouldn't censor it so you should know, yeah, look what this motherfucker put in his game. Look what he put in his game.
Look at these motherfuckers. Look at these motherfuckers that are buying this game. Look what parts they're posting on Twitter. Yeah,
yeah. Leave it as a good little social honeypot. You know what I mean?
Let people tell on themselves.
Exactly. So we know, but don't you censor? So that's the thing. Like you as long as it's not unwittingly exposed to the general public. If you have to opt in some way, shape, or form, shouldn't be censored. That's why I'm fine with like Twitter not being like there's porn on Twitter. I ain't going to look for porn, but it should stay because you have to sign up for a Twitter account, knowing that that's on there. It's not just exposed to you. Like porn should not be on like the front page of Google because that's just exposed to you. But if you have to sign up for the thing, knowing what it is, then you should leave it. And Elon Musk, that's the idea he has. Like, leave it. Like, if you don't like Twitter, leave Twitter. Don't fuck with it. You knew what you got into when you signed up. So don't complain. If you don't like what's here, don't sign up. And that needs to be shouted from the rooftops for anything, regardless of what it is. And if anybody starts to say, well, why do you care? I ain't letting the vampire in the house. You're not even getting a little thing. I will fight tooth and nail just to stop you from changing Lara Croft's hair color. Because, like, I will go full Sonic's arms on you motherfuckers. Like, no, you don't get an inch. Not an inch. Like, well, Lara Croft with brown hair reminds us of this lady that, like, shot up a school or something. Like, she looks too much like Lara Croft, so we're going to change Lara Croft's hair. No, you're not. Leave it. Don't you change it. No reason. No reason whatsoever. Don't you take edit the Twin Towers out of that old video game remaster. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. I don't fucking care. I don't care if it's uncomfortable. Like they added the fucking one scene from the Mega Man X4 opening is really stupid.
I saw that on Twitter. Yeah, because they do. Yeah. They look like they're waving high, and they're like, "Oh, that looks like a Nazi dog whistle."
Yeah, because I was saying like it looks more like they're waving high because their hand is like straight up, so it looks like they're waving to somebody far away, like hey. But it's like their hand is straight, their fingers are straight, so that's totally Nazi. No, but you're dumb. So like don't take that out. Leave it. Never take that out. Never take anything out. Leave everything always. Doesn't matter what it is. Doesn't matter if it's dated. Doesn't matter if it's offensive. Leave everything. And be unreasonable. I say this to everybody. Be unreasonable about it. Unless it's something, again, like I said before, City of the Wolves, if Mai is dressed more conservatively, right? There's a reason for that. That's not something to be unreasonable about, because that's not censorship. That's an artistic direction with a reason for it that is not, like, censorship related. Like, don't jump the gun. But if it's clearly censorship for whatever reason, even if it seems like the most reasonable reason, that's just bullshit they're selling you. There is no good reason to censor. None. Not a one. Not a bit. None. If you got to censor to sell, if you like sell it in Saudi Arabia, right? As they're not gonna let you say, okay, for the Saudi Arabian version, because and I can also understand, like, no, we're not gonna sell. Like Square-Enix, good on them for doing this. We're not gonna censor this for Saudi Arabia, so we don't get it. But you know what? I don't even begrudge them if they do, if it's just that one fucking region, because if you're in the know, you can just get the international version uncensored. Right? It's just like a formality. Like the Chinese version of KOF 15 with all the goofy censored, like, black spandex shit on the girls. Most people, if they bought the Chinese version, they just modded it to the international version. Like, they changed like 2 values. It's easy. Like it's a formality at that point. If it's a formality, I don't like it, but fine, because it's a formality. You just, they're fixed. Done. But censoring the work itself, never. Even if it's cleavage. Yep. If camel toe, oh, do you need camel toe? Did they put camel toe? They did. Well, then I need camel toe, because that was in the original. If there was no camel toe in the original, we wouldn't be having this conversation. But they did put camel toe, and you made them take it out. So no, you put that camel toe back in. You put back in everything that the original creator put in there, no matter what it is. Doesn't matter what it is. If it's camel toe, well, I guess this game has camel toe in it now. I don't want to hear it. You got to be unreasonable. So that's my little rant. I said it a lot of times, and I'll say it again as the final little thing. Be unreasonable. Never give them anything. Even camel toe. Even if you're the most chaste gay man. Like, I only like men, but I never have sex. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Fight for the camel toe. Because they take the camel toe now, whatever it is you like, they'll find a reason to take it. I think we've been going for a while, but I think we still have one last thing. I think it's the FalseEyeD.
Yeah, I'm going to read these super chats. We'll pivot over to the FalseEyeD stuff. I think we've kind of talked about censorship, the Helldivers, all that fun stuff. It all kind of comes together, actually, if you really think about it. This is like the episode about censorship.
Yeah, and our Chrono fan fiction.
Right, where we solved the Chrono problem.
Yeah.
So I Like the Spike Man for 2 said, thoughts on Skullgirls, those jerks. We'll put a pin in that. I'm going to read the other super chats and we'll come back to that. I Like the Spike Man for 20 said, still would Ashley Graves. That's the chick from the cannibal incest game, I think.
Ashley Graves. This name sounds familiar. Who was that?
I think it's the chick from the incest cannibal game, the coffin of... No, it's not. Is it?
No,
Andy and Layla? No.
It might be. I don't know. That game was...
Oh, yeah, it is. It is.
Me.
Ashley Lele Graves is one of the titular main protagonists of the psychological black comedy horror RPG maker game, The Coffin of Andy and Lele. Okay.
Yeah, that was not for me. I just feel like kind of... I don't know.
Like I said, it was tailor-made for VTuber women to play.
Yeah, 100%. That was good stream fodder, but I'd never touch that game myself.
No,
it was made for great streams.
Chaos Smash 64 donated 2 and said, "Are you both Latino since you like SNK?" No, actually, we're both white.
Oh, yeah. But I'll say this. Mexico and Latin America, you guys have peak taste.
Yes.
My Mexican brothers and sisters, I love you. What do they love down south of the border? They love SNK. They love Dragon Ball. They love
Saint
like
Seiya.
over the top shonen, man. They love passion. Y'all, especially Dragon Ball and SNK, I could go down south of the border and just make friends left and right. What's your favorite saga? I know you love Goku, but which of Goku's fights was the best? And I'll just make friends. Y'all know what's up. Anybody that loves SNK and Dragon Ball that much knows what's up. I love y'all.
All right, so thoughts on Skullgirls, and then we'll go to the FalseEyeD Nijisanji stuff.
I always thought the game was shit from the beginning, to be honest. Look, I don't consider myself FGC because I don't like the FGC as it is now, but I am a long time passionate lover of fighting games. I've been playing this shit for God, I don't even know how long, man. The arcade days. Since Marvel vs. Capcom, I was like, is that Mega Man in a fighting game? And I lost my shit. And Strider, I love Strider. I didn't know anyone else knew Strider existed. I didn't know about the arcade games. I just knew the NES game at the time. So I got strong opinions on fucking fighting games. And I saw Skullgirls, I was like, is this just Gooner shit, but they just jacked MVC2? Because MVC2 was awful people think that's the ultimate fighting game, right? For a while. I think Third Strike is kind of the new, that's the best fighting game. No, it's not. You just people are kind of touristy or on the other side of the spectrum is the most obnoxious FGC people would venerate MVC2. And MVC2, let's be real, is a bad game. The balance is shit. It's the same couple of characters in tournaments doing the same couple of combos. It's shit. And it doesn't even, it's bad as a Marvel vs. Capcom game because all the stages have nothing to do with Marvel or Capcom. And the music is this weird jazz shit that doesn't fit. So everybody remembers the stage select screen. What's your favorite in-battle theme? No, you don't know. You don't fucking know. The soundtrack is shit.
The only thing game. You think of is, I'm going to take you for a ride.
Exactly. Because it's a Mugen game. It was a rushed Mugen game. All the sprites are just from other games, and they just slap together this fucking sequel. It's a mess. But it was venerated because it had all these tournament moments, and people would recite the Yipes quotes and everything. It's Pringles, And so Skullgirls just reeked of that. Because it's just, we're going to do MVC2. But see, no, we thought ahead. We put an infinite prevention system in it, which doesn't work. Because it's if you're doing a loop, the character will flash and you can break out of the combo or something. And it's okay, well, you just mix up part of the loop. Like punch, punch, heavy punch, 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 heavy kick, punch, punch, light punch, 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 something like that. You just mix up every couple of moves and keep the combo going, and it's still a 0 to death. It's not an infinite, but it's an infinite. You just kind of mixed up one move in the infinite over and over again. And you break the infinite prevent. It's stupid. And it was the character designs is all... it's the other... When I talk about going too far in the other direction, that's how it felt, right? SNK's got hot chicks and everything, right? But it's that's not all it is. And even the hot chicks in SNK still feel it makes sense, okay, Akuno Ichi, right? Oh, Vanessa's pretty hot. She's, got a small shirt and everything, but it's still she's an agent. It's still got that agent vibe, and it was also kind of sexy, But it's still got that vibe. Skullgirls just felt it felt like Gooner shit before we had the term Gooner, It's every character in Skullgirls is okay, that's this guy's fetish, that's this guy's fetish, that's this guy's fetish. And it's just trying to, and it's Gooner shit jacking MVC2's playstyle, but it didn't have enough characters to be a 3v3 tag fighter. So it was awful. It was you had 10 characters maybe at launch with 3v3, so you go through arcade mode and you've fought the same couple characters 5 times over by the time you reach the boss. It's terrible. It's a terrible idea. You need a big, if you're going to do 3v3 tag fighter, you have to have a big ass fucking roster. And
I was never one for Skullgirls. I never played it, never really got into it.
Yeah, and the gameplay was just it was hacky. You had so much stuff aped from other games. visually and in gameplay terms, was just taken from other stuff. You had this over-reliance on sex appeal, like we talked about back in the 90s. It's like, okay, this is getting on my nerves now, you know? We get it, you're horny. And it didn't have, like, a lot of what Japanese companies would do, right? There's a goofiness to it that kind of, like, makes it less obnoxious. You know, it's the camp. The camp is, like, eases the constant sex appeal where it doesn't feel like a desperate horny man. It feels like just a guy having fun. You know what I mean?
Just hanging out with the bros.
Yeah, it's kind of like why, like SNK, bringing back them, SNK Heroines doesn't have that obnoxious vibe because it's just so goofy. Like, yeah, it's super sexual and everything. It's so silly. It's like, how can you?
I mean, they bring back Terry, but as a chick.
Yeah, and like the costumes you can dress them in are ridiculous. It's funny. So it feels like the sex appeal is part of an overall fun vibe. It's something like, you know, like that, was that Oni-chan bar or whatever? It's like bikini samurai warriors. It's so stupid and silly that how can you be mad at it? Because it's the camp. It's like chicks in bikinis with samurai swords killing zombies. It's so ridiculous that the sex appeal works. Like the over-sexualization works because overall it is a silly product, right? It's like about, Senran Kagura, another example. Although that has another thing of like the weird, like the plot trying to be serious. It's like two different people are working on the game with two different vibes, which gives it its own identity though. But Skullgirls didn't have that. It didn't have that goofiness that made the hypersexualization just feel like, oh, we're just having fun. It felt like, oh, this is by a dude that's really horny. Like, this feels like a cry for help. That's the difference. It feels like a cry for help. Yeah. Like, this feels like a cry for help. I don't like this. So it just feels like, and then it's like, so you got, like, a horny dude that's just aping MVC2. Is shit. But it really attracted a lot of those annoying people, like, from the FGC that thought MVC2 was peak. And so, like, Skullgirls had this small niche audience of, like, the most hardcore, annoying FGC guys. Like, this is because, oh, look how technical this game is. Look at the effort they put in the hitboxes. Because if the hitboxes of Skullgirls, I don't know if you've ever seen it, it's the most ridiculous looking shit. Now, you know hitboxes in a fighting game. I'm assuming most people listening.
Yeah.
And it's like a square, and you put the square over what hurts you, like the part of the sprite or the character model that does the damage. And then you put a bigger square over, this is the part that if they get hit, they get hurt, right? Skullgirls just meticulously did a million tiny squares over like every inch of the character. Like, we're going to have the most precise hitboxes. You're never going to have a moment where it's like, how did that hit me? Because it's, because really in a fighting game, if you look under the hood, it's squares fighting. Like, if my square hit your square. And that's why sometimes you get hit with something. Yeah, sometimes like, how did that hit me? It was like way over my head. Well, it hit your square. But then the Skullgirl's like, no, that'll never happen. We've meticulously spent hours covering everything with like a million tiny little micro squares and all that shit. And like that's kind of like who Skullgirls initially appealed to. It was like these hardcore fighting game nerds. And then you got the vibe that like the sex stuff was like more to that. Like, these are guys that like I like, it's you know what it was Playboy for the articles. I like Skullgirls because it's technical aspects and it's like a technical fighting game for high skilled players. It's like, bro, you like it because of the titties. Shut up. Yeah, because their titties are out and their panties are flashing. And then I was proven right when they took the titties out and they took out the panties, and what happened to Skullgirls? I think what happened to Mike Z was terrible. I think Skullgirls was a shit game, but what happened in it should never have happened. Technicals also shouting him out again. Did a great video on that. I'd really recommend watching it. He goes over like how Mike Z. There's a motorcycle outside my house right now. Mike Z.
I can hear it.
Mike Z just got totally screwed out of his own company, and he was just done so dirty. And yeah, Skullgirls was fucked from the beginning. It like the idea that it was once a good game is cope, because it was like, if you do not have to play Skullgirls, you could just play MVC2. And MVC2 has hotter chicks, let's be real. You just play that. There you go. There's no reason to play Skullgirls. Skullgirls didn't have the roster for a 3v3 fighter. It added some cool characters, like Big Band is pretty, like, he's too cool for that game. That's why Mugen is great. I can save Big Band and put him with better characters. But yeah, Skullgirls, it's a tragedy what happened to Mike Z. I can't say it's a tragedy what happened to Skullgirls, because that game was it was never good to begin with. It never really had an identity of its own aside from like the look of Alex Ahad's art style. That's the most identity I could say it had. But it was just aping. Everything was aping something. Nothing had a real idea of its own. Nothing had a identity of its own. It was just like someone else's thing. So it just kind of proved me right that when they took out the titties, the game flopped.
The game fell apart. It really was about the titties.
Yeah. Come and be like, oh, well, it's a technical, skill-based fighting game. Yeah, then why aren't you playing it anymore? Look, they're adding new characters. You should be great. Look at all the new things they can do. You should be over the moon, right? Where's all that new technical skill to show off? Oh, what? Why'd you leave? Why'd you leave, buddy? So, yeah, it was just, I just always kind of felt it. It kind of still is a monument to like why the FGC is annoying. It was annoying back then with like, oh, MVC2 is actually the most skillful. No, it's not. Shut up. It's MVC2 is a mess. MVC2 is a fucking train wreck. It just like had some crazy tournaments back in the day. Let's not pretend it was anything more than that. And then like now it's like, oh my god, you can't show titties. Can't do it. You gotta put Sonic Fox in the game. Everybody loves Sonic Fox. He's everybody's favorite FGC poster child. Yeah, no, it's great. It's great. I can see why your numbers are doing so well.
You got to take out the voice and replace it with heavy.
Yeah, that was another fucked up thing too. And it's like, nah, like you can't even enjoy the fact that it's the heavy, because it was
done for DEI shit
and malicious reasons to get rid of this man that you screwed out of the game. Like it's not even DEI; it's the backstabbing of Mike Z. Like, let's get him out of the company so we can do what we want. Yeah, well, fuck, no one wants what you want now. Fuck off. Your company's gonna die, and everyone's gonna laugh on your grave.
And the remains are gonna get bought up by some other company, and they're gonna churn out like garbage forever.
You're just gonna churn out a Skullgirls gotcha, and that's gonna be your legacy. And fuck you. You deserved it. You deserved it from the beginning. I'm sorry. Like this game was always shit. I feel vindicated. Once it died after the censorship, God, I felt vindicated. It's like, told you. Because I don't think a lot of people remember that the excuse like, no, this is like a fighting game player's fighting game. Like, no, it's not.
It's the fighting game for real fighting game community players.
If you want something super technical and skill based, why aren't you playing Virtua Fighter?
Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Why aren't you playing SNK games?
But it's like the fighting game community loves to like hype themselves up and flagellate, but like at the end of the day, look at what the games they're playing. What exactly games they're playing? Oh yeah, they still go on about Melee because it's broken as shit, and they like having the power to be super overpowered. They still like playing Street Fighter, which is naturally unbalanced. They still like playing, they still like playing Tekken.
I mean, Tekken, at least, Harada does a good job, even if he fumbles like Eddie with his fucking 3-3-3-3-3-3.
Dude, I know. I used to terrorize my friends when with Eddie back in the day.
Yeah. And it's like, I don't know if you saw, some guy had been streaming, he made a bot that just presses 3 over and over. And he got to like
I saw that and he got to like fucking like the highest fucking rank.
Yeah.
That was so stupid.
Yeah. It's just don't put Eddie Gordo in a Tekken. He's a problem. He's a problem.
Well, it's funny, without changes, yes, he's gonna be broken. Because people don't know how to downwards block, and then like this is the thing I've noticed, like this is the biggest skill gap in all of fighting games. People that know when to low guard and people that know when to high guard and switching between the two. I watched like DSP get shit on because if he blocked, he would always stay. If he blocked high, he would stay blocked high. If he blocked low, he would stay blocked low. And if you have a character that can switch between high attacks and low attacks, you will shit on him all day.
100%. I did it again. Oh.
You got the Senku tick, because Senku does that in Dr. Stone. He's like, Hak Pasento.
Oh, God. Save me from my autopilot. Yeah, that's Eddie. It's funny. My girlfriend, we spent a week vacation on her birthday week, and she found this place. She like surprised me with it. It was like an arcade bar, and it was this bar that had a lot of like old school arcade games. Great. She was joking. I was eyeing the Neo Geo machine like a pointer dog. Like one of those hunting dogs that points where like the downed animal is. I was like eyeing the Neo Geo machine like that. But they had Tekken 3, and she was like, "Show me your fight games. Show me." Like, okay, let's show. So like, she and I played Tekken 3. I was like, "Okay, look, I know you know how to play. So pick this fella here, Eddie Gordo, and just pick him and mash buttons." And it worked. And she took a couple rounds. Granted, I hadn't played Tekken 3 in like decades, and I wasn't playing my main. But like, yeah, she was able to win multiple rounds. Just Eddie Gordo just rolling her fingers across the buttons.
It's like me dealing with fucking Keelik in Soul Calibur. God.
Just don't put Eddie Gordo in Tekken games. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. You can't. Every time he's in it, he just ruins it for everybody. Don't do it. Leave him out. Leave him out. He's retired. Just put that in the story.
Get juggled forever, nerd.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, this motherfucker breakdances the floor with his long ass legs covering your entire escape. Yes. No.
He's got like a Mugen. He's like a Mugen hitbox. The red bar is half the screen.
Yeah. He's like one of those goofy Mugen edit characters. Like, God, Eddie. Making the whole screen shake and like playing a fucking YouTube video in the background while he does his super.
Yeah, right. Oh man. I like the Spike Man for 10. Yeah, we're kind of running up on the fourth hour here. I like the Spike Man for 10 said, Schmecky, did you ever play Marvel vs. Capcom on PS1? Love playing Shuma and Blackheart. Never another except the one at the roller rink, just Marvel, but played like any fighter back then.
Hell yeah. And Marvel vs. Capcom was great until 2. Like the whole Versus series was great until 2. Because 2 was just a Mugen game. Infinite was great. Gameplay-wise, Infinite was the best. The problem is everything else about Infinite. Like, mostly because of Marvel's mandates. Like, it has to be like the MCU, and you can't have any X-Men and all this shit. Like, no one wants that.
Yeah, nobody wants that. The X-Men were always the most popular characters in Marvel vs. Capcom.
Yeah.
Because it was originally Street Fighter versus X-Men, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and then it was like Street Fighter versus Capcom. Oh, no, Capcom versus... No, before Marvel vs. Capcom, Street Fighter vs. X-Men, and then it was something else. Marvel Superheroes, then Street Fighter vs. X-Men, then Marvel vs. Capcom. That was what it was.
Yeah.
And like, Marvel got in the way. If Marvel hadn't gotten in the way, MVCI would have been a classic. Because just in terms of pure gameplay, the Marvel series had never been better. It was peak gameplay. And I love that they added Sigma and Jetta. I played no one else. Sigma and Jetta. There's nothing but Sigma Jet. It was the most fun shit. Holy my God, they were fun. And the game is so fun. It was great. But I get why it failed. It looked ugly. The roster is shit. The music is shit. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking with the soundtrack. It's like weird, like rejected club beats from Skrillex's cousin. Like
Skrillex's cousin who has a little extra chromosome hidden there somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, like listen to Dante's theme from MVCI, and you'll see listen to his theme from MVC3, then MVCI. You'll see it. The soundtrack was terrible. The story mode was dumb because it had to be MCU, so it had to be like a movie. Because Marvel mandated this game had to be like MVCU. If they just done the comic book aesthetic like they did with MVC3, been a hit. Just let Capcom do
just think about how many things that the MCU has just completely and absolutely fucking ruined.
Yep. And MVCI is one of them. And it sucks. That was like the last Marvel game, and it should have been the best. Gameplay-wise, it was the best. I will stick by that. Like, it blew every other title in the franchise out of the water in terms of pure just gameplay. Just the moment-to-moment playing the fighting game just shits on all of the classics. But, God, man, Marvel just fucked it up. And that's the big tragedy. Anyway, like I said, gotta wrap it up because my food is here. I got to eat.
Right. So this is really the last thing we have to talk about, and we don't really have to cover a whole lot. I talked a lot about it yesterday, but this has been going on for a while. So FalseEyeD was a guest.
Hold on, you get the guys caught up. I'm gonna go run and just take my food from.
Gotcha. Gotcha. You go ahead and get some. I'll set the table here. So what happened is about a year ago, FalseEyeD was a guest at WeebCon. WeebCon is a convention that is like anime / VTubers, all that sorts of stuff. And so they invited Nijisanji there, and FalseEyeD was also invited there. And as many of you guys that know about this know, there's like cardboard cutouts of the VTubers at these conventions that people like to move around, to get like little funny bits and funny moments, and like, look at me, I'm feeding Salintatsky some ice cream, or just goofy shit like that. Like that's become like a hallmark of conventions that have VTubers. Well, somebody took the false standee and they put it in front of the Nijisanji booth where the Nijisanji livers were, and they sent the picture to False, and False thought it was really funny, so he scheduled a tweet that it was this tweet, because he actually reposted it recently, but it was basically this tweet in its entirety. He says, "I came to the wrong neighborhood," and it's his standee in front of all the Niji livers. Now, the reason this was controversial was because he had done some video, because he does like news coverage of VTuber stuff. So he had been talking about some stuff that was going on with Nijisanji at the time, like the Zion Lanza stuff and some questionable stuff that Nijisanji was doing at the time. And they didn't like that, so they struck all of his videos that were talking about them with a DMCA claim. And he won that, but they were still super salty. So what they did when this picture and this tweet went out, they reached out to WeebCon, the convention itself, and complained to them. Somebody privately messaged False and told him what Niji was doing, and I'll just read this right here. This is from Rima Evenstar. She's fantastic. You should definitely go subscribe to her, watch her content.
She's great.
So FalseEyeD explains in his new video that Nijisanji pressured WeebCon into requesting False to take down his Twitter post poking fun at the tensions between him and Niji. They allegedly, quote, threatened WeebCon to make sure they can't book Japanese VAs for next year. And I'll read the post here. It said, "Hey, False, I wanted to relay some dumb politics to you. WeebCon is asking if you could possibly remove the post about being in the wrong neighborhood with the Niji cast in the background. We don't care about any of that, but I guess they're threatening WeebCon hard with making sure they can't book Japanese VAs and stuff next year if it's not taken down and stuff. It's up to you in the end, but they wanted to ask if that was possible and apologize for the annoying politics Niji is bringing to the event with this. They are working on cutting ties to Niji so they won't be involved in 2024. Again, so sorry for being the middleman to give you this request. WeebCon said it's all up to you. It could be a possible empty threat, but that could hurt the convention a ton next year if it's not." And so False did actually remove the tweet. Now, a lot of the the reason this is coming out now is because WeebCon 2024 is over, and a lot of the non-disclosure agreements associated with that are done. And so it wasn't until recently that False was actually able to post that and add to the Nijisanji L's collection.
It's crazy to me how Nijisanji just won't stop, right? Like, you would assume after a time you'd think, okay,
stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself.
Yeah, stop hitting yourself. Like, there was what was that convention that just happened, right? Where
WeebCon?
Singapore?
Oh no, Virtual Rhapsody.
Singapore. I think it was that. It was like people had a chance to meet their Oshi from Nijisanji, and it turned out like they could only have like less than a minute.
Yeah, it was
some seconds.
It was
Like,
originally supposed to be a full minute with each liver, and then they cut it down to like 30 seconds. And then one guy, I think he posted on Twitter, he described it as like he was shuffled into a room and given a headset, and then before he could even say anything, they like immediately shuffled him out, and like the liver that he was going to talk to was like confused, like, what's going on?
Yeah, like even the talent was like, what the fuck? And like this on the heels of everything else, on the heels of their poorly translated shit. Like, even their concert they just had, Millie's name is fucking spelled wrong.
They put an extra L in there for every L Nijisanji is taking.
Like, at some fucking point.
Well, their website. I talked about this yesterday on my stream. Their website has turned into a gotcha machine where people are trying to buy voice packs, and people are actually getting like Zion Lanz's voice pack, Selin Tatsky's voice pack, Pamu's voice pack. Like, it's turned into a gotcha machine. Even graduated talents, people are getting sent that stuff. People are getting like other people's email addresses and like home addresses are being shown to people. It's like the company's, like, it's somebody pulled like their knitting apart, and like the whole, like all the threads are coming out.
Insane. Like, when does this end? At what point does Nijisanji like pull back and stop? It's like, how many more fuck ups is this company going to do? And it's like, it's not even like over a period of time. It's like, I won't be surprised if 2 or 3 days from now something else happens. Like, just a couple days, and then Nijisanji will do something else. Like, at what point do you fucking stop? What is it going to take? Like I'm just going to say, the CEO guy's got, what's his name? Riku
Tazumi.
Yeah, Riku's got to go. Just flat out. Like, he's got to go. Yeah, well, like, you look at like Hololive, right? And like the good state that it's in, and what is mostly attributed to that? Yago. His leadership and his decisions. Yeah. And so it's why he's beloved. He sticks, we've talked about it before, he sticks by the talents, he sticks by the fans, he does right by people. Well, then what does that mean for Niji? Where does the buck stop? Is it like just a big bad board member? No. I mean, yeah, it's middle management, but who should be stepping in and fixing the middle management problem? Who should be cleaning house? It's Riku. This is why people talk about the yacht. It is 100%. He's got to go. If this company is going to go anywhere but in flames, he needs to be removed and replaced. And like, yeah, I know he started Niji and everything, but he ain't no Yago. You know, once that shit got big, clearly it went to his head. Just because Niji JP isn't doing so bad doesn't mean this can continue. And the stock price says it all. The stock price ain't going up anytime soon. And at some point, there's got to be investors going, get him out of here. Get him out of here. I want my money back. And I'm not getting my money. I can't sell this stock to get my money back. I'll sell at a gigantic loss. It's like, where's my money? So the only way you're getting your money back, Riku's got to go. Boot him. Boot him out. And until he goes, we're going to keep seeing this. He is the fucking evil Yago. He's like anti-Yago. Like, he is the fucking villain to Yago's hero in the story. Like, the most cliche fucking, the villain is like the dark version of the hero. Straight up. That is what we're witnessing with these two companies. You got the good one and the bad one.
Dude, they were... yesterday, they were at 2,185 yen for their stock price. Their all-time low was 2,110 in March of 2023. They almost hit their all-time stock price low yesterday, and they still have to report their next quarter earnings. That's why they had that emergency ass pull of the super store sale, because they were trying to move stock that wasn't moving, that nobody was buying. And that's when people discovered like all this stuff that was happening with these voice packs and people getting each other's addresses and stuff. He's bad. Like,
he's got to go. He really is just the anti-Yago. Like, he's like evil Yago be like, welcome to Nijisanji.
Right.
Yeah, just there you go. You just do the photo negative image of Yago, like extending the hand, like that old picture everybody uses, like evil Yago. Be like, welcome to Nijisanji. That's what he is. He's evil Yago. Like, in every way that Yago has done right, in every specific way. Again, again, I said before, real life is starting to feel like a hacky story. And this is one of them where you just transparently.
He's from the mirror universe.
Yeah. You just have transparently in real life the good one and the evil one doing like the same things, the good way and the evil way.
Like a great example. Yago, when the entire country of China was threatening his talent, you know what he did? He said, "Fuck China." Cut him off. Mm-hmm. Eliminated Hololive CN. what's Nijisanji doing? Forging even stronger ties with China. Using Chinese bots to do their bidding.
It's insane. Like, it really is just the mirror universe Hololive. Right down to like their hiring methods. Quality over quantity versus quantity over quality. And Nijisanji has good talents. That's not.
Yeah, I mean, Pomu is like, I love Pomu. I love Celine Tatsuki.
I gotta say too, I'm roommate posting here. I think Pomu Rainpuff as a character, I liked her as a character better than Maid Mint. I like Maid Mint's character, like the Ghost Maid haunting the.
Yeah, Ghost Maid is cute, but magical elf fairy. It was just, I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm so used to the fairy, but I feel like it matches her personality better.
Yeah, and it's the mix of her design, her name. Pomu Rainpuff is an adorable name. Yes. And it goes with the character of like this pretty little fairy girl. You combine that with her voice. It all melds.
Yeah, because she has a very cute voice.
Yeah, and you mix that with the contrast
of her personality and the stuff she's into.
Exactly. Especially the Metal Gear. When she got into Metal Gear, that added more of a contrast. So
yes.
Yeah, it worked. It all came together so well. I like Mint Fantome or Phantom. I like the character. Yeah, I'm saying that's bad. I'm just saying I do miss the Pomu Rainpuff character because I feel like it all came together a little better. Just all the pieces fell into place very nicely with Pomu Rainpuff. And again, that's a peak name. That's a peak character name. It feels like it's right out of like some show for girls in the 90s. Like that would have been one of the gang of like a group of fairies going on fucking fairy adventures and like a cartoon for girls, and one of them would have been like Pomu Rainpuff.
Yeah, that's a good point. I never thought of it that way.
Yeah.
It's just a shame that, and I talked about this yesterday on my stream, is that it's a shame that companies won't put a pathway for people to buy out or retain the character IPs. And I hope I've seen a lot of new companies and a lot of old companies now. They're changing that policy to let people kind of keep their IP. I'm hoping that going forward becomes more the industry standard. Because, like, I understand it's like, hey, you can't keep the channel, you can't keep like the social media account or whatever, but you can keep like the character IP. Like
the audience knows you.
Yeah. And I haven't seen a company like successfully like because people have been recast, but no one like super high profile, and I don't think this will ever be like a big thing. I mean, like somebody will try it eventually and it'll fail spectacularly, but they're never going to use that IP ever again. Like there's not going to be like, hey everybody, I'm Pomu Rainpuff. That's not going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it feels like a waste to just let it sit there and do nothing with it.
Yeah. I see. Like, I get the idea of like, oh, that's a company's intellectual property,
right?
Paid to have that made and everything. I get that. But at a certain point, it's like normally with a situation like that, it's like like a mascot for a company or something. You can recast.
Right.
VTubers are so tied to the performer, you're not going to be able to do anything with that character anymore. Like, you're not going to be able to sell, like Hololive can still sell Coco merch because she left on good terms, and they've always had that window. If you ever want to come back, even if just to do a cameo or something, you can do it. And I think she would take it. Like, if more time passes a little farther down the line, she'll just, hey, show up at a concert and say hi or something.
Yeah, I feel like sooner or later there will be like a Coco cameo at some point. Everybody's gonna be like, "Oh, yeah. Soy Jack, point to it." I will.
Yeah, exactly. Oh hell yeah. So they could do that, right? But and you have the thing like, oh well, we terminated the person, and now it's like it's bad terms, right? Like Ruchia or something like that. So you're obviously not going to give her the IP. But if someone retires in good graces from the company, it kind of only makes sense to like just kind of give it to them. Like they're not gonna come back. Like it's not gonna be a Coco situation where like the door's open. Like she left on her own terms, and then she might come back, and so you leave. You hold the door open. You know, you hold the Coco open for her. But like, no, they're just gone. I'm leaving. I'm out. Like just give them the character. You're not gonna do anything with it. You're not gonna make any money from it anymore. You're gonna have to take down all their shit anyway. You're not gonna be able to get like VOD money. You know, not gonna get ad money. You know, no one's gonna buy their merch because now they're going to a new character, so people are just gonna buy that merch. People aren't gonna buy Pomu Rainpuff merch from Nijisanji now. They're gonna buy made mint merch,
right?
You know?
And people may buy like stuff from third parties, like Luwood. Like I finally got my Pomu hoodie.
Yeah,
because it sold out last time I tried to get it, and I was like, damn it.
Yeah. So like they'll do that, but like they're not gonna buy Nijisanji merch.
No,
they're not gonna buy anything official. So there's no point. You're just sitting on a useless IP that gets you nowhere. So at the very least,
you can make some money back from it.
Yeah, sell it to them. Say like don't be unreasonable, and Niji would be unreasonable.
Of course they would. It'd be like, yes, 50 gorillion yen.
Yeah, it's like, hey, for like $10,000. We'll sign over the rights of this character completely.
Which is basically the cost of getting a new model.
Yeah. So there you go. I think it would benefit both parties. You make a little extra money because you're not going to make any more money from this character. So you get one final payout. The person gets the character, so they don't have to do all the other bullshit. And y'all go on your merry way. And that seems like, that's the way to go. Do that. Because I can't stress enough. You're not going to make any more money. The character is now, that IP is useless to you. It is sitting on a shelf, taking up space. Yeah. It's going to collect dust. So what are you going to do? What are you going to use? What are you going to use Pomu for? What, are you going to put her on slap her on a group shot? No, you're not. She ain't part of the group anymore. You're going to use her to advertise an event she won't be at? What are you going to use her for? Nothing. Just sell it to her. So that kind of thing. But yeah, you're right. I think it's becoming more of an industry standard as more people are realizing that, like, no, it's not about the IP. This is the kind of lesson that Keys and I learned the hard way, too. It's not about the IP. It's about, like, that is tied to it, but it's like the performer is tied to the character intrinsically.
Because when you hear Selene and you hear that characteristic laughter, like you associate that with Selene.
Yeah. Yeah, that's who she is. You look at that character, you hear her voice.
You hear her voice, you hear her laugh, you connect with her.
Yeah, you think of the moments on stream when you think of that character. Like what the I look at that Selene Tatsuki character. What do I think? I don't think of the lore that your company wrote. I think of like, she's a chick like she played all those. She was really good at Apex. She played all those first person shooters and shit. Like what the performer did.
And she stole that boat and said Ocean Law.
Yeah. I'm hoping now that they're both indie, we can get a return to the Selene and Pomu No Way Home. That's still one of the greatest VTuber clips of all time.
One of the single great, like, all moments of VTubing led to this point.
Yeah, it's like if there's like a top 5 of VTubing clips, Selene and Pomu No Way Home is hands down absolutely. I don't know if it's number 1, but I don't know what number 1 would be, but it is in the top 5.
It's up there.
Yeah,
and that just shows you, like think about like all of the Niji livers that you think about, and they're all gone. Like the ones with all the best moments, they're just not there anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the problem with Niji too. It's like you can feel the
energy
breaking.
And the
energy, the connections, you know. Niji in the beginning was like, this could make Hollow, make them have to work for it. These guys could be Niji EN could be a player, and they were
for a brief moment. I mean, they hit number 1.
Yeah.
And they're still number 1, but it's, every single day it's chipping away more and more and more and more. And that's really that was their claim to fame. It's like, we're making more money now than Hololive. But slowly but surely Hololive is catching right back up because Niji's falling.
Yeah. And then Hololive is reinvesting a lot of that money they make, and Niji isn't. And it's starting to show. And
Hollow is going to build a new building in California. They're going to have a U.S. presence.
Yeah, I don't think it's in California, but I get it. It's a Japanese company. It's
a Japanese company. Yeah.
They want to be able to get there in like one plane ride. They don't want to have to. They don't want to have to take a connecting flight every time to get to like Texas or wherever. So it's like I don't like that they're in California, but okay, as long as Yago keeps them in line. Just keep an eye on that California building, Yago.
Make sure not to hire anybody with pronouns in their bio.
Yeah, be careful who you hire. You know.
I mean, there will probably. I'm going to guarantee this, and I hate that I'm going to guarantee this. There will be at least a yab that will come out because of somebody that they hired being an idiot like that.
I mean, it kind of already happened a couple times with Hollow Stars.
Yeah.
But I mean people kind of like let it go because it felt like Hollow was smart enough to step in. At least with Altair. For those who don't know, there were two. Altair during the Hogwarts Legacy thing. Was asking like were they allowed to play it, and they were, because I mean a bunch of the ID. I mean fuck, Muno was addicted to it.
Yeah.
But he said that he wasn't going to because at first seemed sensible. Oh, I don't want to get caught up in the controversy,
in the drama.
But then he decided to shoot himself in the fucking foot, and at the end, gotta support the cause. You fucking
you almost sidestepped it.
You what are you doing? Like it's like look, I like Altair, even if I don't know what he's like off stream. Maybe he is a big like activist, annoying guy. I don't know, but he's like I like him as Regis Altair, and that was so frustrating. It's like no, what are you fucking? You like now. There's gonna be, and of course he hasn't lived it down. Like, every time I see him growing up, someone is going to say to support the cause. Like, I've seen that line pop up. I think he's living down a little bit. I think the fun shit with Kobo is, like, eclipsing it more and more.
Yeah, definitely.
But people are still holding on to that line, that yab. The other one is one of the new guys, but he's, like, less popular, so it, like, didn't get as much traction. But I think this might have actually stifled his growth. It's the one of the new wave, like, that's supposed to be like the big berserker guy. I forget his character name. But he made a whole thing complaining about the male gaze and saying like sexualized characters are okay if it feels like they're consenting to be sexual, like that stupid shit. And like he went on a whole thing. And I was like, oh great, well now your growth is tanked because you're like, hi, I'm the annoying guy from Twitter. Don't you want to watch my stream? I don't. Again, I don't know. Like, I've seen his content. I don't know if he's a bad guy. I'm not shitting on him specifically. I'm saying from a business growth standpoint, that was the wrong thing to do. It may have felt like you were being the gentleman at the time, but you are parroting something, and I think Hollow knows this. I don't know if he got a talkie to. He probably didn't because it wasn't that bad. But you are parroting the same talking points as annoying people. Like, let's say if I got hired to Hollow Stars, like tomorrow or whatever, some crazy shit happens, like, oh, you're a Hollow Star now, my hot takes would stop. Like, as much as I go on, like, about this thing, that thing, and this is how society is, if I'm a Hollow Stars, that shit ends. Because that's not what Hollow's for. Hololive, Hollow Stars, that ain't what it's for. And like, when you do that, when you let that shit slip out of your mouth, it leaves a bad taste in everyone else's mouth. Like, no, that's not what Hollow's here for. Like, you don't bitch about the male gaze. You know, you don't do that. We're here to have a good time. Have a good time. Maybe if it's like a members only Zatsu, because that's like a little more personal. You know, you're not supposed to put that. It's the person. But in a regular stream, don't do a thing about the male gaze. Don't do that. And like even someone like me, as fucking opinionated as I am, would know, oh shit, I'm under the Hollow banner, and this is a regular ass stream. I'm gonna be a good neutral boy. I'll save that shit for the members, Zatsu. Be a good neutral boy. I'll give my strong opinions on the video game. Because that's fine. But if that's a social matter, ooh, we're skirting. You can hear the wheels as I quickly divert. Get away from that shit. You don't do it, and he did it. And I think I'm not chastising. How dare you have an opinion I disagree with? I'm saying from a neutral standpoint, I think that hurt his growth a lot. Because like the other new Hollow guys, they're not blowing up like Tempest did, but it's a healthy, steady incline, you know? So you see him more in the thing, but he's like the one you don't see as much.
Yeah,
I think it was him and the like the more soft boy character of the new one. Also, you don't see as much, but I don't know if that's just he's not catching people's eye. But like Rexford, you're seeing a lot in like Gerard Rexford, you're seeing like in collabs and stuff. And Gold Bullet, it's like he's got that I'm a Nintendo nerd niche. He's playing like old school Nintendo games and shit. And he did a great stream of Conker's Bad Fur Day. And he's got that vibe like, and I'm not saying this to insult him. I'm saying this is a good thing because this is what I like about him. It's like, is he gay? Because he seems really gay. But I don't think he's gay. But he might be gay. He's like that old SNL skit, Lyle the effeminate heterosexual.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Gold Bullet. And again, I'm not saying to insult him. The opposite. I'm saying that makes him more entertaining. Because, like, you got this guy, right? And he's supposed to be the sniper of his group. And his character, he's not, like, super badass looking, but he's not a soft boy either, right? And then he's like, oh my god, guys, this game is so great. I love this game to pieces. It's like, well, I didn't see that coming. And I am charmed and amused. And it works great with, like, he's got that giddy enthusiasm when he plays, like, these old school platformers and shit. It merges so well. Like, that vibe with Conker. And he never went anything like, oh, that wouldn't fly today. Oh, it's a little icky, guys. Sorry. No, never did it. Never did it. So you know what? If you haven't watched him already, I'd really recommend. If you like old school platformer stuff, like old Nintendo stuff, whatever, check out Gold Bullet. But yeah, and I feel like that guy, that third one, I can't even remember his name. I remember Gerard, I remember Gold Bullet, I don't remember his name. And I feel like that his little like tips hat gentleman moment of like the male gaze is bad. That's just like, because that was early too. That was like real early. Like he just debuted like a week ago when he said that, and you could hear the tire sound when he said that. You can hear the like, there goes your momentum. Bye. Like, don't do that. Don't ever do that. Don't ever do it. Getting like culture war-y, socio-political as a VTuber already is like, you have to be like Kirsha, where it's like, you know, her shtick is commentary. So when she talks about that, yeah, that's within her shtick. She's a commentary VTuber. But like, if you're like the Hollow guy and you play the video games and sing the songs, don't say the words male gaze. Don't use buzzwords. Stay away from buzzwords. If you want to say something like that, tiptoe around it. Like say something like, yeah, like sometimes sexualization became too much, but it's just a personal thing, you know? There you go.
You gotta walk the line.
Like, yeah. Because that's not what people are there for, and if you're just gonna remind them of like Twitter fights, don't say Twitter buzzwords if like I'm here to get away from Twitter buzzwords. Don't do it. And I think that fella really hurt his momentum. And I could be wrong, maybe he's secretly shooting up in some demographic I never see. But the fact that like I never hear what he's up to. By the way, in case I was not talking about Bettle when I was saying the other guy. That was like, that's like not Bettle. Like Bettle was like Gen 2, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of mixing up because I keep thinking Hollow Star ZN only had 2 gens, but no, they've had 3. But it messed with me because like Gen 2 was like the DLC for Gen 1.
Right.
Kind of. That was the vibe they had. Yeah. And especially after like Gen 1 got cut in half, so now it just kind of feels like they're like one gen entire. Like they kind of absorb, kind of like with Iris and Council, they just kind of absorbed into each other. Kind of feels like that's what happened with the first 2 Hollow Stars EN gens. So it just messes with my head. But yeah, it's just, don't do that. Don't do it. I don't even know how we got on this tangent.
We're talking about Nijisanji and stepping in it.
Oh yeah. Just like do's and don'ts, yeah. Like, be decent as a VTuber company. Don't spend it all on a yacht. It's gonna come out he has a yacht, and everyone's gonna lose their mind.
Oh, dude, that's gonna be like instant viral moment.
Like, we're gonna have proof of the yacht. Like, there's gonna be some candid footage of him, and like at a dock, he's gonna be like unmooring a boat, and it was gonna like, dude, there's the yacht. I found the yacht.
Oh no.
The yacht has been exposed.
Oh my god, that will be a moment. Like when Legal Mindset's friend took the picture of the McLaren outside the Anycolor building. It'll be like that, but times 1,000-fold.
Yeah, for real. There it is, the yacht.
We found it. Oh my god.
Oh god, I finally have a face to put to the name.
Well, we are coming up now on 4 hours and 30 minutes, so I think it's probably a good place to wrap this episode up. I need to eat something. I haven't eaten all day. This is like the second day in a row I haven't eaten anything because I've been streaming instead.
Oh, you're starting to get that on the... See, you really are just transitioning to VTuberdom. You're already starting to put your streams before your health.
Right? Right? But instead of mold, I have a neighbor that likes to smoke and it gets caught in the vent, so I'm getting terrible health problems from something completely unrelated to mold.
You drag that guy, like, through whatever means you can drag that guy, because holy shit, fuck that.
Yeah, I've been talking to the front office, and it, like, they sent out an email and everything to remind people that this is supposed to be a drug-free and smoke-free environment. Blah, blah, blah. I don't think they're gonna do shit. I'm just gonna move. And I want a bigger space anyway, because I want to have like a room just dedicated to all my streaming equipment, where I can put like all my cool shit on like the walls and the bookshelf, and have like all this cool like video game and anime and VTuber shit everywhere. And then the rest of the house is respectable looking.
Just the one room you lock when your parents are over.
Right. The one room I lock when like I bring a woman home, and it's just like, oh yeah, we don't go in there.
You can see that room once I've gotten to know you better.
Right. once I seal the deal, you can see the VTuber dungeon.
And once you can't back out.
Right. Then you can see.
I've already been up in there. Hey, it's a better plan than the people that just like front load their house with like, here's my big glass case of anime figurines. Where are you going?
Right. You open the front door and there's like shelves and shelves and shelves of like nothing but Nendoroids.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta ease her in. Unless she's a giant nerd too, then like take her right
and that's the first room I show her.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, check out all this VTuber merch.
Yeah, that's my girl. Like I have a shitload of Kirby plushes. And I just like as soon as like we first got together, and it was like she was at my house, like, here, check out these Kirby plushes. The Kirby plushes were the smooth move. So it's the exact opposite with certain girls. Certain girls, that's the move. That's how you schmooze them. Is like, check this shit out. Like, is that? Like, where'd you get that Kirby plush? That's awesome. Like, let me tell you where I got that Kirby plush. As you can see, I have so many of Kirby's various powers. Check this out. I also have Meta Knight. That's the panty melter right there. So yeah, it's like some girls, that's the first room you show them, but other girls, that's the last room. So you got to kind of keep it locked and suss out the girl.
Right?
Like, am I here just for her pussy or for her companionship? If it's the latter, that's the first room. But if it's the former, if it's just for some pussy, we lock that room away. We don't worry about that room. It's just storage. That's just storage. You don't need to worry about it in there. Just some old books.
Why do I hear Japanese coming from that room? Don't worry about it.
Oh, it's an old iPad I had. It still pops on every now and then. It's picking up my Wi-Fi. Must be tuned into some like foreign radio station or something. I don't know. It's broken. I got to get rid of it. I'm far too aloof and cool to worry about it.
Why do I hear some high pitched screaming about Walmarts and
Oh, I got a special edition of Silence of the Lambs playing in there. That's just Clarice screaming when Hannibal's coming to get her.
All right, I think that's a good place to put a pin in it. My eternal struggle to breathe clean oxygen.
Well, until you move, at least you can invest in some kind of air purifier.
I do. I have a dehumidifier and an air purifier. Because the other problem with this apartment is it's not sealed very well, so moisture gets in.
Oh, joy.
And I've been in an eternal struggle not to become a mold demon.
Yeah, that's a lesson we all learned from Pippa.
Yep. Don't become a mold demon. All right, guys. I want to thank you guys for tuning in. And incredible support. Like, a ton of super chats. I honestly did not expect... Like, it always blows my mind when I get super chats, because I'm sitting here like, I'm not really used to getting super chats. I'm like super hyper appreciative when I see like the $2 pop in. I'm like, oh cool, somebody liked me enough to be like, hey, here's $2.
It's a new era for Gator.
It is. I'm
better era.
Yes. people
levels.
Right. People love me enough, and they want to pay to support me to do more stream stuffs. And there's been a lot more stream stuffs lately. So the more I feel appreciated, the more it makes me want to like come out of my shell a little bit and you know, spend an entire day not eating and streaming instead.
Hell yeah.
And we'll see you guys again probably in about 2 weeks. I think the next episode will be the last one before I go to Off-Kai Expo with Necro. I'm going to see if I can somehow find a way to finagle the time so that I can have Legal Mindset on. Of course, he is 12 hours ahead and 1 hour back. So he's like 12 hours ahead from Central Time Zone. So right now for him, it would be about 6:30 in the morning. So as you can see, we basically streamed the entire time he was asleep. So we got to figure out like time zone stuff so we can actually have him on.
We could do a later episode.
That's true.
An earlier one.
That's true. We could see about because I do want to get Spooky back for the next one if we can, because you know, she's been like super busy with stuff and hasn't been able to do like anything on the internet. So I'd like to get her back for the next one if we can. If not, then we'll figure out the time zone shenanigans so we can have Legal Mindset on, because I think it'll be fun to talk about stuff going into Off-Kai.
If she can't make the next one, it might work anyway, because I don't know how much connection she has to VTubering, so I don't think she'd have much to do. So it'd be so VTuber focused, I think, when we have Legal Mindset on, because he's basically the VTuber lawyer.
Right.
So I think it'd be so focused on that, she'd just be like, okay, when can I take a crack at pronoun people?
Right. When can I slap some SJWs around?
Yeah, when can I do waiting in the wings to get in a cutting barb? She'd be otherwise bored out of her mind.
Is it over 2 hours yet? Is it over 2 hours yet? Okay. Slur. That's why we love her.
Oh shit. So yeah, either way works out. Either she can't make it and you know she's spared the boredom, or she can make it and she'll spice things up and keep you on your toes.
Yep. All right. I want to thank everybody for the tremendous support today. What was it? The DSP said the May 1st burst. I wonder if I think we outdid DSP today. Which is really funny.
Put on the vest, Gator.
I'm wearing the jacket, the Jotaro jacket. I want to thank everybody for supporting the show today and tuning in and listening to both of us talk about literally everything from Helldivers 2 to how to make a proper Chrono Trigger Chrono Cross sequel.
That's some clip material here.
For everybody that's listening on Twitter, you can find us on YouTube. It's youtube.com/animeboomers. Cody has a comic. It's called Cloud Scratcher. You can go to cloudscratcher.com. Let me actually pull it up for you. Reminiscent of your favorite early 90s Saturday morning cartoons. Here, let's pull the page up here. Oh, wait, that's right. It's on a different tab. There we go. Now.
Great, because the latest page has a nice establishing shot that I can show off my artwork.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Very 90s Saturday morning. That's basically like I'm trying to make my own childhood cartoon. That's basically what this comic is.
Yep, so definitely go check that out. I do some streams as well, youtube.com/thegatorgamer. I did a stream yesterday correcting some misinformation about Nexus, the new VTuber company, and AniLive. and watching the CEO interview with Merriweather, which I think he did a pretty good job. I think he answered a lot of people's concerns and questions about it.
This is kind of the thing. It's like, I see why people don't like it. I think it's a good thing to do once, just never again. Like, don't make it a habit of doing VTuber battle royales. That feels like that's on the road to a black company. But just once as like a big publicity thing in there to, get everybody really supporting it.
Well, that was the thing, is that it turns out it wasn't like the battle royale thing wasn't accurate. And if you actually go into it, it has more to do with like being a meritocracy. And it's like, if you put in a bunch of hard work and you build like this whole community and you're doing like all this stuff, then yeah, you're going to get more specialized support, because you might want to do like singing, right? And a VTuber that just wants to do gaming versus like they want to like do stage performances and stuff would require different levels and different kinds of support. So it was more talking about that, and people just like pulled the battle royale meme out of because the website was they didn't word things very well.
Yeah, I can see that. I wish him the best, because the Nexus talents that I've seen pop up, they seem like decent folks. So
yeah, of the ones that I've seen, they seem pretty great.
Yeah, so I feel like Nexus has gotten a good foot in the door, even if, like I said, the battle royale, like if it's not the case, then that's a bad misconception. But I'm glad that there was an interview cleared up, and talking about it now, go check that out. So I just hope we need more good VTuber. We need more Holos. We need more Phase Connects.
Yes.
And anytime a new company wants to come in, if they can be another Holo or Phase Connect, even a smaller one, I think folks should give them their support. Be the change you want to see. Part of gatekeeping isn't just keeping people out. It's elevating
bringing the right people in.
Right, and it's elevating what you want to see more of. So if like we want more good companies, I see a good company, better show them some support, better show up for the party if I want to see more parties like that. So yeah, everybody should give Nexus a shot. Like what I'm seeing out of them. I haven't seen a lot, so I can't say like, this is great, let's go. But for now, in the beginning, I don't want to say tentatively, but like like you're doing good. Let's hope it stays that way. And if it stays that way, have my money. Here's some money.
Shut up and take my money. All right.
Yes.
Well, that's where we're going to leave you guys. I'm going to send you guys on over to Dizzy Dokuro's channel, where she's going to have Sakana on to torture him. It's gonna be a fun time. I always love the Dizzy and Sakana streams. We always get some great, hilarious, memeable clips.
Yes. She is unhinged in the best way. I love her to death.
I do too. She's so great. All right, guys.
She is the good kind of mentally ill.
She's a good Minhara, not a bad Minhara.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, guys. Thanks for tuning in today. Thanks for the massive, overwhelming support. We will see you guys next time, and have fun with Dizzy torturing Sakana. Until next time, peace.
Peace. Having an anime ED